Good morning from Ioannina for the second day of the Europe and Africa over 35 championships. We've got a lot of action today and we're about to start with the over 45 men's Series 3 slalom preliminary. And the first skier on the water will be Lars Martinsen of Norway.
Καλημέρα από το κανάλι της Αμφιθέας, δεύτερη μέρα του Πανευρωπαϊκού Πρωταθλήματος άνω των 35 ετών. Έχουμε ξεκινήσει μόλις τώρα με την κατηγορία των ανδρών πάνω από 45 ετών στη σειρά 1 και βλέπουμε τον αθλητή της Νορβηγίας, Martinsen Lars Andreas.
So a very unfortunate start there for Lars Martinsen, unable to complete his first pass, so he scores 5 buoys at start speed. Next on the water will be Jan Buchsch of Germany.
Δυστυχώς δεν μπόρεσε να ολοκληρώσει το πρώτο πέρασμά του αθλητής της Νορβηγίας Martinsen Lars Andreas. Έτσι το αποτέλεσμά του διαμορφώνεται με 5 μπάλες στην αρχική ταχύτητα που ήταν το 43 χιλιόμετρα. Ο επόμενος αθλητής στο νερό είναι ο Jan Buchsch από την Γερμανία. Είμαστε στην κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 45 ετών. Σειρά 3, σλάλομ προκριματικός γύρος.
Okay, so that was a completed first pass from Jan Buchs of Germany. I'm not sure whether we were actually being heard, but I was introducing Stuart Scott-Ely, a skier from Great Britain who skied yesterday, who's joined us for the commentary this morning. Welcome, Stuart.
Yes, thank you, Jane. Fantastic to be here this morning on a bright sunny day, a very bright sunny day at Ioannina, Greece. We're watching the 45 men's slalom competition. The first skier out on the water did not run his opener, possibly because it's so bright at this time of day that you can't easily see 2-ball or 4-ball. But the second skier out, Jan from Germany, has run his opening pass, and he's just coming back now. I believe it's at 14, is he? 14 metres, we think.
So Jan Buchs there from Germany, he went out at 52 kilometres per hour and then shortened to 16 at 55k. So completed pass, ready for pass number 3.
I'm not sure, Jane, that I think he actually went out on 16 at 52. The skier's allowed to go out at a slower speed. That score won't count for their competition standards, and the skier chose in this instance to increase speed to 55 on the same line of 16. Now he has to shorten as the speed goes up to 55 kph or 34 miles per hour.
So yes, the boat judge has just confirmed that Jan Buchs now is coming in on the 14 metre line. So this will be at 55 kph, which is the speed that this age group goes at, Stuart.
That's correct. Here he comes. Let's see what he can do. So he's skiing blind into 2 and 4. It makes it very difficult for the skier to navigate the course. I can't even see there. I don't know if he went round 4. He's down at 4-ball, looking at the spray on the water. It looks like he went round 4 but fell just after getting a score of 3.5, but let's wait for the judges.
So the boat's just made its way back to the dock to pick up the next skier, who is Dush Lukic of Great Britain. Stuart, you're a good friend of Dush. Dush was commentating on your skiing yesterday, and I guess you're going to be doing the same. What do you expect Dush to be feeling right now?
Well, it depends what he said about me. I have to see what he said. Hopefully, Dush, he's going to run his second pass. It's worth pointing out, Dush has been very gracious in volunteering to ski in the over 45s. He's won't mind me saying he's quite a bit older than that and should be in the over 55s. He's going to have a real struggle with these conditions. All of these skiers are struggling to see 2-ball and 4-ball with the sunlight where it is. But I know that he'll be desperate to run a few passes. I believe Dush is going to go out on 16 metres, and we'll see what he can do.
Thanks, Stuart. Here we go. So opening pass for Dush Lukic of Great Britain.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις βλέπουμε είναι από Μεγάλη Βρετανία, ο Duško Lukic, με 16 μέτρα σκηνή και 55 ταχύτητα στο πρώτο του πέρασμα.
So that's a nerve settler then there, Stuart, for him.
Definitely, yes. I mean, that looked like a nice textbook pass from Dush. He was a little bit late on 6, but we'll allow him that because you just can't see 4-ball approaching this course. It should be slightly easier on his way back. He's now going to shorten to 14 metres. He's recovering from injury at the moment. He's got a bad shoulder and a hamstring injury, so it's going to be a tall order to get down this 14. But Dush used to ski well down into 12. I've seen him get well down into 12 metres when he's fit and healthy. So let's hope he gets on this 14-metre pass.
Yeah, we're just watching the replay there of him completing that pass. So Dush Lukic of Great Britain coming back in now on the 14-metre line. Okay, talk us through this one then, Stuart.
Okay, he's got a nice steady pull out for the gates, patient. He's round on 1, a little bit back-footed on 1, but he's back in the game on 2. He's going to be working hard. He's got to now get stuck in 4. Come on, Dush, he's round 5 ball. He's got to work hard for 6. And he's run the pass. I do believe that's the first time Dush Lukic has got down this 14 this weekend. He did the Panvotis Open and struggled there. But he said to me this morning when we came down at the dock, I'm going to have this, was his words. And he's delivered for Team GB. Fantastic.
Επιτυχημένο το πέρασμα του Lukic Duško με 14 μέτρα σκηνή. Θα σταματήσει για λίγα δευτερόλεπτα το σκάφος να κοντίνει σκηνή και θα γυρίσει με 14 και 25 για την ακρίβεια. Με 13, συγγνώμη, 13.
Here we go, 13 metres. Let's see how far down this Dush can get.
Okay, Dush pulling out nice and early, wide. He's got 1 ball, beautiful 1 ball. He's pulled a little bit long to 2. He's getting stuck in now. He's round on 3 ball. Come on, Dush. Can't see that 4. You just cannot see. He skied straight towards it. I have no idea whether he was round the outside of that buoy or not, because it's right on the sunspot on the lake.
We might be able to see a bit better on this slow motion replay, but it looks like he didn't get round the 4. The judges seem to be giving him 3. So official score 3 at 13, but he'll be pleased with that, Stuart?
He will. He's set the benchmark. He's taken the lead so far in this this over 45s category, and that's really good skiing for Dush.
Dush giving a little wave to his teammate up here on the balcony, overlooking the jury tower at this beautiful site in Ioannina. Not a breath of wind this morning, Stuart. Well, I can hardly see the flags moving. Of course, in practice, it was very, very windy. And then a competition started yesterday and conditions were perfect. Occasionally a little head and tail wind, which the skiers like. Today doesn't seem to be anything at all. And I think it's going to be another absolute scorcher.
I think you're right, Jane. Looking at the conditions here, I skied the Pamvotis Open last weekend, and the conditions were hugely different. You seem to get very changeable conditions here. The winds can gust. You know, when they gust, it's white capping down the course. Unfortunately, the other downside you have is early mornings and late evenings when this sun just provides that bit of glaive, and now it's cleared up, so I can see from the 5 minutes that Dush just skied, I can now see four-ball, which I couldn't when Dush skied a moment ago. So every skier from here on in will have an advantage over those first few skiers off the dock, but the conditions are absolutely perfect.
And the next skier is Ralf Siegel of Germany, who's going in on the 18-metre line at 55 kilometers per hour.
Επόμενος αθλητής από Γερμανία, ο Siegel Ralf, με 18 και 25, 55 ταχύτητα.
That's very unfortunate there. Another skier going down on his opening pass in this first section, Series 3 of the over 45 men's slalom preliminary. So that's Ralf Siegel, unfortunately failing to make his opening pass, scoring 4.5, I believe, at start speed.
Ακόμη ένας αθλητής που δεν κατάφερε να περάσει το πρώτο πέρασμα, έτσι το αποτέλεσμά του τον μεταφέρει αυτομάτως στην αρχική ταχύτητα, που σημαίνει 4,5 μπάλες με 43 χιλιόμετρα. Επόμενος αθλητής από Μεγάλη Βρετανία, Rodney Rowlands.
So, Stuart, the next skier on the water, Rod Rowlands, is another one of your teammates, yet another one who is skiing in a younger age division. He's actually 64, but skiing in the over 45s. Just explain again for those who didn't hear earlier why that happens.
When you select a team, you get a certain amount of team members you can choose from, and when you select a team, you are obviously looking for a number of skiers in each age category. I think you can have a maximum of 3 men and 3 women in any age category, and that applies for trick, slalom and jump. But you can only take 2 scores from up to those 3 individuals. So what we found in the UK was we had lots of over 55s wishing to ski and very few over 45s. So we've got, I think, maybe 3 skiers from our team that have put themselves forward to ski in the 45s. And Rodney is one of those. Yeah, he's several years older than than he looks for this age group.
Yeah, good on him. Obviously, what you can't do is ski in an older category. That would be good, wouldn't it?
That would definitely be a benefit. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so just listening to the judges, there's been a protest from the skier. So it'd be very interesting if he gets this. When we've just watched him on the last pass, he didn't get past 5 ball. Now I think that, I'm just listening to the judges. Okay, so the skier has the ability to protest if they think something was unfair on their pass, and what seems to be happening is that the skier said that he had an unfair disadvantage because of the conditions on the lake. That's going to be a tough call for these judges, because if they allow it for one, of course, then you'll have other skiers protesting. Personally, I'm not thinking he's going to get this. The judges are going to grant him this, but we'll wait and see. If they do, he'll go back to the start dock and he'll run that opening pass again from the same direction, at the same line length and the same speed. Let's wait up and see what they decide.
I understand. From what I'm hearing, there it was some protest about the rope actually, rather than the conditions the sun. But we'll have to see what the judges decide on this. It's always a very tough job for the judges at any competition, but especially one like this where we're talking about a European and Africa championships, and clearly the skiers want to do their absolute best, and so do the officials. Very, very tough job for them. I don't envy them at all.
No, Jane, I judge in the UK, and it is very difficult to make it fair for everybody. But as you say, this is a Europeans. I think the team captains will be whizzing through their rule book as we speak to double check what sort of position they have. But ultimately, it will come down to a judge's decision. Sounding like, Jane, there's no rewrite. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I gather that. No doubt the skier on the back of the boat will be being told that as we speak.
So I believe we haven't heard all of the protests from the skier, but it sounds like he was complaining that something had gone wrong with the ski line. One of the factors that judges will take into consideration when making a decision is how far down the course the skier continued with that disadvantage. Now, if he's saying that the line maybe slipped when he pulled out or something, it's going to be a difficult one to argue, yes, but I skied all the way to 5 or 4.5 before I protested.
And I gather the lines will be the same lines that have been used throughout the competition. Obviously, conditions are different between now and the familiarisation or the practice runs, but ropes aren't changed, as I understand it, unless there's a problem with them.
No, that's correct, Jane. We're using Master Line, which are one of the best lines in the industry. They've been used, I believe, for the Pam Votis Open a few days before, so certainly they've been stretched and broken in. They should be fine, but it is sometimes possible that the carabiners that we attach the lines to can move or something of that nature, but the rule clearly states that the skier has to throw the handle before they enter the course if there's a problem. Once they continue skiing, it's very difficult to say something put me off, 10 seconds earlier, 15 seconds earlier. It's true that can happen, but the rule says if you're not happy, don't go through the course, throw the handle, and then protest at that point.
Thanks for that explanation, Stuart. Very useful. So with just a little delay, but obviously not too long, I think, to require another up and down pass, then Rodney Rowlands will be coming in. So he'll be coming in at 52 kilometres per hour on a full length 18.25 metre line. So here we go, another one of your teammates, Stuart. Just have a look at this first pass.
Rodney off to a bit of a wobbly start. The conditions are so glassy flat. You feel every little ripple, you see every little ripple. He's in trouble already at 2. No, he didn't get a good start at all there. Did not get a good start. He pulled out and wobbled at the start of his gate, and that unbalanced him going through the gate. So unlucky for Rodney. Got to remember, he's brave enough to put himself forward for this over 45s category when he's very much closer to the 65 category. And good effort for Rodney. Well done for putting yourself forward.
Yeah, he's certainly a brave guy. I just noticed actually on his biog that he was in 1979, which is some years ago, it must be said, he was 3rd in Class 3 of the cross-channel ski race. So he's actually done ski racing as well, and I think they're completely, well, let me just say, I wouldn't do what they do.
No, they're bonkers. I was talking to Rodney about this, and I think his father built the boat and turned up at this competition to go across the channel, ski across the channel, and it took a good few hours or something of that nature to do it, but yeah, they did a fantastic job. So brave as you like is Rodney, brave man, and a bit bonkers. I think you're also going to see him later on in trick and in jump.
Okay, so Rodney now being brought back to the jetty. He's got wet and cooled off, but unfortunately he didn't get very far down skiing. But as you say, Stuart, he's still got tricks and jump to go. So, he's collected rather a lot of weed on that line as well.
I mean, there's a point there with the weed. They've prepared this lake superbly here in Ioannina, but when there is no wind, any debris that's floating about on the lake can move around it. It is slightly possible that something snagged Rodney's ski fin as he pulled out there, because he kind of stumbled before he went through the gate. I didn't see it. I'm not saying that's what happened, but the judges have been working hard here, or the officials have been working hard here to keep this lake debris clear, and it does look pristine this morning. So see how the next skier gets on. I believe Dush is leading at the moment with a score of 3 at 13 metres. Is that right, Jane?
Yep. Yes, he's certainly in the lead, which is good news, I'm sure, for him. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that. Of course, we've got a very long way to go in this, very competitive, this over 45 men's slalom prelim. 3 series. This is series 3, so technically these are the skiers who shouldn't really get through to the final. They are the lower seeds. Then we have series 2 and series 1. So you would expect that the skiers in series 1 and maybe a few from series 2 would go through to the final, but anything can happen.
As we've seen, I'm not sure how many of these skiers have missed their opening pass. Having done it myself yesterday, it's very nervous. You get one go. It's not a case of let me try that again. This is do or die off the dock for fighting for place in the finals. I believe there are 20-something skiers in this age category, maybe 23 or 24. And it could be, I think, possibly 12 of them will only make it through to the final. So as you say, these first 2 categories are seeded based on their last year's scores, and they know what they have to do. Let's see what Andrew can do from South Africa.
Yeah, this is Andrew going in at 52 on 16 metres.
I was speaking with Andrew last night. I mean, he's done really well. I think he PB'd in the Pamvotis Open with a score of 2 at 12 metres. So we know he's got it in him. That was a nice, safe opening pass. He goes out on 16-metre line at the slightly slower speed of 52. He'll now be coming back on that same line length of 16, but the speed has to increase to the mandatory 55 kph, or 34 miles per hour.
So, Stuart, as you say, a lot of people choose to go out at the slower speed, but at the line length they like. So not on the 18-metre line, because a lot of these skiers, I suppose, in practice don't actually go out at 18 at all and find it way too long and can't actually ski it, which, they could then make a mistake if they do something they're not used to.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the line is more bungee, I think, more stretchy with that extra 2.5 metres on there. So many of the skiers say rather than go out on a stretchy line at a faster speed, I'll go out on a shorter line at a slower speed, and that's more the rhythm, the feel that they get behind the boat, the timing they find is better to do it in that order. It's also an advantage in certain conditions. If you want to take a headwind in a certain direction for your difficult pass, you've got 2 choices. The pro skiers will opt up, they'll miss out a complete line length, but we novices, we tend to chicken out and just go a bit slower.
Yeah, well, I don't think we need to worry about head and tailwind just now. There's certainly nothing at all. So here we all. Looks like a little bit of a bobble there, but now it's looking in good shape. Very straightforward there for Andrew Bowes of South Africa. Is there such a thing in your view of it being too flat and too calm for a slalom skier?
Funny you say that, Jane. I was just about to say the same thing there. I mean, he bobbled at 2. I think that bobble is caused by the fact that it is so flat and so glassy, your mind feels and sees any little movement. And yes, as a skier, I'd much rather have that very light breeze that just disturbs the top of the water, so you're not skiing on perfect glass. You saw the same thing happen with the skier before, Rodney from GB. Any sort of movement you make, you get a wobble and it unsettles you and unnerves you. I mean, that was a textbook pass really for Andrew, but 2-ball will have set his mind. Okay, he's got to work a bit harder now, coming back on the 14-metre line.
Yeah, certainly us slalom skiers. I'm only a recreational slalom skier, but we do like to complain whether it's too flat, too windy, too washy, whatever. But here you go. Here comes Andrew Bowes back now on the 14-metre line.
A lovely one ball there for Andrew. Patient. Round 2. He's now 3 into the sun, still 4. He's made 4. He's buckled over a little bit at 4. He's got to work now 5. Big heave to 6. And he's squeaked round 6 ball. That wasn't too bad, but you've still got that difficulty seeing 4 ball. You turn 3, you're skiing blind, literally blind towards the next buoy, and it won't come into your vision until a metre or so away. And I think that's what happened there. He very cautiously turned 4, but made that pass, so he'll be pleased with that.
Yeah, it is strange, isn't it, that we had that sort of glare on that side earlier, and then we thought it had gone, but it seems to have come back a bit. It's I'm not quite sure. I would have thought as the sun moved that it would be there and then gone, but not come back.
I think there's just very slight cloud cover. I wouldn't even call it cloud. Haze is probably the word. There's a slight haze. I mean, 4 ball has now come into vision for us here from the commentary box, whereas, again, 30 seconds ago we couldn't see it, so it wasn't visible at all. It is just luck of the draw. I can see clearly now 4 ball from where I'm sitting, and I couldn't a few seconds ago. I'm not sure how this will work for Andrew on his return pass. He'll be coming back on 13 metres. And he'll probably get a little bit of sun into... Maybe he won't. The sun should be over his shoulder, so it should be a slightly easier pass from a visibility point of view. But let's see what he can do. So he ran this a couple of times over the weekend, but he knows he's got to do it for a place in the finals. Nice one, but a bit of slack out of 1, actually. He's good for 2, another bobble. Now he's having to work. 3, he's got to get stuck in. He's on the back foot, and he's not outside of 4 ball. So he ties with just so far 3 boys on the green 13-metre line. 3 boys, I believe, on the 13-metre line.
You will use 2 microphones in the same time.
Yeah. Which 2?
So we're just looking at the replay there, Stuart. You can see what happens.
Yeah, he looked good into 1, just got slightly bent over out of 1, which will have unnerved him. Crossed to 2, 3, he's then pulled that handle up high. He's had to try and get back into position. Not easy to do, and he's had to settle for 3 ball. I think that was all about the start. Maybe it didn't get quite enough the right angle into 1 ball. Pitched up a bit out of 1, and then had to put the hammer down to get across to 2 and 3.
As you say, that's tied so far for the first place of the skiers who've gone so far. We've had 6 of them in the over 45 slalom preliminary, and next up we've got Guillaume Clemenson of France.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις είδαμε τελείωσε το πέρασμά του με 5 μπάλες στα 13 και η κατηγορία θα κλείσει με τον Γάλλο Κλεμενσόν. Κατηγορία 45, άνω των 45 ετών, σειρά 3, προκριματικός γύρος, πανευρωπαϊκό πρωτάθλημα, άνω των 35 εδώ στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας.
So there we are, we've seen Guillaume Clemenson. He's just made his first pass, which I believe was 16 metres. Just while we watch that replay, I'll just hand over the microphone to Stuart Scott-Ely, who hopefully is going to catch a few words with Andrew Bowes, who's just taken the joint lead in this section.
Andrew, tell us a little bit about what happened on that final pass. You were so sweet on those first 2. What happened?
Hey, Stuart, I'm not sure about sweet on the first few. A couple of wobbles I dealt with. You know, the nerves play a role with the one-rounder. I didn't get the best start on 13. I ran a little late and popped some wheelies, so a little disappointed, but relieved to have got onto 13 at least.
and you are joint leading at the moment, so don't be too hard. We all know it's do or die on the day. We'll see. You know, there's several of these skiers have not made their opening pass, so well done. Good luck.
Thanks, Stuart. Yeah, there's some movement on the water. Does make the ski move around and twitch a little. But yeah, happy to be in the lead so far. Awesome.
Last question for you. Sunlight, how did you cope with the glare?
Didn't play a role this morning because there's no wind, so all good with the glare.
Great. Good luck with the comp.
Thanks, Stuart. We've got a few microphones here and having to juggle them around, so I hope everybody can hear what we're saying both on site and on the webcast. So this is Guillaume Clemenceau. Oh, that's really unfortunate there, going down on his second pass, which was 14 metres. So I think that looks like 4.5. Stuart.
Yes, I'm not sure on the line length on there. That was either 14 or 13. I don't know what he went out on, but he was again out of shape a little bit at 2, had to fight his way down to 3 and 4, and got broken over out of 5. So I think the judges will give him a score of 4.5. We'll just have to confirm the line length. Line length is 14 metres, 14 metres. So, you know, a lot of these skiers which have scores way above what they're delivering here is not unusual. You know, you're seeded in order of your ranking score, your best score in competition last year, but don't underestimate the pressure on all of these competitors. Having to come cold off the dock and deliver a PB result is not very easy. So I think the same thing happened there with that skier, a little bit nervous turning in for his gate, don't want to miss the gate, and didn't really get committed and stuck in behind the boat.
Και συνεχίζουμε το προκριματικό γύρο του σλάλομ στην κατηγορία άνδρες άνω των 45 ετών. Έχουμε 6 αθλητές και η σειρά που θα τους δούμε είναι Στέφαν Λάντ από Σουηδία, Λευτέρης Κουσαθανάς Ελλάδα, Ανδρέας Τουτζιαρίδης Ελλάδα, Δημήτρης Φραντζής Ελλάδα, Σεμπαστιάν Μαρουά Γαλλία και Στέφανος Παπαδάκης Ελλάδα. Έχουμε 4 δικά μας παιδιά σε αυτή την κατηγορία. Καλή τύχη σε όλους βέβαια.
So we've just seen Stefan Lund of Sweden, the first skier in Series 2 of this over 45 men's slalom preliminary, successfully running his opening pass, which we believe was 16 metres at 55. Yes, that's confirmed, and the judges have confirmed 6 boys scored. I would imagine all these skiers, Stuart, will be relieved to get that first pass in, as we've seen a couple of failures. You know, as you say, they're all capable of doing a lot more, but when you fall on your first pass, it's never a good thing.
No, exactly. And it's such a mind game, this sport. You've got one go to deliver this. You're sitting on the dock beforehand, your stomach is churning like a wash machine, your legs are going to jelly, and you know you've got to deliver that PB score for your team. So I don't underestimate. I've been there, I've done it, I know what it's like, and it's horrible. So yeah, not easy at all. They've got to get their mind straight, they've got to get stuck in, and all of that against the backdrop of I mustn't fall in, I mustn't miss the pass. 14.
So Stefan Lund coming back in on 14.
But Stefan very much in control of this pass. That was a very sweet pass. He should be very happy with that. No dramas at all there for Stefan. Stayed patient, nice and early on all of those boys.
Μόλις είδαμε Είναι ο αθλητής της Σουηδίας, Λούντ Στέφαν, στο δεύτερο πέρασμά του, 14 μέτρα σκηνή. Θα κοντίνει, θα επιστρέψει με 13.
So just as we prepare to see him come back on 13 metres, I'm just reading that he likes long walks in the forest with his dog. And once they'd walked 16 hours without any real stops, and the dog started getting bored and looked as if he was saying, "What the are we doing?" But there you go. So he's got stamina, this guy, as is his dog.
As is his dog, it certainly has. Let's see how he does on this pass. I have to say he's very patient. That's a beautiful one ball. Oh, he pulled a little bit too long into two, but come on, he's got to get stuck in now. He is clearly a very strong skier. Looks like he's walked 16 miles just this morning to warm up, and he's successfully round that 13-metre pass. I believe the first skier to get down 13 metres. So let's see what he can do on 12.
Yep, that's it, taken the lead so far. So the first time we'll see today a skier get into 12 metres. I see that his best is 3 at 11 at 55 kph. Doesn't actually say when that was, whether that was recent. May have been a few years back, I guess.
Yeah, theoretically the running order should be seeded, James. So I think these skiers, the officials look at their best score last year in competition. It's one thing to do to ski well in practice. It's another thing to have posted a good score 5 years ago. What did the skiers deliver in a ranking competition last year? And that should set their position in the starting list today.
Yeah, well, it looks like on the competition list it is 2 at 11. So that's his sort of qualifying standard, or the standard on which they base the seeding. So yes, potentially he could get a long way down this or even run it. So let's see what he can do. Wow.
That was impressive. He was out of shape at 2 ball and worked superbly well to get that ski back underneath him over to run the pass. That is the first skier down 12 metres, and yeah, very, very good. Let's just watch him on replay. One-handed gate. He's one of the only skiers that I've seen so far this morning using the one-handed gate. Nice and wide, got the ski beautifully round underneath him. As a left foot forward skier, that's his onside turn. 2, it went slightly wrong. Pitched up, big wheelie out of 2, then had to put the hammer down and get stuck in again through a big 3-ball turn. Huge 3-ball turn, whizzed across to 4. And same thing, a lot of slack line out of 4, didn't panic. Another big 5, and he was home and dry across to 6. Fantastic skiing.
As you say, little mistakes on the offside, but if you don't panic, you can really make it up on your good side turn, and we saw a classic example of that there, or 2 classic examples actually on 2 balls.
Exactly right. There's always this argument over whether or not it's better to be a left foot skier or a right foot skier. But let's just see him coming back on 11 metres. 11 metres. Oh, he's got pitched up.
Oh.
I think he did. I think he made it back. I would score him 2 at 11 on that, but we'll have to wait if the judges confirm that. The gate looked a little bit iffy, but I think we'll see what they say.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great score if that's confirmed. Let's just see what the judges say. See, we're watching the replay here. I don't know if we can see any more about... Let's have a look at... Oh, and it's stopped. Here we go. Oh, so we missed the gate there, but it looks like that's a confirmed 2. So look at that slack as well. You've got to hang on to that and pull back to the boat guides in time in order to score the full 2. I mean, that's the key, isn't it? You may, if people don't understand why you don't get a buoy scored when you go round it, it's because you don't just have to go round it, you have to get back to the boat lane guide boys, the next set of boat lane guide boys, in a skiing position to score the full buoy. That's correct, is it not, Stuart?
That's exactly right, Jane. A lot of controversy over this a few years ago with skiers that would fall and not let go of the line until they bounced back. So they've introduced this new regulation which talks about the skiing must be in the skiing position. That means there's no benefit to you as a skier risking injuring yourself by holding on to something in the wrong position and pulling your back or your neck or something of that nature. There's also, of course, the quarter buoy. You can score a quarter buoy, a half buoy, or the full buoy. And to score the quarter, your ski has to be outside of that turn buoy, and you would either let go of the handle or maybe ski off into the sunset and not actually turn that buoy. You would score the quarter. If you round the buoy in the skiing position and you have your front foot in maybe a metre box or so between the buoy and the middle of the course, but you then ping the handle or the handle is pulled out or you fall of some other reason, you'll score the half buoy. And as you rightly said at the start, Jane, the skier has to hold the handle in the skiing position all the way back to the middle of the boat path. It's in fact the first line of the boat path before the next buoy arrives, before the next boat buoy arrives. So you'll see some of these guys and girls use different techniques to do that. They'll swerve the ski, they'll do an S-turn, but it's hugely frustrating for a skier when they manage to get their ski round the buoy, but not back to the middle of the boat path or the first line of the boat path before that next score, in which case they only score half.
That's a great explanation. Thank you so much for that. I know that it can be very difficult to judge between a quarter and a half sometimes. So I don't know, maybe some people think you should get rid of the quarter. I don't know. What's your view on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think if the ski is outside that buoy and you then drop the handle and ski off, you know, that's better than somebody that didn't get their ski outside the buoy. So I'm in favour of giving a quarter where it's deserved. Of course, it's massively or hugely subjective. Because it depends on the video review often where the skier releases the lines. Sometimes they're at full stretch when they let go of the handle, and it's about the front boot position against that buoy and whether or not it was outside the course or not. Letteris.
So Lefteris Kousathanas is the next skier on the water. He's just run his opening pass, which looks like it was 14 metres.
Είχαμε το πρώτο εντεκάρι στην κατηγορία σειρά 2 άνω των 45 άνδρες. Μόλις πέρασε ο Λευτέρης Κουσαθανάς με 14 μέτρα σκηνή στην πρώτη του προσπάθεια. Οπωσδήποτε εδώ έχουμε να κάνουμε με αρκετά καλά αποτελέσματα, οπότε ο ανταγωνισμός είναι μεγάλος. Θα επιστρέψει ο Λευτέρης με 13 μέτρα σκηνή.
So, Sophia, Lefteris Kousathanas is a Greek skier. Yes, he did go out at 14 metres, so he'll be coming back on 13. What do you know about Lefteris? Do you know much about him or not?
I know many things about Lefteris, as considered the water ski, of course. But this time I'm too anxious. I can't say anything.
Okay, Sophia is way too nervous, so we'll let her concentrate on Lefteris' second pass, which we will also do on 13 metres. Oh no.
I was just about to say that he was so early for that pass. He had a lovely start. One ball was beautiful, two ball was good, and he just broke at the waist at 3, possibly arriving there too early and turning too much or cranking the ski too much to try and get going for 4. But that is so unfortunate.
That is sort of counterintuitive, really, or it seems it, doesn't it? You're so early, you're in such good shape that you then do the wrong thing. You just do something too quickly or not quickly enough and just make that mistake. I mean, it's slalom, isn't it? It happens.
Absolutely. Just watching him on replay, I can't fault there. He was working well behind the boat. He arrives now just watching replay. He just put the handle forward and down, it looks like, on 3 ball, and he buckled at the waist and went down, but there was no real reason why. It is such a cool sport, slalom. In 1 minute you're on top of your game, the next minute you're swimming. Lefteris, I know, I skied against him in Cyprus. He's a true warrior, When I skied in Cyprus a few years ago, the conditions there were white capping, and nobody was running their opening pass. And Lethris was on the dock before me and decided to go out on 14 at the slower speed. Battled his way down with a huge tailwind and managed to run a few passes thereafter. So yeah, very good skier. I know he's coming back from injury as well. He hurt himself recently tricking or jumping, so he is pretty beaten up as well. So good score for him, really.
Yeah, okay, so that final score for him was 2.5 at 13. And here we have Andreas Toutsiaridis, also of Greece.
Το αποτέλεσμα για το Λευτέρη είναι 2,5 μπάλες με 13 μέτρα σκηνή και αυτή τη στιγμή βλέπουμε τον Ανδρέα Τουτζιαρίδη στην πρώτη του προσπάθεια με 14 μέτρα σκηνή.
So that opening pass was 14 meters.
Like to ask something, I think. Hello, folks.
Hello.
Hello.
You're doing really excellent work here at the.
Well, if our commentary is as good as your skiing, then we'll be happy. Come and have a word with. What are the conditions like out there today?
Yeah, they are awesome.
Yeah. What about the sunlight? We're looking over from the commentary box here at 4-ball. We can't see it.
Well, up from here, it's I see that the sun is like in the water, but when you ski, there is no problem. Not for me anyway.
No. So you're happy with that score? What do you think the cutoff will be today to make the finals?
Well, I don't know, but hopefully 1.5 or 11.
Let's hope for you. Good skiing, well done, and thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Stefan Lund for his 2 at 11 in the lead at the moment. And here comes Andreas Toutsiaridis for pass number 2, 13 meters.
Δεύτερο πέρασμα για τον Ανδρέα Τουτζιαρίδη από Ελλάδα, 13 μέτρα σκηνή. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 και ναι, με επιτυχία και το 13 για τον Ανδρέα. Όλα οκ από τους κριτές. Θα συνεχίσει κοντένοντας στο σκηνή. Με 12 μέτρα θα επιστρέψει. Τουτζιαρίδης Ανδρέας, Ελλάδα. Ο Ανδρέας είναι 53 ετών, το καλύτερό του στο σλάλομ είναι 1,5 στα 11 και 25 το 2021, κάνει και φιγούρες, το καλύτερό του στις φιγούρες είναι 1900 βαθμοί. Έρχεται λοιπόν ο Ανδρέας Τουτζιαρίδης με 13 μέτρα σκηνή. Όχι, 12 μέτρα σκηνή. Συγγνώμη, όχ.
So that was the 12-meter pass, and it was, did we say 1.5? It looks, yep, looks like 1.5 scored. So 1.5 at 12 meters confirmed for Andreas Toutsiaridis of Greece. Just to point out here that 12 skiers in this category, over 45 men's slalom, will go through to the final. That's the position. If you have 20 or more skiers on the start list before the competition begins, 12 will go through to the final. So we'll, obviously, as we go through the rest of this Series 2 and then Series 1, we'll try to keep you up to date as to where we are with the cut-off point for reaching the final.
Μια μισή μπάλα δόθηκα από τους κριτές. Το αποτέλεσμα για τον Ανδρέα του Τζιαρίδη, μια μισή μπάλα με 12 μέτρα σκηνή. Και να πω εδώ ότι στους τελικούς θα μπουν 12 αθλητές από τις κατηγορίες 45 ανδρών, σειρά 3, 2 και 1. Επόμενος αθλητής, επίσης από Ελλάδα, ο Δημήτρης ο Φραντζής.
So we've got a series of Greek skiers in this section here. Another one coming up. Next skier on the water is Dimitris Francis. Francis, sorry, I'm just being told. Local D?
Local D.
Local D?
Because he's local from Porto Heli.
Ah,
And D because it's Dimitri.
I see. Right, local. He's from Porto Heli and he's known as Local D because his first name is Dimitri. So there you go. That's the organizer here, Demos, giving me a little bit of local knowledge. So Dimitri is 48 years old. Got a best of 4 at 11, was the national slalom champion in the over 35s in 2017, 18, 19 and over 45s in 2021. So it looks like he's going out on the 14-metre line. Stuart, as we move up this to the higher seeds, we'll see more people starting on 14.
Yes, I think the general rule of thumb is that you want to be about 4 to 5 passes back from your best. If you start much longer than that, you may be tired by the time you get to your money pass, as we call it. So there's also the factor about how the boat feels with a longer line. You've got more swing on the boat with this 14-metre than you would have on 16. So the skiers tend to like this as a starting pass if they're short line skiers getting down to 11 metres or shorter.
And that looked pretty straightforward for him, so a nice opening warm-up.
Yeah, the skiers will use 14 metres really just as a warm-up. They'll feel out the conditions of the lake, and this should settle their nerves. If they get up to that other end of the lake, then you can breathe a sigh of relief, and then it's all to play for coming back. As I mentioned earlier, they have got a little bit of sunlight on 2 and 4 as they approach this from this end, from the start gate. But that is no longer a problem as they return back in on the shorter line setting, and every hour or half hour that moves on, the sun is higher in the sky and it shouldn't be a problem.
Nice weather.
Come on.
I don't see any technical.
We got with us here Demos, who's organised this event, and the Pamvotis Open. Demos, how's this event gone so far?
Well, we had some, rough weather on the familiarization days, but everything is okay now.
And do you think Greece are going to win this event, this Europeans this year?
Well, they are aiming to go on the podium on the teams overall, and I hope they will. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll give them a run for their money. Britain will give them a run for their money. Here we go. Let's see his returning pass.
Oh, no.
So there we go, we're seeing a replay of that pass.
Yes, he looks very comfortable out there. That was a nice one ball, another left foot skier. 2's his offside turn, patient, coming around 2, a little bit on the back foot out of 2, but he'll now throw a big turn. Handle's quite low on 3, but he manages to hook up well behind the boat. Whizzing across to 4, patiently turns 4, and he knows now he can throw a big 5 and he's back home safe and sound, which he is. Nice pass, 13 metres, no dramas there, but he's got to do this now at 12.
That 4, I think it was his bad side, but it looked like a fabulous offside turn to me.
Yeah, I think so much of this is about making sure that the onside turn is good and that you stay on your back shoulder. They need that back arm pressure as they leave the wakes across to their offside turn, which is 2 and 4 for a left-footed skier. We have the tendency, I'm a lefty myself, we have a tendency to stand up early, and that often goes badly wrong. Let's see what he can do on 12.
Oh!
Now that's interesting. He had a very nice start to one ball, pinged the handle as he entered the wakes. It'll be interesting to see how they score that. Was he in the skiing position? Was he holding the handle as he hit the first line of boat guide boys? I'm not sure he did. I think they'll score half, not the one. Let's see.
See what you think went wrong here, because I thought the gate looked great. Very close to the right-hand buoy. Let's see.
It's a little bit on his back foot as he turns in, just a little bit. But I would say this was a really nice gate. He finished one ball with a nice tight line there. Maybe pulled too hard. Maybe pulled too hard. He was slightly broken as he entered the wakes.
So I think that was the full one given, as far as we can make out.
Yeah, on the replay, I'm looking at that on the replay. I would score the one as well. He was actually holding that handle. He didn't ping the handle until he was directly behind the boat. So that's good. Yeah, I think that's a fair score. 1 at 12 meters. I think we're still only looking at one skier so far that has managed to make their way down the 12-meter pass, finishing with a score of 2 at 11. And that was Stefan Lund of Sweden. The other 12-meter skiers we've got a 1, a 1.5, another 1.5. So it looks like this. We're almost halfway through the running. What are we? I'm not sure where we are and how many. Yeah, we're coming close to halfway. So remember, we're looking for the top 12 skiers to make it through. So it looks like 12 meters so far is going to be the cutoff for doing that. Let's see how we get on.
Μία μπάλα με 12 μέτρα σκηνή για τον Δημήτρη Φρατζή. Είναι το δεύτερο αποτέλεσμα με 12. Επόμενος αθλητής από Γαλλία, Σεμπαστιάν Μαρουά.
Yeah, I mean, we should be able to tell in not too long a time who will be definitely in the final, but of course we'll keep you informed with that as we can. I believe there may be one skier who's on the list who is not here, so we'll have to wait until that person either skis or doesn't before we know the top 12 or the potential top 12 who's definitely made it in. Obviously, when we've only got 11 left, yeah, we'll know who the 12th person is. So next up we have Sébastien Marois of France. So he's going in at 55, and this is 14 meters will be his opening pass. So here we go, opening pass for Sébastien Marois, 14 meters.
One-handed gate. Nice and smooth around one. Very tall skier. Yeah, that was a textbook pass. No problems at all there. Judges score 6 and 6. Remember, we have 3 judges in competitions. You have 1 judge in the boat, and you have 2 judges in the tower. Those judges are looking at the start gates and the exit gates, which the skier has to go through for the scores to count. And they're checking buoys in an event of where they can't agree a decision. It's a majority vote, but in this instance, no problems at all. Judges give 6 and 6, which means a clean score of 6 boys on the opening pass.
Yeah, Sebastian's qualifying score for this tournament was 3 at 11, and his personal best is 5.5 at 11. Imagine that half boy just getting that 5.5 and not quite getting into 10.75, but that is seriously good skiing. So it'll be interesting to see how far he can get here and whether he can pretty much secure a place in the final. So here he comes back on 13 metres.
Yeah, no problems at all there. A little bit of a wobble at the end, strangely, to finish that turn. But I believe the judges should score that as a full, clean 6-boy pass on the 13-metre line. And see on replay, so he's nice and wide alongside the boat. He's a one-handed gate skier again. Turns in very well, loads up behind the boat. Drops in a bit hard, actually, out of 1. I didn't see that from where the commentary, but he's dropped in hard. He's now had to work at 2, settles down a little bit, 2, and he's back in the game, pulling the handle slack in out of 3. But it just shows, you know, these guys and girls have got scores which we post in competitions where you maybe get 2 or 3 rounds, sometimes 4 rounds, which takes the nerves away. They are battling here. They've got to deliver off the dock, cold, no warm-ups, no previous round. Some of them have just flown in from afar, and he's coming back now on 12 metres.
Okay, so let's see what he can do. He's got to get more than 1.5 to go into second place so far. He's managed to do that. Didn't look quite so easy that pass, Stuart, but looks like he made it.
Well, it's not easy, that's why. It was 12-metre line. I'm not sure about his gate. I'm going to wait and see if the judges say anything about that start gate. But he was certainly battled his way down 12. I think that almost looked nicer than his 13, but he definitely wanted it. He wasn't going to let go of that line. Let's see how the judges score him.
We're just looking at the replay. Just explain, as a judge yourself, I mean, in slalom, you have gate judges, you have boy judges. Put it in different positions so that they can assess. You have a boat judge, obviously, who's looking at everything, and other judges in different locations on the lake or in the jury tower, and also there's the possibility of a video review if necessary.
Yes, and for Europeans, there are fees for the skier or the team to protest about, or challenge, not protest, to challenge a score that they're given, to discourage people just saying, "No, I want a review, I want a review." You know, if you're sure that you were misscored, then you have a fair opportunity to do that.
Well, he did get that pass, so 6 at 12, so let's see now if he can take the lead. He's got to get more than 2 to take the lead for the time being. Here he is on the 11-metre pass. Oh, just inside 2. I believe that's looks like 1 to me at 11. And I mean, still a great score, enough to take second place for now. And just a reminder for those who aren't aware that that line length is actually shorter than the distance between the middle of the boat, the pylon, and the buoys. If the rope was perpendicular, it wouldn't actually reach out to the buoy. So ridiculously difficult line length. And of course, you've got into that, Stuart, so you know what it feels like.
Yes, I mean, the math says that it should.
το 2019. Δυνατός αθλητής και αυτός. Να δούμε τι θα κάνει.
We're just looking at the scores so far, Stuart. We think that at the moment there are two people who are guaranteed a place in the final, which are the two who've got into 11 metres. But we'll talk about that in a second after we see Stefanos Papadakis going for his first pass, which I believe is 16 metres.
Okay, that's unusual. He's the first skier for 4 or 5 skiers to start on the longer line of 16. I mean, he's making it look very easy, but maybe that's his way of settling his nerves, feeling the water out again, making sure that he's comfortable out there before he tackles the shorter line lengths. As you say, there are 12 skiers that go through to the final. We're working through the starting list now. We've got 23 skiers on the start list. As you pointed out, James, some of these skiers have been unlucky, either haven't made it here, or there's a poor French lady whose ski didn't arrive. She arrived but no ski. So I'm not sure that all of these competitors on the list are actually skiing. But assuming they are, then it looks at the moment as though the cut-off for the finals is 1 or 2 at 11. But of course that doesn't mean if some of these skiers that follow either miss openers or don't get to that level, then we could be down into the 12 region as an entry point.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty wide open, isn't it? It looks to me as if Stefan Lund of Sweden and Sébastien Marois of France are through to the final. Stefan leading at the moment with 2 at 11 and Sebastian just behind him with 1 at 11. But then there's quite a big gap. The next skier is Andreas Toutsiaridis of Greece with 1.5 at 12. So there's a lot of scope for these remaining skiers. We'll have to see who else makes it. Here comes Stefanos on 14 metres.
Okay, so Stefanos safely down 14 metres, no problems at all for him there. Remember, some of the skiers before him started at 14, so we'd expect him, with his ranking score, to be comfortably down these next few passes. He'll be returning at 13 metres, and from the scoring so far, it looks like he's going to need a decent piece of 12 or 11 even to make the final. So.
Με 16 μέτρα σκηνή ξεκίνησε ο Στέφανος, επέστρεψε με 14 και περιμένουμε το τρίτο πέρασμα με 13 μέτρα σκηνή. Πάμε, Στέφανε.
So here we go. This should be, this is 13 metres. It's got to get down this in order to at least have a chance of getting into the final, I think.
Oh, he's a bit slow out of 1. Oh, he's slow out of 2.
No.
That's not easy, no, at all. He didn't get the best of starts there. I think he was on his back foot at the gate. So his gate glide, he wasn't comfortable and just sat back a little bit tentative. This is a problem with competition where you know you've got to deliver. It's not the same as a 3-round event where you have another 2 chances. These guys and girls have got to deliver off the dock, and so he won't be pleased with that, but it just shows that we're now, I think the cut-off point is down at 12 metres, so the next skier, anyone who can get past 1.5, maybe at 12, will earn a place in the finals.
Thanks, Stuart. Yeah, as you say, I mean, it could be nerves just making that mistake. Obviously, a Greek skier, a lot of pressure, I suppose, on a home championships. There's a lot of Greek skiers competing here. But yeah, shame for Stefanos. He is the last in Series 2, so we're now going to be moving on to Series 1. So the top seeds There are 10 on the start list. I'm not actually sure whether the first one is starting. We'll confirm that shortly.
Και το τελικό αποτέλεσμα για τον Στέφανο, τον Παπαδάκη, είναι 2 μπάλες με 13 μέτρα σκηνή. Η επόμενη κατηγορία είναι η κατηγορία άνω των 45 άνδρες, σειρά 1, σλάλομ προκριματικός γύρος, πανευρωπαϊκό πρωτάθλημα άνω των 35. Εδώ είμαστε με 10 αθλητές σε αυτή την κατηγορία και σε αυτή τη σειρά. Αθλητές οι οποίοι έχουν τα καλύτερα αποτελέσματα στο σλάλομ και θα δούμε πώς θα εξελιχθεί η κατάσταση.
I think there may be a change of officials now, so there may be a slight pause before we move on to Series 1. As I say, there's either 10 or 9 skiers in this series. We'll confirm who the first skier is as soon as we know that.
Yes, the general process is that when there's a change of series or they refuel the boat, change drivers, you wouldn't do it in the middle of a series, you do it at the start. So we're now entering this final belt of skiers. As you say, there are 10 on the list. It could be 9 if one or two of these people are not able to ski, but they should be refueling the boat and maybe changing drivers and judges and that sort of thing. I'd expect to see what we call a ghost pass. So I'm not sure on the exact rule as to how long the boat has to be stationary at the start dock or any position on the course before it requires the boat to do this pass up and down the lake, simulating towing a skier. The skier isn't actually on the back of the boat for a ghost pass, but it means that the conditions for the next skier, and typically the first skier off the dock, are identical to all those that follow. So I believe it's 5 minutes. The lake is now glassy flat, and other skiers could argue that that's an unfair advantage unless a ghost pass is performed. The boat will travel down to the far end of the lake. It will drop for the required, I believe it's 50 seconds is the drop time that we're giving at this event, and it will return back and then pick up the skier.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, Stuart, that the drop time at the end of each pass depends on where you are, what the conditions are at a lake. I think I heard once at a tournament where a competition where the conditions were particularly bad with wash, there was something like 3 minutes set down, which is pretty boring for the people watching, but obviously was essential at that site for the next pass to be safe and fair for the skier. Here, as you say, it's 50 seconds, and that's 50 seconds from when the boat goes through the exit gates to when they set off again. And there's a countdown, I think, in the boat, so the skier has to be ready at the end of those 50 seconds. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it can be less, it could be 45 seconds, but here the judges took the view of the drivers, and the drivers said 50 seconds was the correct set-down time at this site.
No, you're quite right, Jane. There are a number of variables. It's the site organiser's decision in terms of how long that is. The factors will be the number of competitors, of course, how much time it takes to get through all the skiers, the length of the lake. So if there's a long run-in, maybe they don't need as long rest time at each end. And as you rightly say, the conditions, how much backwash you see on a particular venue as to how long they get. But 50 seconds, it's done by the boat timing. So the boat will give the skier a buzzer warning when they're in the water, and that's I think it's maybe a 3-second warning. The second buzzer, they need to go, and there's no excuse for that. You can't say that you're not ready. If you miss your go, the boat will go without you.
And while we're waiting for the next series to start, you can see on the screen there the current standings. So 13 skiers. Stefan Lund of Sweden in the lead with 2 at 11. Sebastien Marois of France just behind him, 1 at 11. And then a pretty big gap to Andreas Toutsiarides, 1.5 at 12. Dimitris Francis, 1 at 12. And then after that, we've got 13 metres or higher for the rest of the scores. And unfortunately, 3 of those skiers failing their opening pass fairly early on this morning. So, as I say, next up, potentially, we should see some higher scores. It's a competition. We've seen what can happen, so we don't know. So some of those people who've already skied, apart from the 2 we've mentioned, could well make it into the final. We will be trying to assess that as we go along, keep you informed.
You know, and don't underestimate, Jane, the pressure on those skiers who go last. They now know what they've got to do. They know that they've got to get deep down 12 metres. I think there's sometimes an advantage to be first off the dock, you know, because you're not competing against any other scores, you're just doing your best and you're not having to think about what you need to do. These skiers in the over 45s men category can see what the others have done. They know that they've got to deliver a score well down 12 metres to earn their place in the final. And that applies a huge amount of pressure. Don't underestimate the pressure on them. The stomach is churning like a wash machine. The arms have gone to jelly. The legs have gone to jelly, and the families are watching. You know?
And I know you talk from experience, Stuart.
No drama.
No drama, yeah. Sophia saying no drama, but obviously there is drama. We don't necessarily see it, but you talk from experience because I know that you skied at the Pamvotis Open at the weekend, and you were leading in the first 2 rounds, and you were on to win that. And then what happened in the final round, Stuart?
Well, it breaks my heart to say, but I got beaten by a better skier. That's what happened.
Frank Schulze of Austria, I believe, beat you. Was it one or half a boy?
It was
or what?
one boy. He beat me by 1 boy. He did very well to do it, and respect to him for doing so. But this is slalom,
did you choke, Stuart? That's what I want to know.
Absolutely. I knew Frank skied before me because I'd beaten him in the first 2 rounds, so I knew that I had to get a piece of 3 ball. That puts all the pressure on you, and I flew into one at 100 miles an hour and fell off.
So classic example of the top seed going last, big pressure. Some people like that, but it didn't quite work for you. But never mind, Stuart. Another chance here, huh?
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I'm in the final now for the over 55s, and I'm somewhere in the middle, which is probably where I'd like to be.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps you shouldn't have been top seed, so it's just as well. So you probably didn't ski to your absolute best for that reason, huh?
Oh, I'm saving. I don't tell anybody. I'm saving the big guns until they've all worn themselves out. They've all hit 11. And
they don't realise that in practice you've run 10.25.
Shh, don't tell everybody.
If only, huh?
Yeah, then I wake up in the bath and with a hot shower. Yeah.
Yes, it's funny that, isn't it? How I always dream that I can, achieve much more than it happens when I actually go out on the slalom course. It's weird that dreams are very strange.
This is what I say. It's a mental game. You know, you visualise many of the skiers you'll see on the start dock, eyes closed, focusing. Visualizing is a word. Visualizing their pull out, where they do, where they release a handle, how they position themselves, and that all goes to pot when they're in the course. They've got 16.95 seconds from when they enter the course to exit the course. And a good friend of mine was telling me the other day, doing the maths, that if a skier buckles for 1 second, that boat has moved away from them by 15 meters. You know, it's a 250 meter course. The boat's travelling 16.95 seconds to do that. If they buckle for 1 second, half a second, the boat has moved 7.5 meters. So they've got to keep that ski moving. They've got to not stall, stumble, trip, anything and that pressure increases obviously as the line gets shorter.
Yep, I mean, slalom is a very difficult, very frustrating sport, but we love it, of course. So we're pretty close to starting the final series, the top seeds in the over 45 men's slalom. We'll shortly be seeing all the officials are now in place. They've changed spots, doing different tasks. We've probably changed driver as well. I'll just confirm that, but the driver will be taking the competition boat up and down the lake, as we mentioned, shortly for that simulation pass, and then we'll be ready for the next skier.
Yeah. Jane, it's worth mentioning to skiers, families, friends that are attending this event that you can get the official T-shirt from down at the catering station on the island down there. You've got a choice of sizes, but there is only one 2022 Euros event. If you are lucky enough to be able to represent your country and your team, how about getting yourself a nice souvenir of the event and getting your fellow skiers to sign it maybe? But they come in all sizes, all colours, and you can pick that up down by the catering wagon down there.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Yes, that news came straight from the organiser, Demos, who's sporting one of the lovely orange T-shirts at the moment with a lovely blue slalom.
Grey.
Oh, grey, blue. What else?
Grey, blue, green.
And green. Oh, green, that's my colour. I might have to go and have a look. Yeah.
And very cheap.
Yeah. Not much good for those of you watching the webcast from far afield, but those of you who are here, yes, do go down and get your official event T-shirt.
No, we don't have eBay. Forget it.
Ah, okay, no, I've just confirmed. Sorry, those of you watching the webcast, no eBay, so you can't order online. But I could give you Demos's phone number and you could ring him up. No, he's saying. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I can see one of your teammates coming up here, Dush Lukic.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth pointing out that Dush at the moment is in the finals. Let's not underestimate that. He has a score of 3 at 13, which puts him well within the top 12 skiers. So, you know, we're going to see how it goes. You can't count the scores until they deliver them. So let's try and get a word with
Dush.
Dush,
Come over here. My co-commentator from yesterday. You can come down here. You don't have to walk up the steps. Oh, no, he's walking up the steps. The trouble is, you can never get them when you want, can you? Right, Dush, it looks like you had a really good set out there. Stuart seemed to think you'd be pleased with that.
Thanks, Jane. Yeah, I was pleased. I was happy just to run the 14, frankly, and get a bit more practice in for the rest of the season and hopefully improve a little bit. So, yeah, all very enjoyable. Conditions perfect. No problems out there at all. Should have got a better gate at 13.
Dush, I think you're being kind. I couldn't see 4 from sitting here in the commentary box, and I was saying those first 10 skiers had a huge disadvantage as they pulled from 1 to 2, 1 to 2 and 3 to 4. You were right in the sunlight. Did that affect your skiing?
Not at all, Stuart. It was absolutely fine. It was just high enough that it just wasn't an issue.
Okay, well done.
Well, that's good news to hear because obviously we're at a different elevation here, just slightly above ground level and a bit more above lake level. So it's nice to know that actually it wasn't too bad for the early skiers. As we say, the conditions here are absolutely superb. You can't see it right now on the webcast, but when you look across to the jury tower, which is directly opposite our commentary point, there are several flags and they are not moving at all. It is completely still, very hot. The water, I imagine, is pretty warm, Stuart. Does that make a difference to how it skis?
Yes, I was talking to some of the skiers earlier yesterday about the fantastic competition the Greek put on in Kiafos. They were saying that the water temperature there was something like 30 Kiafos, so it was 36 degrees or 35 degrees. Here it's quite much cooler. It's a lot cooler, which is nice, but it still skis what we say slow. So when it's warmer and the water depth and the silt in the water, so it skis slightly slower than we're used to maybe in cold UK. But the boat looks like, Jane, it's just about to do, well, it is doing its ghost pass now. We've had a crew change. We've got a different driver there. Is that the Swedish driver?
Yep, that's Bjorn Karlsson, who is the Swedish driver. We have 2 drivers at this competition. The other one is Phil Ingle from Great Britain, doing a sterling job, as indeed all the officials are.
Yeah, as a skier, Jane, I'd just like to thank all of the officials and everybody that puts in the time and the effort to make this happen. We fly in and it's all done for us, but a big thank you from the skiers' point of view to every official, driver, helper all those people that have given up their time voluntarily in most cases to make this event a success.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, they don't get a salary. They're not getting paid for being here. I mean, I think they get some expenses to help them with travel. But I mean, it is really a volunteer sport. And we rely on people like that to enable these competitions to take place.
Yeah, no, you're quite right. And always reminding the younger skiers, mainly at our lake in Oxford in the UK, to thank your driver. You know, these people are giving up their time. We don't always, as judges and drivers and officials, get it right every time. We're not perfect, but we are volunteering. And huge thank you to everyone who's volunteered their time.
Okay, good. So it looks as if we're pretty much ready. The boat is coming back down the lake on its second simulation pass to ensure the conditions are absolutely right for the next skier and the same for every other skier.
Βλέπουμε το σκάφος να κάνει διαδρομές, οι οποίες είναι διαδρομές για να τσεκάρει το στίβο, και σε λίγα λεπτά θα ξεκινήσει η κατηγορία 45, άνω των 45 ανδρών, η σειρά 1 με 10 αθλητές με αρκετά υψηλά αποτελέσματα, και θα δούμε πώς θα διεξαχθεί το σλάλομ.
So interesting, I was just saying earlier, Jane, I don't think that the drivers now, we've had any reruns so far on this competition today. Yeah. And the new rule for this year is that the boats are using one of the boat, what do you call it, the directional, the navigation system. In this case, we're using ShorePath, and ShorePath is measuring whether that boat deviates from the center line by up to 20 centimeters, 200 millimeters. So we've got the top drivers able to keep this boat straight, and we've had no reruns so far today.
Thanks, Stuart. The next skier, or the first skier in this series, is in fact going to be Magnus Jonsson of Sweden. So that means that after him, there are 9 in this series, not 10. So here comes Magnus on his opening pass, 14 meters.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις βλέπουμε είναι ο Σουηδός Magnus Jonsson με 14 μέτρα σκηνή, 55 ταχύτητα.
Yeah, so just to confirm that caption is in fact incorrect. Although Ole Johan Bjorna was on the start list, he has not started. That is Magnus Jonsson. Just completed his pass at 14. So there we go. Thank you very much to our webcast engineers and the people operating the machinery. They're in the room, the air-conditioned room just behind us. So they've obviously heard me say that was Magnus, which is great. It's very difficult for us to immediately communicate with them, but they're listening, which is marvellous. Doing a great job here. Thank you very much.
Air-conditioned inside, heat outside.
Yeah, that's it. We are a little bit warm out here, but to be fair, Stuart, we've got a bit of shade now, haven't we?
We're in an oven, let's not mince it. It's 36 degrees in the shade and climbing, and we're not even at midday yet.
No.
I'm not complaining, it's fantastic, it's a beautiful, beautiful setting. You couldn't wish to ski in a different place. This is absolutely superb.
No, it is marvellous. It is warm, and I think it's going to get warmer over the next 2 days too. So let's watch Magnus come back on 13 metres.
Very patient. He looks like the boat is going 2 miles an hour slower than everybody else. He waits, lets that line, ski come round, hooks up, elbow in the shoulder, elbow in the water at 5. But very impressive to watch. He made that pass look so slow.
Yeah, it's lovely. Very, very strong, talented skier, Magnus. He 3 years ago, when the over 35 Europeans were here, he very kindly helped out doing what you're doing, co-commentary obviously being a Swede, his English is superb.
You mean he wasn't as good?
Yes.
No, Magnus is fantastic. All of this team, they're all very strong skiers. They're used to cold water conditions, and they're used to choppy conditions and windy conditions. So this is luxury for them.
Yeah,
But
he is. Yeah, it's absolutely marvellous, isn't it? But if the conditions were bad, you know that Magnus would go out there and do the job.
Absolutely.
He's actually got a personal best of 2 at 10.75. I'm not sure when he did that, but very strong 3-event skier. 3,000 points tricks, 42.7 jump. So I'm sure be looking for as many points as possible for the overall for the Swedish team.
Yeah, you've seen the shoulders on him. He's definitely got 10.75 shoulders on him.
I have seen the shoulders on him. Yeah, I'll tell you something about that afterwards. Anyway, here he comes at 12 metres.
Nice gate. He's out of one. Not the best hook I've had of one. Oh, he's on his back foot. He's three. He's going to have to work.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he didn't get the best start out of one ball. So I think they'll score him 2.5. We'll have to wait and see. But it just shows, many of these, 2.5. So the shoulders didn't help him on that pass. He didn't get the best of gates. He was a little bit fast through one, and then he had to work from 2 ball. But he's still in there, so I'm just trying to quickly calculate the cut-off now for the finals. I think he will have made that without any problem. We have how many more? 8 more to go. So 8, yeah, we have 8 more to go, and I think he will have earned his place in the finals with that score, 2.5 at 12.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, I'm sure he won't be happy with the score itself, but enough to get into the final, so that's good news. When I'm talking about, you were talking about his shoulders. He at the last event here 3 years ago, he was very naughty at the closing ceremony. He and a British skier who isn't here this time managed to tip a number of people into the pool where the closing ceremony was, fully clothed. And the chief judge here was, I believe, the chief judge then as well, and he went in his full blazer, full suit, and in a chair. He was picked up in the chair and dumped in the pool. And I was one of them who ended up in there as well. So I'm just slightly concerned that the closing party here also has a pool, apparently, the hotel.
I'm sure that was a total accident. I can't believe that Magnus would do such a thing deliberately, and he was probably totally intoxicated.
No, these top athletes don't get intoxicated, do they, Stuart? Ever?
No, I wouldn't know. I'm not a top athlete.
Yes,
Who's
okay.
next off the dock?
So we have another Swede, Henrik. Now I'm not sure. I'm afraid I haven't checked this pronunciation. I think it's Tengius, but
Tengius, I'd go with Tengius.
Tengius.
We can ask Magnus in a minute.
Yes, when he comes
If
back.
he's not in too bad a mood, we'll see. But he's made the final.
Well, exactly.
That's
Yeah.
what counts. And making my point earlier, it may be an advantage to go off the dock earlier. He's got nothing to beat. He's going to be angry. He's going to want to prove that he can get deeper down that pass. And everyone that skis after him is going to have to chase his score.
Well, let's see. So Henrik is also going in on 14 metres.
Επόμενος αθλητής στο νερό από Σουηδία, ο Χένρικ Τέγκιους με 14.
Okay, this is Henrik from Sweden. He's approaching the course on his opening pass, which is 14 meters. 1-4. He'll be at a speed of 55 kph or 34 miles per hour. Conditions are perfect this morning. And nicely round 1 ball. Interesting out there. He's on a Mappel ski. I haven't seen anybody so far on the late Andy Mappel ski, which is the light blue ski, but he's a tall, strong Swedish skier and easily made that pass. No problems at all for Henrik.
So completed that pass. I think it looks to me now as if Andrias Toutsiaridis of Greece is in the final with 1.5 at 12, if I've calculated that correct. So there are 4 skiers there. 8, yeah. So Henrik is one of 8 left. So it now looks as if the cut-off point is 1.5 at 12. Or rather, 1.5 at 12 is in, so anything over 1 will make the final. I think I've got that right, Stuart. I hope so.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you're right. We've got Jan Johnson here. Jan, you broke a world record, a European record the other day. What did you score? 4 at 12?
I did 4 on 12, but in fact my own record is 5 on 12. I'd forgotten about it. So we had the handle measured. It was all good. But skiing now at 49 is quite a challenge.
I wouldn't do yourself the disjustice. You earned that record and did superbly well. So well done, Jan.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jan. Leading the scores in the slalom in the over 65 women. Very strong skiing there yesterday, Jan, so congratulations on that and good luck in the final.
I thought I'll come and help you with commentary when the ladies ski. Okay. So give you a bit of a break, but not for the men, because you know all the guys very well.
So there we go, just looking at the replay there.
Yeah, nice patient skier. Lots of time into 2. Good hookup out of 2. Yeah, there was really no problem at all for him on that pass.
So that was the 13-metre pass, and I think we just worked out that you've got to get anything over 1 on the next one will secure you a place in the final. So this is perfectly doable, isn't it?
Yeah.
But the big guns are coming.
So here we go, 12 metres. Let's see if he can get beyond 1.
It's all about the gate. We've seen many of these skiers. See, he's out there a little long. No, that was okay. I think he's good. He's committed well there. He's round 1. Nice hookup out of 1. He's got this, I think. Yeah, early for 6. That was a textbook pass. Just goes to show about the gate. Some of these other skiers that didn't get past 1 or 2, it was all down to the gate. And yeah, that was a superb start.
That's good. So he'll be the third skier going in on the 11.25 metre line, where the rope does not reach the boys. So the leader at the moment has 2 at 11. And the second place is 1 at 11. So we'll see if Henrik can actually take the lead.
And Henrik's skiing as a team skier for Sweden. So the Swedes will, this score will definitely help them. I believe they count the best of today and if the skier makes the final. So he'll definitely be pushing Sweden up with a good score here today. I haven't checked the scores, Jane, this morning, but as of last night, the competition that we had France leading in the overall, followed by UK, Great Britain, and then thirdly was Belgium.
Okay, great. Now, have a look at this, Stuart. 11 metres. So you can get a good start.
Yeah, which he did. Oh, he's okay. So he was maybe a little bit narrow at 1. He did well to be patient, let that ski come round, and he just safely banked 2. He didn't try and go to 3. He didn't need to. He's earned his spot in the finals. He'll be one of the last skiers off the dock. In fact, somebody else has tied with 11, so I think it goes on count back as to where their ranking is in terms of which one of those 2 leaves the dock last in the finals.
So presumably, as he's in Series 1, he will be the highest seed. So, but at the moment, equal with Yes, Stefan Lunt on 2 at 11, and then we have Sebastien Marois with 1 at 11. So joint first place so far for Henrik. And next we should have Anders Foss of Norway.
Yeah. And worth reminding people at home, Jane, that in the finals it will be a runoff for first place if the two skiers in the best seeded or best score are identical, then they have a runoff. If it comes to second or third place, so the silver and bronze medal, then they don't normally run off. They count back to what they did in this qualifying round. So it's all to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. That is confirmed. That's the rules for this competition as well. So getting a good score in the preliminary round can be crucial. If you think you're going to get on the podium, but you know, you want to get as high a score in the preliminary as possible. So here we go. This is Anders Foss of Norway. Opening pass, 14 meters.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις βλέπουμε αυτή τη στιγμή είναι ο Νορβηγός Anders Foss με 14 μέτρα σκηνή για στην πρώτη του προσπάθεια. Όσον αφορά τα αποτέλεσματα στο σλάλομ, αυτή τη στιγμή έχουμε δύο αθλητές που έχουν περάσει το 11 και 25 με 2 μπάλες, τον Lund Stefan από Σουηδία και τον Tengius Henrik από Σουηδία επίσης. Έξι μπάλες για το πρώτο πέρασμα του Foss. 6 μπάλες με 13 μέτρα σκηνή. Ξεκίνησε με 13 ο Foss. 13, yes.
Yeah, just corrected that. That was going in at 13, so not 14 meters.
Well, the first skier to do so as well, I think, Jane. So obviously the skier can choose any line length they start, but they don't start scoring until they've run all 6 buoys. So it is a risk if you pick a line that's too short and you don't run the pass, then you're out.
Well, his qualifying score for this competition was 4 at 10.75, so I suppose he would consider 13 a pretty gentle opening pass, which wouldn't be the case for many skiers here, obviously.
No, I think you're right, but as we keep saying, he's got to deliver it off the dock without a practice, and let's see what he can do now coming back on 12. Yeah.
Well, I must say, from my point of view here, that looked as easy a 12 as some of the pros you see. I don't know if you'd agree with that, Stuart?
I would, yeah, that was by far the best 12-metre pass we've seen today and possibly even yesterday. He was so patient on his gate, I even thought that he was maybe too late for his gate, but he waited, got hooked up nicely behind the boat, finished one ball and stayed still, turned every turn, stayed still across the wakes and made very light work of that. I can see why he's got a PB somewhere deep down 10.7.
Well, yeah, actually his PB is 1 at 10.2 from about 5 years ago. So there aren't many skiers who can say they've got into the 10.2 line. 10.25, significantly more difficult than the 10.75 line. It doesn't sound very much, half a metre, but it certainly is.
No, it makes all the difference every time they steal a little bit more line away from you. You've got to reach that bit further. Your timing at the gate has got to be absolutely perfect. I'm not sure how long he's been in this age category, or when he's moving up to my age category, but I hope it's not for another 10 years.
No, he's pretty young. He's only 45, so he's just in it. He's got a long time in this category. So here we go, 11. See if he can take the lead. It's looking like it. Indeed he does. Is he going to run this? I think he is. Wow. That is superb skiing and takes the lead by a long way.
Yeah, no, he's definitely earned his place in the final. That was a very easy pass for him at 11. He was a little bit out of shape somewhere, didn't panic, stayed still and got to 6 with time to spare. First skier, I believe, in this category to get down the 11-metre pass, so he will be looking for a score of 10.7 on his return.
Yep, Jan Johnson's still here. Just said he's on fire. I mean, that's a good description. That's very, very good skiing.
Like Brooks Springsteen says, he's on fire.
Okay, he'll be getting his standard 50-second breather at the far end of the lake now. He'll recompose himself. He'll be thinking about his gate pull-out, where he needs to be positioned alongside that pylon. Remember, there is not enough rope to reach the buoys at this point. He is a tall skier, but he's going to have to stretch to get around one, and he needs to finish that turn with a nice tight line to slingshot him across for 2 ball and see how many he can get. We did see Robbie Alexander get a score of 4 at 10.7 on this lake earlier last weekend.
And his best score is half and 10.25.
That's true, yeah.
So here we go. One.
So that just shows, I think he was narrow on that gate. He pulled out, he got slightly narrow and just safety banked 1 ball at 10.7. So he was at full stretch. He was lucky to reach, I think, that one. But he's got the one. He's certainly leading by a full 5 buoys at the moment.
Yeah, comfortably taken the lead with that fantastic score. So congratulations to Anders Foss. Into the lead with 1 at 10.75. First skier to get into 10.75 in these championships.
Και έχουμε το πρώτο δεκάρι του αγώνα, ενώ στα μέτρα σκηνή από τον Anders Foss της Νορβηγίας, μία μπάλα στα 10.75 και αυτή τη στιγμή τον φέρνει στην πρώτη θέση. Έχουμε όμως και άλλους αθλητές με υψηλές επιδόσεις. Γάλλος ο επόμενος αθλητής, ο Νικολά Ντουκρό. Με 14 μέτρα σκηνή. Το καλύτερό του είναι 2 στα 10.75. Είναι 51 ετών.
So next skier on the water, Nicolas Ducrot of France on 14 metres.
Okay, these opening passes should be an easy pass for these guys. They've done this 1,000 times before. They've earned their right to ski last. And just proving the point, no problems at all with that opening pass on 14 metres.
Yeah, great stuff. Just to confirm, still the guaranteed place in the final will be anything more than 1 at 12 metres at the moment. So all of these skiers should be capable of that. The top seeds, we've just seen Anders Foss get into 10.75. The remaining skiers after Nicolas Ducrot are Gabor Nemeth of Hungary, our only Hungarian skier, I believe. Rikos Zavopoulos of Greece, Robbie Alexander of South Africa, Thierry Rocher of France, and Pierre Sazinski of Switzerland. So those are the remaining skiers in this category before we move on to the over 45 women. So 13 metres for Nicolas.
Another walk in the park. That was easy, very easy for him. It's interesting, you know, the water is so flat here, you do see any little bobble on the ski. And although it's flat, there's just a tiny little bit of wash. 50 seconds is enough, and it's the same for everybody. But you do see that ski flex a bit across the wakes. and it's very important that the skier is balanced and over their front foot as they make the turn.
I love it. We always say a walk in the park when it looks like a really easy pass. Of course, I guess it doesn't really feel like that when you're out there, does it? I mean, it may look it, but you still have to put in the effort. It is a hard thing to do, even your so-called easy pass.
Yes, I mean when it's easy, what we call easy is it feels good. You're not panicked, you're balanced, and you make the turn, and the handle is there. That's what we mean by easy. Of course, it's not easy, but there are those passes which you do, which you think that was beautiful. Why can't I do that again?
Okay, so let's see. This is for a place in the final.
12 meters, he needs a bit more than one or two.
One.
Yeah, that was nice. He's on his back foot out of 2. He's a left foot skier. He's going to make it up on 3. Patient. 4, back footing again. 5, big hook. No, he was late. Okay, so there's no real problems with that. He's got to 5 ball at 12 meter line. That's earned him a place. He's up near the top of that group of 12. But yeah, he just got onto his back foot out of 2 ball, and that 5 at 12 is the official score given by the judges for Nicolas Ducrot. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he won't particularly be happy with the score, but definitely a place in the final, so plenty of opportunity to improve. He does have a personal best of 2 at 10.75. I think that's from 2020, so not so long ago. And he's was the French champion in 2019 and 2020. But yeah, 5 at 12. It's a place in the final, so he lives to fight again.
Absolutely. As I say, the significance of this opening pass or opening round is that when it comes to countback, if you're playing for second place and you tie with a skier who has a higher score than you in this qualifying round, then they will take that medal if it's for second or third place. So what this means is that the skier has to go all out. This skier is going to want to win. If he wins ahead of all the other skiers, then that's it. But if it goes on countback, he will be disadvantaged by some of these other skiers who have a higher score in the 11 meter line. So the next skier is going to be from Hungary. As you say, we only have one skier representing Hungary, and that is Gabor Nemeth. I haven't seen him ski myself, Jane, so I don't know how he's going to get on. But he is one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more skiers. He is the 5th of 5, which means he should have a last year's score deep down into 11 or even 10-7.
Yeah, qualifying score of 3 at 10.75, and his best from 2016 was 1 at 10.25, so very capable. Not very much information about him. He's 53 years old, and his highest placing in Europe, his highest ranking in Europe was number 3.
So he's not one of the youngest pups in this age category. I like that. I like that. That means he's going to be showing these youngsters how to do it. But it also means he's coming up to my age category soon of the over 55s, which I don't like.
Oh, bad luck, Stuart.
Επόμενος αθλητής στο νερό από την Ουγγαρία, Γκαμπόρ Νέμεθ με 13 μέτρα σκηνή, η πρώτη του προσπάθεια. Ο προηγούμενος αθλητής, ο Νίκολας Ντουκρό, 5 μπάλες με 12 μέτρα σκηνή, τον βάζει σίγουρα στον τελικό. Για να δούμε τι θα κάνει και ο Γκαμπόρ.
I wouldn't say that was the easiest of opening passes. I think he chose to go out on 13 metres looking at the colour of that line, but I'm not sure that will have set him up well. Nice and wide for the gate. but a little bit comp nerves, I'd say, is what I'm looking at. So a little bit of slack line, buckled a bit at 1. That will start messing with your head as he goes into 2, gets himself back into position. But again, tentative there, he's a little bit on the back foot. He's going to have to step it up a bit to get deep down the next few passes. As I say, some skiers respond well to pressure and the adrenaline gets you going and what have you. I think if that were me, you'll get up to that first, the first pass you run, get up to that end, be thinking about what you did wrong and what you want to do now on that second pass. So I expect him to come out fighting for 12 and hopefully look a lot smoother than he did on that opening pass.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was too long for him, the line length. You never know.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. A lot of these skiers, if they're used to short line, it's a slightly different technique,
OK, so let's see what he can do at 12 metres. Just anything more than 1 will get him into the final. Oh, wow. Whew. Well, that's just about got him in, but that was very close.
Yeah, again, he didn't seem to get a good connection out of 1 ball. I'm not sure whether he'll get the quarter or the half on that. We'll have to see on the replay exactly where he released the handle. But he looks like he's nice up there. Maybe drags back a little bit, so he's a bit narrow on the gate, which means he's got no room on 1 ball. Yeah, 1 ball, he buckles, handle comes in. A lot of speed into 2, handle goes down. Yeah, we'll have to see how they score that.
Looked to me like he holds the handle up very high when he turns in for the gate. I mean, it's a bit difficult to see because we've got a bit of a glare on the screen here, but looking at the replay, I mean, I guess everybody has a different technique on the gate.
For sure, gates are so important, and you'll watch all these, all the pro skiers, shall we say, all with different techniques. Some keep the handle right close to the hip and rotate in. Some of the guys lift the handle high. I prefer to lift, turn my hips underneath and then get going. But often it depends if you're a left foot forward skier or right foot forward skier and how you're being coached.
Well, just to confirm, the judges have given him the full half buoy. So 1.5 at 12, which guarantees him a place in the final. Now we have Rikos Zervopoulos of Greece.
Και αυτή τη στιγμή βλέπουμε το Ρίκο Ζερβόπουλο από Ελλάδα, 14 μέτρα σκηνή, 52 ετών ο Ρίκος, το καλύτερό του είναι 2 στα 10 και 75, πολλές φορές πρωταθλητής εδώ στην Ελλάδα, πανελληνιών νίκης και στους πανευρωπαϊκούς άντρων των 35 fifth, τέταρτος. Sponsors έχει την εταιρεία Blink, η οποία είναι και δική του, Ski to Glory, Arabaji Service.
So that was a 14-metre pass for Rikos, who's a Greek national champion and record holder.
Yeah, I saw Rikos ski in the Pambotis Open last weekend, and I think he got 2.5 at 11. He's a very good skier, very smooth, doesn't move a great deal on that ski, turns, stays still, and yeah, well, I expect him to get deep down 11.
Yeah, he's got a couple on the 10.75 line at this speed at 55 kph. But again, it's anything can happen. But let's have a look at him come back on 13 metres.
Yep. He's got such a nice style, you know. He's patient, he brings that ski round, he hooks up and he goes.
You know, that seemed to me like a classic example of what they talk about, the pendulum swing.
Correct, yeah.
I mean, it looked to me, you just get out, up, and then swing down, and it just looked the sort of thing that I would love to emulate, even at the longer line lengths and the slower speeds that I ski at.
Me too. I don't know what setting he's got. We haven't talked about settings, but a lot of these skiers like A2, and remember on the zero-off system that is equipped to this Ski Nautique 6-litre, you've got the choice of A, B and C, and then a power rating within that band of 1, 2 and 3. And the A puts on the power later on, so you make the turn and the power comes on pretty much as you're going off the second wakes. B is kind of pretty much in the middle, and then C brings the power on as you make the turn at the buoys. So very interesting to see the different weight of these skiers and the line lengths in terms of what letter and what number they choose. But no, that was a superb pass.
And it is personal preference, isn't it? But you do hear a lot of them on A2. Anyway, let's have a look at Rikos at 12 metres. So more than one will get him into the final.
Oh, he's out of shape.
Oh yes, I mean that was always going to be difficult, really, after that 4.
Yeah, I think some of these lines, when you get to that 12-metre line, there's just no margin for error, and you can fight a few turns on the longer lines, and you may get back under control. But he was out of shape there from 2 ball, and it went downhill from 4. So
4.5 at 12 through to the final.
Yeah, another skier that's made it through. Does that change our cutoff? I don't think it does, does it?
No, it's still exactly the same. At the moment, the last skier who is guaranteed a place in the final is Andreas Tsourides of Greece with 1.5 at 12. So anything over 1.25 will do it, I guess.
So do we knock somebody out?
Let me just see. Hang on. No, or is that just the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so that's it. So, yeah. Andreas is... Yeah, no, so in fact, he's got the 12th spot.
Okay.
So in fact, it's
at the moment.
It's two skiers are on 1.5 at 12.
Okay.
So there you go.
I don't know how that will work, whether they go on count back if we end up with that as a final score, or whether they both get... I
think for the final spot in the final, it would be a runoff, as I understand it, to get the final spot. They won't take more than 12 through, so we'll just have to have a look at that.
Yep.
Let me... Just while you're talking about the next skier, I'll just try and work that out for you, Stuart.
Sounds good, Jane. We've only got 3 more skiers to go, and the next skier is my favourite here, Robbie Alexander of the Republic of South Africa. Robbie skied deep down 10. I think he got 4 at 10.7 the other day, and made it look so easy. So we know he's capable of running this pass and getting down a score of 10.2. Whether he chooses to do that will be interesting. My point about tactics, do you want to be the last skier off the dock? Do you want to know what score you've got to beat? Theoretically, to stop you from making the decision to go light on your qualifying, we've got that rule that says if you tie with somebody for 2nd or 3rd place, they're going to count the score you post here today in qualifying. So theoretically, all these skiers want to go out and deliver the best possible score they can in case they tie with somebody in the final for 2nd or 3rd, and in which case we'll look back at the score they posted today, and that will decide who gets the silver or bronze medal. Obviously for gold, if 2 skiers tie with the same score for 1st place in the finals, then we operate the runoff system. They go again on a line length longer, 1 line length longer than they completed in the final. And they keep doing that until a winner is determined. So Robbie is one of the South African skiers. You'll see many of them using the Lapointe ski. Chris Lapointe, I believe, goes out regularly and skis with these guys either in Greece or in South Africa, and personally sets up that ski for them. So Robbie, a big fan and a big advocate for Lapointe skis. So Robbie's safely down, opening pass, no problem at all for him there. I like to look at where he finishes with a nice tight line at his hip. He's patient, he lets the ski come around fully before he picks up the handle and goes. There's no pulling the line into his chest or wheeling backwards. Very, very patient skier.
Yeah, and just to confirm, I'm not very good with maths, you know, but I've added this up, and yes, we're still in the situation where the two joint 8th places, Gabor Nemeth and Andreas Tsoutsourides, are both in with 1.5 at 12. So it's only really if any of these final skiers have a disaster that the final positions will change. Clearly, the next person, Dimitris Francis of Greece, would go through if one of these final 3 skiers come unstuck. But we wouldn't expect that, of course, the calibre of the skiers here. But let's have a look, see what Robbie Alexander can do on 13.
Yeah, very, very easy, just as I'd expect from Robbie. No problems at all there. He barely pulls the handle in. He skis round patiently, gets into position and then loads. Nice skiing.
Yeah, we should point out, of course, this is, we often just call these the European Championships, but it is the Europe and Africa Championships, which is why we have South African skiers here. The two are combined. I think it's because the African Confederation, the African skiers are small in number that they join up with the European Confederation, as I understand it. It used to be Europe, Africa and Middle East, I think, many years ago, but it's now called Europe and Africa.
Yes, and let's not forget many of these skiers have close contacts in Europe. I know that Robbie skis at Drepani with Sotiris and Anne-Marie. If you want to get one of the best venues and some good coaching out in Greece and a beautiful suntan at the same time, Google Drepani water ski down near Poros, and they will look after you with some fantastic accommodation, hospitality and coaching.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sotiris Kyprios, who skied here, is the owner there and coach. Here we go, Robbie on 12 metres. As expected, he's in the final. I think there's no dramas there. Another no dramas.
No panic, no panic. So patient, so patient. Yeah, that's what we'd expect from Robbie Alexander of South Africa. He's going to get stuck in now on the 12-metre line. 11-metre line on his way back. And the best score we've seen so far is, 1 at 10.7. So there's only one skier that's completed the 11-metre line. I saw Robbie do that last weekend.
On this site.
On this site.
He knows exactly what it's like.
Absolutely. Yeah. Moving down from that, the next best score on the 11-metre line is 2 at 11, which was achieved by 2 of the skiers. Both the Swedes are holding a position of 2 at 11.
So this is really all about seeding now. He's through to the final. Robbie Alexander, see what he can do at 11. You were talking about many of these African skiers skiing in Europe. Coming up, of course, is somebody I know, Samantha Bloomsma, who operates with her husband, Jamie, Four Lakes Water Ski School in the UK, in the beautiful Cotswolds. OK, here we go. Robbie Alexander, 11 metres.
Not the best of starts. He's going to have to work. Oh, a lot of slack out of 3. He's going to have to work.
Oh, no.
So he didn't get the best of starts there on that 11-metre pass. We'll just watch him on replay, see what went wrong. And let's keep this in perspective, of course. He's still second seed at the moment with that score. So I think he drifted back a little bit on his gate, is what I would say there. He wasn't as high up on the boat as he'd like. So had to reach for 1. Now he's narrow into 2. Yeah, big turn at 2. Yeah, I think that's all down to the gate. A lot of slack out of 3. Couldn't get himself back into shape and across to 4. So score of 3 at 11.25 metres for Robbie. Comfortably into the finals. I think that puts him second from last out of the 12 skiers that make the finals. So he'll get to see, for now so far, we've still got 2 very good skiers to go, which is Thierry Rocher from France and Pierre Sesinski from Switzerland.
I think this is already looking like it's going to be a really good final. I'm really looking forward to this. Very competitive, I'm sure, and it'll be interesting to know whether in the final the nerves will be worse or whether they'll be settled from having the preliminary round. I guess when it's down to whether you're going to win or get a medal at a Europe and Africa Championships, then there's always nerves on the dock.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these guys and girls have done this before. They know what they're doing, but I don't think it gets any easier with age. You've just got to deliver on the day, and it's so unforgiving out there. If you buckle, you twist, something doesn't quite go to plan. All the training and practice scores in the world don't help you. It's what you can do on the day. It should be Thierry Rocher of France. I didn't catch the line length. That looks, is that 14? That's maybe 13. Let's see. That's a 14 start, yeah, 14 meters. Very tall skier. But another one with lovely line control, working behind the boat, not spiking that zero off system, and being very patient. Comfortably down his opening pass. I don't know what his best was in qualifying last year, but he's positioned second from last, so he must have a very good score to be in this start position.
Yeah, I think his qualifying score from last year was 2 at 10.75. Haven't actually got at least if I have got a biog of him, it's not in front of me. I don't recall seeing one, but as I say, that's a pretty high qualifying score, 2 at 10.75. So Thierry is the penultimate skier in the over 45 men.
How many have we got then in 45s, ladies, after this?
We have 9.
9, okay.
9 women.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at this 13 metres.
Yeah, that was a very easy pass coming back on 13. He was very comfortable out there. I don't think there's any problems with that pass at all. Nice and wide up on the boat. Left foot skier turns in well. Finished one with a lovely tight line, stayed still, worked behind the boat. And super early for all of those turns. So he knows he's going to have to get down this next pass. We're moving on to the 12-meter line. He's got to get somewhere halfway down, I think, on our calculations at the moment, or certainly past 2 ball to guarantee his place. But on his past performances, he's very capable of getting down this pass and the next one, 11 meters after this. So the boat gives all skiers that 50-second break. He'll get one buzzer from the boat to give him a warning, and the second buzzer he has to go, and he's now approaching back on 12-meter line. Oh, it was a little bit bumpy there out of 2, but you see, that for me was a lovely pass. He wasn't in the best shape out of 2 ball, but he didn't panic. He sat in position, stayed in position, got his hips up, and was early by the time he got to 6.
That is someone who's a very good competitor. You get back and you look in better shape by the time you get to 6 than you did earlier on at 12 metres. Yeah.
I made the point earlier about there being no room for error on 12, but clearly there is. Yeah, looking at that replay, so he definitely hit a little bit of wash on 2, but wasn't phased, got stuck in again at 3, and was back in the game and early by the time he got to 6. Very good skiing.
So as expected, another finalist confirmed. But he won't want to leave it at that. He'll want to try to run this pass, 11.25 metres.
So he's nice and up on the boat. Good pick up out of 1. Oh, his handle dunked. I think that's 1.5. I think he pinged the handle before getting back to the wake of to the first line of boat buoys.
Certainly looked as if it sort of hit the water and then pinged out of his hand, but let's have a look on the replay.
Yeah, so the judges are scoring him as 1.5. So he's dropped back again, another skier that's got up on the boat. But I think the judges are just calling for a review. We'll just have to check on there.
So it's a question there, for anybody who was listening earlier, your description of half buoys, quarter buoys, full buoys. That's a difficult one. So it's you think either 1 or 1.5 or even 1.25. That's the issue.
Yeah, and it's this subjective test that we've now brought into slalom about in the skiing position. Now, I always ski with my face flat on the water and handle out in front of me, but the judges may feel that that's not in the skiing position. I think he, in this instance, let go of the handle somewhere at 2 ball. And the question is, did he let go of the handle before or after his front boot on that ski was outside of 2 ball? And they'll be looking closely at that on replay to see if he was holding the handle out with his ski outside of that 2 ball. They'll score him the 1.25, 1.5.
Yeah, I mean, that's the joy of having the video, of course. They can look back at it when it's really difficult, but it seems as if they've scored him just 1 buoy. So 1 buoy at 11.25. So that's Thierry Rocher's final score, as we understand it, 1 at 11.25. But of course, as we said, he's in the final, but it just means he won't be top seed or even second seed with that score.
Yep.
So currently we still have Anders Foss of Norway in that top seed position with 1 at 10.75, followed by Robbie Alexander with 3 at 11, and Stefan Lund with 2 at 11, and Henrik Tengius with the same score, 2 at 11. But we have one final skier in the over 45 men, and that is Pierre Sazinski of Switzerland, who is very capable. His personal best is 3 at 10.25.
That's outrageous.
It is outrageous. Not sure, again, I haven't got a year for that, but I'm pretty sure he's got a qualifying score on, also on the 10.25 line, so 1.5 at 10.25. So that will be a score in a competition from last year?
Yes, no, I'm looking forward to seeing this. The conditions are perfect. As we say, he's got to do it off the dock. He's not had a warm-up, he's not had a practice. He'll have stretched down there and done everything he can to give himself the best possible chance. But it is only 1 go. So he does have ski in his surname, so Sazinski. Maybe that's a good luck charm. I'm curious how long that boat is staying down there, So the judges will be looking at how long the boat is stationary before they require a ghost pass for the final skier, but I think that it's maybe 5 minutes that they allow. we'll see. I'm not sure what they're waiting for.
Okay, sitting very patiently on the dock there. It's probably not what you'd really like, I guess. A little weight. Not ideal, but obviously he's a very seasoned competitor. 50 years old is Pierre Sasinski, and still getting into 10.25.
Yeah, it just goes to show age is no barrier in slalom if you are with the right mindset, in the right position, and you work in the correct position behind the boat. It's not all about muscle.
I've just heard that Thierry Rocher's score may have been adjusted up to 1.5. So we'll just wait for that to come up on the official. Yes, it has in fact just changed. So they've given him the half. So that moves him up a little bit. And now here we have Pierre Sasinski coming in on 14 metres, our last skier in the over 45 men's preliminary.
Yeah, so that was a very easy pass. He did an interesting double take on his pull-out, so he kind of pulled out maybe early, stood up there, and then you see him do another little pull just to get himself wide enough, settled nice and patient round through the gates. Yeah, so he's safely down. He's a left foot forward skier. And safely down that 14 metres.
You talk about that sort of double pull-out. I mean, I've been told, well, we have the same coach, or at least my coach occasionally is Steve Glanfield at Oxford, and they're very big on gates. But the thing is, I've always been told that if you pull out and make a mistake, you've just got to stay on that left-hand edge until just before you want to turn in to go through the gates.
Yeah, it's so important to keep pressure on the line, I think, is what we're looking for. You can say it's, left shoulder is where the weight is, keep the ski pointing left, but you want that pressure on the line as you turn in. Many of the skiers you'll see in the lower categories, we start drifting in and then hook up, and you then find yourself now at one ball. So let's see what he does on his 13 metres. Yeah, that was another textbook pass. Very easily done. He does work hard. It's good to see that the skier there, he connects up rather than sitting there and waiting, thinking it's a 13-metre line. He's trying to get as early as he can for the next buoy, and that shows in his skiing. That was a very, very easy 13-metre pass. You mentioned Oxford. We haven't given Oxford a plug, so if any skiers or family friends or competitors want to come and have a ski in the UK, Google OWSC, that's Oxford Wakeboard and Ski Club, owsc.co.uk, and you can go and ski behind the new Carbon 200, either the 200 or the new Carbon Nautique at Oxford Wakeboard and Ski Club. The coach there is Steve Glanfield, and he will look after you.
Yep, and as well as coaching you, he also coaches when he's in the UK, the one and only Freddie Winter.
Yes, he does, and we had our world champion, Joel Poland, down at Oxford the other day, giving a bit of advice to any skiers that were there. So we punch above our weight for a little island with cold weather. We do okay.
Yeah, there you go. Here we go. So, Pierre Sasinski for a place in the final, 12 metres. As expected there, no dramas. No dramas.
Yeah, no, that was very easy. He does something quite unusual with his head that I'm watching. So he rolls in with his head, which I was always taught, you don't do that. You keep your eyes level with the surface of the water. Watch his head out of one ball. You'll see. So he's in the head leans first, which is unusual. Maybe that's why he got slightly buckled, I don't know. But He straightens up from 2 to 3. Gets nice and stacked behind the boat. Pushes that handle forward so that he keeps a tight line out of the turn. And yeah, very good. 12-meter pass.
So, of course, we now do know our 12 finalists, but before we run through who they will be, they've been the same for quite some time, because these top seeds have, even if they haven't got the score they wanted, have done what's expected of them to do enough to get into the final. So, but let's see if Pierre Sosinski can actually run this 11.25 pass.
He gets so much angle out of these turns. I didn't think he had the best start to that, but he's all over this 11-meter pass. Yeah, with time to spare. So
early for an 11-meter pass. I mean, I know he's a tall guy, but it's not just that.
Yeah.
That's good. So second skier of the day to get into the 10.75 meter line. Can he score more than one on it to overtake Anders Foss of Norway and go into the final as the top seed? We will see shortly after the set down for the water to settle. 50 seconds after the boat passes the exit gates. Pierre Sosinski will have to be coming up again, ready to set up for the gate. How difficult must it be to set up for the gate at 10.75?
Yeah, I mean, there is, as you've mentioned earlier, there's no room here for error at all. He needs to be alongside that boat as the bow of the boat goes through those reds. He's going to make his turn in. Obviously, he doesn't want to miss the gate, but if he can get as close to that right-hand gate buoy as he can, that gives him all the advantage that he can get. Here he comes. 10.75. There's a lovely gate.
Oh, half, I think.
A little too hard into one ball, so he definitely tried to crank one ball. He's a left foot forward skier, which means that's his onside turn. Nicely through the gate, but took a little too much out of one to be able to hold it across the two.
So we'll wait for the judges to confirm that, but would you think that was a half?
I think that's a half score myself, but see what they say.
But whatever it is, he's gone into the final as the second seed, so not top seed, and from your point of view, that would be a good position to be.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't matter really whether it's a half or the one, as you say. He's in that second from last off the dock. He can see what everybody else does. The significance of that score is only if he ties with the Norwegian Anders Foss for a second or third place. Then Anders would take that because he got a slightly higher score with the full one at 10.7. Let's just confirm what the judges have given him.
Yeah, they've given him half, so that's right. So we can now run through our finalists in the over 45 men's slalom. Top seed, Anders Foss of Norway, 1 at 10.75. Then Pierre Sosinski of Switzerland, half at 10.75. Robbie Alexander of South Africa, 3 at 11. Stefan Lund of Sweden, 2 at 11. And Henrik Tengius of Sweden, 2 at 11 also. Thierry Rocher of France, 1.5 at 11. Sébastien Marois of France, 1 at 11. Nicolas Ducroux, also of France, 5 at 12. Rikos Zevopoulos of Greece, 4.5 at 12. Magnus Jonsson of Sweden, 2.5 at 12. Gabor Nemeth of Hungary, 1.5 at 12. And Andreas Tutsiarides, also 1.5 at 12. So they should be your 12 finalists. So congratulations to them, some great skiing. And they will have a chance to go again in the final.
And I think that final, Jane, is on Sunday. So the over 45s men will be skiing for the medals on Sunday.
Τελείωσε και η κατηγορία άνω των 45 άνδρες στη σειρά 1 και οι 12 τυχεροί που μπαίνουν στον τελικό είναι ο Anders Foss από την Νορβηγία με 1 στα 10 και 75. Ο Τσεσίνσκι Πιέρ από την Ελβετία με μισή στα 10 και 75. Ο Ρόμπι Αλεξάνδερ από την Νότια Αφρική με 3 στα 11 και 25. Ο Στεφάν Λούντ από Σουηδία 2 στα 11 και 25. Ο Χένρικ Τέγκους από Σουηδία με 2 στα 11 και 25. Ο Τιερί Ροσέ από Γαλλία με 1,5 στα 11 και 25, ο Σεμπαστιάν Μαρουά από Γαλλία με 1 στα 11 και 25, ο Νίκολας Ντουκρό από Γαλλία με 5 στα 12, ο Ζερβόπουλος Ρίκος από Ελλάδα με 4,5 στα 12, ο Μάγνους Γιόνσον από Σουηδία 2,5 στα 12, ο Γκαμπόρ Νέμεθ από Ουγγαρία με 1,5 στα 12 και ο Τουτζιαρίδης Ανδρέας από Ελλάδα με 1,5 στα 12. Δύο Έλληνες λοιπόν στους τελικούς στην κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 45 στο σλάλομ.
Okay, so without any further ado, we're straight into the over 45 women with Beverly Stevenson of Great Britain going in on the 18-metre line at 52 kilometres per hour, which is the speed at which this age category for the women maximum speed, or the compulsory speed rather. We'll just watch her get through this first pass. Fingers crossed it all goes well for Beverly. Yep, no dramas as we say. And I'd like to say as Beverly finishes there, thank you very much to Stuart Scott Ely for talking us through the men. He'll be back later on. But I'm now joined by Jan Johnson of South Africa to talk us through the ladies. Welcome, Jan. Thank you very much for helping us out here.
That's a pleasure, and always an absolute pleasure to watch the ladies on the water. And lots of nerves been going on over there, but beautiful conditions, and a big shout out to the organisers. It's been an incredible competition. The Greeks not only are they incredibly professional, but so friendly and so relaxed. So for us as skiers, it just makes it such a pleasure for us to ski here.
That's very nice to hear. So we're just looking at the replay of Beverly there. A nice calming pass for her.
I think a nice relaxed pass always sets you up for a good performance.
Of course, she probably wouldn't want us to say her age, but as with a couple of the British men, she is actually skiing in a lower age category. She is entitled to ski in the over 55. She's skiing in the over 45s. Here she comes back on 16 metres. Jan, have a look at this, see what you think.
So she's pulled out nice and wide for the gate. Going around one little bit on the back foot. Nice too. She seems to be well in her rhythm now. Going around oh my word. Very disappointing. And really she was early. Everything seemed to be looking good. It seemed to me that she just didn't grab the handle properly. Very disappointing for her.
That's a shame, because I thought she looked in very good shape, and I thought that was a cert and she was going to get into 14 there, but it's a high pressure competition. Little mistake. Looking at the replay there, let's have a look at it. Yeah.
No fracture, just location.
Oh yes, just seemed to come around that hard and then ping the handle. Shame for Beverly, but there we go. There are actually nine women in this category, and 5 will go through to the final. So we'll have to see what those scores will be. Next up is Corinne Emmett of France.
Ξεκίνησε η κατηγορία των γυναικών άνω των 45 ετών στο σλάλομ, προκριματικός γύρος. Η πρώτη αθλήτρια που είδαμε ήταν η Beverly Stephenson από την Μεγάλη Βρετανία. Δεν τα κατάφερε να περάσει το πρώτο πέρασμα και έτσι έχει 6 μπάλες στην αρχική ταχύτητα που είναι 49. Η αθλήτρια που μόλις ξεκίνησε είναι η Corinne Emmett από τη Γαλλία.
So as we see Corinne Emmett of France go in on her opening pass, 18 metres. The confirmed score for Beverly was 4.5 at 16 metres. Corinne Emmett is one of the a large contingent of French skiers here. Big team they have. Very nice skier.
And she's also the mother of a famous skier, a bit like Hilary Winter. Her son Charlie Emmett doing incredibly well. So nice to see families participate and parents and kids both doing well internationally at the same time.
Yeah, Charlie is a British skier, so his mum skis for France, but Charlie is in the British squad. He's been skiing pretty well. He's been training a lot in Florida. I think he came back to the UK. I'm not sure whether he's there now or gone back to Florida, but a family of skiers, mum and son, like Hilary and Freddie, and of course Freddie's dad Martin as well, skiing here.
And a lot of these skiers seem to be very international. I was thinking of Pierre Zazinski, Swiss. He lives in Spain, and he does his training with my coach, Vinny Soubiron, in Toulouse. So that's in France. And our Robbie Alexander, spends most of his year in Greece, but also does a lot of business in the United States.
Yeah, very international sport, lots of travelling, and it's very expensive, of course, but there you go. Here comes Corinne on 16 metres.
A nice relaxed pass for Corinne. It's a very brutal and a very humbling sport. There is just no room for error, as we saw with Beverly. Very disappointing. One little let go. Beverly, do you want to have a chat to us? I think it was really tough for her because the conditions are beautiful, and it all depends on what you actually do on the day. So brutal, and we just have to pick ourselves up and lick our wounds and hit the water again.
Of
Next
course.
competition.
Of course. And I mean, Corinne, as I say, that looked like a very nice 16-metre pass, but she, just last week at the French Nationals in Beaureche, she got 3.5 at 13. So perhaps not surprising that she looked very comfortable in these beautiful conditions on the 16-metre line.
Nothing like the confidence of a great score from a previous competition. And I think we all know that the World Championships for the seniors will be taking place at Beaureche. And I think it's really great water. I know the skiers really love it, and we really see great scores there.
Good. So let's see what Corinne can do on 14 metres. She'd hoped to run this, clearly, from her recent experience.
So pulling out nice and wide. Around 2. Seems to be completely in control. Whoops, a little bit of a jerk. Going into 5.
Oh.
And isn't it incredible? The moment you have something go wrong, we usually see the repercussion, maybe a boy or 2 boys later.
Yeah.
So close, but so far.
That's such a shame, isn't it? When I mean, as you say, the mistake was made earlier. By the time she got to 5, she just couldn't pull it back to get round to 6. Let's have a look at the replay. Looking good up to there.
And all the ladies have a shortening speed at 52.
But there she just seemed to come up, almost stood up on the ski from 4 to 5.
And then to recover from that, not easy. To get back into position and turn could have been done, but not easy.
Still a good score, but of course not for Corinne, who would expect or at least hope to have got into 13 metres. But that's a confirmed score of 4.5 at 14. So next up, we should have Angeliki Papadimitriou, who kindly came and spoke to us yesterday on the webcast.
I remember the first time I saw Angeliki, she just had a baby and she was doing ramp jumping, slalom and tricks, and I seem to recall she won everything. It's amazing, the power of the mind, and I think when it comes to the mind, it's all important because all skiers know what they can do in practice, but on the day, I think that's when your mind comes in. I was having a chat to a few of the ladies earlier, and we were talking about how to conquer your fears and how to deal with nervousness, because it can be incredibly debilitating. It makes you feel weak and it makes you bend at the stomach, and sometimes you just need to, then you can get over aggressive and over strong, so that doesn't help either. So it's a very fine line.
Τρέξανε δύο αθλήτριες, η Beverly Stevenson με 4,5 στα 16 και η Karine Met με 4,5 στα 14 και 25. Επόμενη αθλήτρια στο νερό, η Παπαδημητρίου Αγγελική από την Ελλάδα. Η Αγγελική είναι 52 ετών, είναι μητέρα 2 αγοριών. Το καλύτερό της είναι 4,5 στα 13, 190 φιγούρες και 27 δεκάλμα, είναι τριαθλήτρια. Με 16 μέτρα σκηνή ξεκίνησε η Αγγελική, τη βλέπουμε στην πρώτη της προσπάθεια.
So that was 16 meters for Angeliki's opening pass.
And what a powerful skier she is. She comes in, she's strong, and she's not very tall, so she doesn't have the advantage of that reach, but an amazingly powerful skier, and I think we're going to see her go very far down. Is she still doing 3 events?
Yes.
So yeah, Angeliki's a 3-eventer as well still. I think I'm just looking at her personal bests here. 4.5 at 13. What is that? I can't quite see what that... Oh, 3,190 points in tricks and 27.1 meters in jump. So she's got a couple of medals at the European over 45s.
And I see as her sponsor, she's put down family, and I think that resonates with a lot of us skiers. It's a bit of a sacrifice you've got to make for the sport. As you know, it's very expensive.
Indeed, we talked about it being an expensive sport, and I noticed that Karine Emmett, on the biog sponsors, she said sadly none, and I'm afraid that's the case for most people. It's their own bank or their family. Here we go, 14 meters for Angeliki.
So nice and patient on the corners, going around 5, strong skier. That was no problem at all for her.
So there you are, first over 45 woman to clear the 14-meter pass. So 4.5 at 13 is her best. See how far she can get down this next pass. But in the lead so far.
Congratulations.
And I know you don't have to be last. How was your gait down there?
No, it wasn't good.
No, it didn't look good.
It was a shocker.
Yeah. No, but
I was lucky to get it straight.
no, it's good position for you. Well done.
Jan in the background there, just having a quick word with her teammate, Robbie Alexander, who is through to the final, of course, but not necessarily with the score he wanted. But I mean, he's got another chance to go even further. I mean, it was great skiing.
With the qualifying and finals, it's very tactical. Some people want to actually win qualifying, and others are happy to just be in the finals and actually not have the pressure of watching everyone ahead of you.
Okay, let's look at Angeliki now on 13 meters, see how far she can get down.
She had a really good gait, going around
Nice.
2, still looking strong, going around 3. Very
Wow.
strong. She remains
Wow.
really connected.
Yes!
That's
Great score.
Well,
13 metres.
You may have just heard Sophia in the background screaming. In fact, you almost certainly did. That's not surprising because that is a personal best. I think, as far as we know from the people who've given their information, that is the first time we've seen a personal best here.
Ναι, και η Αγγελική κάνει το καλύτερό της αυτή τη στιγμή. Είχε 4,5 στα 13. Αυτή τη στιγμή το έβγαλε το 13 η Αγγελική και συνεχίζει με 12.
And I can tell you that the first time you clear 13, all of a sudden you're in the water at the end and you're thinking, oh my goodness, I've never done 12 before. How am I going to do the gate? I wonder what's going on in her head at the moment.
Do you think, I mean, she's probably tried it in practice, do you think, but not in competition? Would you not do that?
I think that people that get deep into 13 and do clear 13 in practice should try. But personally, I find that 12 and the gate is very, very different. Shorter line, women generally are smaller, shorter arms, etc. It's quite challenging, so it'll be great to watch her now.
Well, here she comes. PB all ready for Angeliki. Congratulations. Let's see how she tackles the 12-metre line.
And First Lady in 12, yeah. Just make a good one. Yeah, she did. Whoa.
Wow. Well,
let's see if she made two. That's fantastic. Well done to her. Very tactical, good gate. She didn't pull too hard. She didn't fall after one, which is a common mistake. And it looks like she made it in time to score 2 boys. Let's wait and see what the judges have to say. But great performance for Greece.
You can hear a big cheer from the jetty at the other end of the lake. One, does she get to 2? Not sure. Oh, I'm not sure. Let's have a look. At the moment it looks like the judge, I think she didn't go round 2. She was very close, but it looks like the score is 1. But still a personal best. First score on the 12-metre line, and she's very, very happy with that.
And I think to get into 12, big respect to any skier that gets there. And she seems to be a lady that takes pressure very well. It's interesting to see how some skiers really perform in a big event like this, brings out their best, and others feel debilitated. That was 1.
So that, I believe, unless it's changed, was 1 given. Yes, 1 at 12 confirmed for Angeliki. Next up we have Claudia Langrock of Germany on 16 meters.
Μία μπάλα με 12 μέτρα σκηνή για την Αγγελική, νέο καλύτερο ρεκόρ, νέο PB που λέμε και εμείς εδώ. Η επόμενη αθλήτρια που βλέπουμε είναι από η Claudia Langrock από τη Γερμανία.
Claudia been skiing for many years, and she seems to be completely in control. And she's cleared her first pass. Do you want some hydrants? Of course, get you. Okay, of course.
Well, Claudia, I'm sure, will be just delighted to be here because last year she ruptured her Achilles. So, I mean, that's a horrible injury, and it can be a long recovery, and you just have to be patient.
It's a very common injury with skiers. And there's always this big debate as to what sort of binding you should have. Should you have a boot? And then if you do have a boot, should the boot release easily or should it be stiffer? And there are injuries that are incurred no matter what decision you make. So it's such a personal call for these skiers.
And presumably she wouldn't be skiing here unless she was confident that she had recovered fully. Certainly don't want to do that again, really. It's, as I say, very nasty, but successfully running her first pass and coming back now at 14 metres.
So Claudia from Germany, going around buoy 3, And around 5, yes, it looks like she's going to... Terrific. Whoa, that was quite an exciting exit over there for her, but she, at the end of the day, she made it. Sometimes you clear a pass and you think, oh, wow, that was like a cowboy on a backing horse, but I made it, and you've got to gather your thoughts to come back.
Yeah, it looks, I mean, we're looking at the replay here. She looked very late on 5, but she didn't panic. But yeah, a bit of a sketchy ending.
And then she buckled forwards on boy 6, nearly kissed the exit gate with her lips, and stood up again and made it.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's just have a look at this, see what happens.
Now 13.
So here goes 5. Yeah, quite late, but she waited for the ski to come round, but then buckled a little bit there, came forward a bit.
Yeah.
And then, oh, yes.
Did you see?
Yeah.
And bent down, but she made it. It was a close one. But always respectable to get into 13. She's going to have to be really strong. Coming in on 13, so here she comes in, Claudia from Germany, pulling out nice and wide. Good strong pull. She was close to that right gate, buckled forwards again on 2. No, and she's missed 3. And I've been watching a lot of the skiers. They seem to, I don't know whether they are wakes that they're hitting on buoy 2, but there seems to be a bit of movement over there, and a lot of the skiers are either buckling forwards or really getting on the back of the ski. Seems to be a problematical one.
But still a good score, 2 at 13. Her best is 4 at 13. So she seems to have come back from that injury in pretty strong form.
And for anyone to get close to your PB at a big competition like this, impressive.
So still in the lead is the only skier to clear the 13-metre line, and that's Angeliki Papadimitriou of Greece with 1 at 12. So who do we have next? We have Angeliki Andriopoulou. Absolutely world famous, multiple world champion, 3-eventer, very, very strong skier from Greece. Yep, world champion, 2001, second overall, 2005, first in jump, second in overall and tricks, 2007, same, 2009, first in jump, yeah. We're going to see one of the most famous skiers in Greece very shortly. Ah, no, hang on a minute. Sorry, we'd have to wait another skier. Apologies. Angeliki's the next one I have a biog for, but in fact before that we have, I believe, Claudia Fink of Italy. But let's just see who is on the dock.
I don't know Claudia, so I don't know if she is here. I know that a few of the skiers were missing.
We'll have a look, just see. I can't see very easily from here, but hopefully we'll get confirmation of that very soon.
But one of the things about the EA competition is that if you want to establish a Europe-Africa record, it's got to be done at this competition, either in qualifying or in the finals. So it's a pretty important competition for the top skiers if you do want to be the champion and hold the record.
Yeah, that's a good point, because in others you can get a record at different competitions as long as they're record-capable competitions.
That's right. So RC competitions, you get onto the list and it's taken into account in terms of the seeding. But yes, to hold the record, it's got to be here. So the pressure's on. Again,
I think
strong style, close to the right buoy. Just no problem at all as she powers her way through the course.
And it is indeed Angeliki Andriopoulou, so I was right first time. But, yep, very strong. Looks like she went out at 14 metres.
It's always a tough call as to what are you going to start on. Most of the skiers don't want to do more than 4 passes, and it does get very, very tiring. There's some skiers that actually just seem to go on and on and on, like Hilary Winter.
Yes.
Oh, she's incredible. She always gets into 12, and she usually starts on 18, and she just skis and skis and skis. And I know yesterday she did her 16 twice because they forgot to shorten the rope, so she had even an extra pass. But
she's getting her money's worth.
Well, nothing, and she doesn't get tired, so very impressive to watch her.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. I think now we know that Claudia Fink did not start, we can say that Angeliki Papadimitriou is into the final with 1 at 12, because 5 will go through to the final here. So anyway, let's watch Angeliki come back at 13.
So she really, oops, a little bit of trouble over there. And she's hanging in. So not an easy pass for her. She had a bit of trouble on buoy 3. But she managed to wiggle her way through, and really solid score for her. Now coming in at 12, I think any of the skiers that get into 13 are certainly going to make the finals.
So just watching the replay there as we wait for Angeliki to be brought back in on 12 metres. The leading score so far, 1 at 12 from her teammate, Angeliki Papadimitriou.
And here she comes back into 12. Strong pull out, nice early pull out, close to the right buoy. And going around 3, wow.
Whoa.
Whoa, bit of a recovery there. Oh my word, what a fight.
That is remarkable.
Quite incredible. She got into trouble twice. Brilliant, brilliant result. Congratulations.
That is how on earth she ran that. I have no idea. She is just super strong and super committed. Very competitive skier.
Μόλις είδαμε την Αγγελική να περνάει το 12 με επιτυχία. Αγγελική Ανδριοπούλου, Ελλάδα, ετών 45, μητέρα 2 παιδιών, 2 αγοριών. Παγκόσμια πρωταθλήτρια, πανευρωπαϊκή, πανελληνιών νίκης, αμέτρητες φορές.
This is a woman who really only knows how to go full out, 120% probably. I've seen her ski with bad ribs, with a bad back, and she'll just still go out there and compete and put up a very competitive score. That was absolutely remarkable, just watching it. And her personal best is 4.5 at 11, and she says a long time ago. So she's coming in on the 11-metre line. I mean, let's see what she can do now.
Well, that was pure guts and glory, and it's very hard to recover from one little blip. She had 2 blips, but her mental strength is quite incredible.
And physical strength, clearly.
Absolutely.
Here we go, 11 metres. One at 11 metres. That is absolutely fantastic. Well done, Angeliki.
Brilliant score.
Absolutely marvellous. The Greeks on the shoreline here are giving her a round of applause, but I think we all should, because that is the lead, and it is a fantastic score. She'll be very happy with that. So, of course, she's into the final as well with that. So that's That's two of the Greek team into the final, guaranteed in the over 45 women. Let's see what we can do with the next one. We've got another one coming up.
All these Greeks are pretty impressive. We've got Mariana Conti coming in now. And yeah, she's a ski coach from Trapani. Her husband Sorteris, also on the water, one of the few husband and wife combos that is always good to see on the water.
1:11 για την Αγγελική, την Ανδριοπούλου, και συνεχίζουμε με Ελληνίδες. Κόντι Μαριάννα από Ελλάδα. Όλοι την ξέρουμε τη Μαριάννα, 50 ετών. Το καλύτερό της είναι 1 στα 12 με 52 ταχύτητα το 2021. Ήταν τρίτη στους πανευρωπαϊκούς στο σλάλομ, πανελλήνιο νίκης. Οι σπόνσορες της το Δρυπάνι Water Ski Resort, όπου και το έχουν μαζί με το σύζυγό της. Μαριάννα Κόντι, 52-16.
So here's Mariana Conti on her opening pass, 16 metres. So the third of three Greek skiers in this preliminary, in this category. Jan?
And a nice opening pass by Mariana. And interesting, not a lot of these women are very tall. Really nice styles that we're seeing over here. And just looking at all the countries, it's such a league of nations performing over here. We've got Great Britain and France, Greece. Okay, three participants from Greece, Germany. The Italian wasn't here. And then we have a Swedish and a Swiss skier. So really skiers from all over the world. Unfortunately, there aren't many skiers participating in Africa. I know there were a few in Morocco. And there are some skiers in Namibia as well, but they don't seem to make it.
Yeah, there are. I mean, I think there are 17 countries represented here, and I was saying earlier that sometimes for short we say the European Championships, but of course we should call it the Europe and Africa Championships, because you from South Africa and from the African countries are part of this, and that's. You're a smaller organisation, so you come in with Europe. It's Europe and Africa. Is that the reason behind it?
It is Europe and Africa, although I did suggest at a meeting that we should go alphabetical. It should be Africa and Europe, but that didn't go down well.
No, okay. Right, let's watch Mariana come in at 14.
Nice, strong skiing. Absolutely not running late at all. Lovely style. And her being a coach, her husband being a coach, I guess they have to practice what they preach.
Well, I was going to say, that looks like the sort of thing you'd want to look at a video and watch how to do it.
Sorteris always would say to you, you've got to be proud, you've got to be proud. And watching Mariana, that's exactly what she is. Nice, open chest, proud, opening up nicely on the corners. Really impressive skiing.
And just on one boy, you just saw the arms pull in just a little bit, just to correct, but otherwise, look at that back arm pressure. Very nice. So we'll next see her come back in on 13 metres. Personal best from 2021 is 1 at 12. So quite possible that she can run this.
And the conditions couldn't be any better. So we're watching Mariana pulling out. I see she holds on with two hands. You either have a one-handed gait or two. Going around buoy 2, bit of trouble. Yeah, she got pulled forwards and I don't think she made 3. But good effort, good effort. And again, we're going back to that buoy 2. A lot of problems on buoy 2.
Yeah, strange. But yeah, we're seeing that quite a lot.
It'll be interesting to watch the backwash and the wakes over there. It's obviously the same conditions for all the skiers, so no one can complain. But A lot of skiers getting on the back foot and getting into trouble over there. But that'll be good enough to make the finals.
2 μπάλες με 13 μέτρα σκηνή για τη Μαριάννα Κόντι. Την φέρνει στην ίδια θέση με την Γερμανίδα Κλάουντια Λάνγκροκ. Η επόμενη αθλήτρια που θα δούμε είναι η Νατάσα Άντεμπεργκ από τη Σουηδία και η επόμενη Μιλάκοβα, Τόμψεν Μιλάκοβα Έλενα από Ελβετία. Τόμψον Μιλάκοβα το είπα καλά.
So we're just going to see Mariana being taken down to the jetty. And we have just 2 more skiers left. Natasha Anderberg of Sweden and Elena Thompson of Switzerland.
So Natasha's next on the water, and quite nice. I've seen 2 of the lady skiers come here with a child. We can't call them children anymore, but Natasha's here with her son, patiently sitting all day on the grandstand. And I saw Suzanne Warming also with her son over here. And I know what it feels like as we get older. I think we need someone to carry our skis, but don't tell the kids that that's why we've invited them along.
They think it's for a free holiday.
Well, just make sure you choose a hotel with a pool. Keep them happy. And then, of course, always big respect for the skiers that come with young toddlers. Just looking at Jamie and Sam. Sam from South Africa and...
Jamie's from the Netherlands, her husband.
Jamie, yeah, but Sam is a South African. And then what is her name? The blonde. She's a ski coach. Her husband's head. 2 young children. Where? Great Britain. She's a coach.
Kelly Atkins, yes, sorry, we're just trying to work out who Jan's talking about. Kelly Atkins, another of the British, who's got two of her children here.
Big respect, and you're travelling with skis, and now you're travelling with pushchairs and the whole menagerie that you need for young children. So this looks like Natasha. She's from Sweden, pulling out, looks like she's on 16, let's have a look. No, she's on a 14 rope, so quite a challenge to enter on 14, and she certainly seems to be in control. Going around 5 and exiting, good call for her.
Jan, you may correct me if I'm wrong, but at the moment, assuming that Natasha and Elena make it to the final, we may have a runoff for the final spot in the final, if you see what I mean, because at the moment we have Mariana Conti of Greece and Claudia Langrock both on 2 at 13. And I know they don't, if you get the same score, you don't take an extra person into the final. So we'll watch that one with interest.
Always exciting to see a runoff, and just goes to show you can't just leave the dock and go home. You never know when you're going to be called up. And in fact, talking about timing, yesterday Tom Dock went back to the hotel and was getting some groceries and some things for lunch, and guess what? He came back just 2 skiers too late to actually have his ski. So it's a good thing to hang around the site a bit before and after.
Yeah, well, hopefully those 2 skiers realise that's a possibility. I'm sure they do. They've done it before. Whether they've been in a runoff before, I don't know, of course. But let's see. It's all down to the last 2 skiers anyway as to whether that happens, whether they can guarantee their place in the final. Natasha Anderberg now coming back on 13.
Natasha going around buoy 3, buoy 4, and 5. And totally in control. Great skiing. 12 is when it starts to get interesting. But great performance, good start on 14 meters.
Oh, that was 13?
That was,
Yeah,
she
so she
started
started on
14.
14, yep.
She'll be coming back on 12, and she's a two-event skier. She does trick skiing and slalom. I always have huge admiration for people from very cold countries, and I think we can include the UK because you have wind on top of it, but especially these Scandinavian countries, you've got a very, very short season, so big respect to actually come up with these performances in your short summer season.
Yeah, I mean, and often the ice there is too thick to even break up, even if you did want to go out and train in the winter. But yeah, it's a tough life for a water skier if you live in one of those countries, unless you can get out to warmer climes. So here we go, 12 meters.
And this is when that gate is all important. She's pulled out very early, drifted in a bit, but yeah, good one. Is she going to make? Yes, she's around 3. Terrific, and still going. 4. Oh my word, fantastic skiing. Wow, wow, wow.
Well, that was a bit along the lines of Angelique's pass, where earlier, I don't know about you, but I thought maybe she hasn't got this pass in her, but she pulled it back.
She was running very close to the boys. On 3 occasions, I thought she would actually hit a boy, but in a way, it stopped her from having to have that extra pull and yank to get out wide. It's her style of skiing, and it made her 12 actually look quite easy, but impressive nonetheless.
So she's, at the moment, she would be second seed in the final, but if she can exceed one boy, get a piece of 2, as they say, she would take over from Angeliki Andriopoulou as the leading skier so far, with just one more to go. So obviously she's in the final.
But we were talking about weather. Just to point out, in South Africa right now, it is midwinter, and the temperature is around about 5 or 6 degrees. And at the ski site that I ski at, there's actually snow on the mountains nearby.
Well, I bet you'd rather be here
before we come here.
Anyway,
Yep.
this is important. Let's look at this. 11 meters.
Coming in. Okay, so she seemed to be in time, but a bit on the back foot on her first buoy, but she made it back to the wake. Fantastic score. So we've got 2 scores, 1 on 11. Anything on 11 is supremely impressive.
Yeah, that's actually, it looks like that is also a personal best, because according to the notes I have here, her personal best from last year is 4.5 at 12. So again, another PB, 2 PBs from the over 45 women. Talk about stepping up to the plate and delivering when you need to.
Really impressive. And again, she seems to keep her head together, and to do it at a big competition like this is really fantastic.
Άλλο ένα personal best σήμερα εδώ στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας από την Νατάσα Άντεμπεργκ από τη Σουηδία. Το καλύτερό της μέχρι στιγμής ήταν 4,5 στα 12, έκανε 1 στα 11, τη φέρνει στην ίδια θέση με την Αγγελική Ανδριοπούλου που και εκείνη έκανε 1 στα 11 και 25, και απομένει 1 ακόμα αθλήτρια για να τελειώσει η κατηγορία των γυναικών άνω των 45 ετών, η Τόμσεν Έλενα από την Ελβετία.
So, final skier in this category, Ioannina Thompson of Switzerland, but this may not be the last action of this preliminary. So let's have a look at Ioannina Thompson from Switzerland.
Starting on 14 meters. Strong, gutsy skier. I know she's born in Russia, she skis for Switzerland, and really great to see the wonderful team spirit by the Swiss, the support that they give each other. So starting at 14, I think we can expect to see great things from Ioannina.
So this is interesting. At the moment we have 2 people on 2 at 13. So if Ioannina gets more than 2, she's straight in the final, and we'll have a runoff for the 5th place between Mariana Conti and Claudia Langrock, if I have understood the rules correctly. We'll find out soon enough.
I think you bang on the money, and so heads up to Claudia and Mariana to stay on the dock with your ski and be ready to be called up.
Let's have a look at this then. 13 metres. Yep.
No, this is a Ioannina is a very strong skier. Got a little bit of slack on 5, but absolutely no problem at all. Just was running on rails on that 13, and with a pass like that, I think she's going to pass her 12 quite easily.
Well, as I say, now it's all about the seeding really for her. How far down does she want to go? Does she want to go into the final as the top seed?
I think this will be the first runoff that we've had. Is that right, Jane?
Of this competition, we have not had a runoff yet.
Never mind. I need a few more years under my belt.
You've got plenty more.
Just had a look at that nice replay of that pass.
On this water, it seems to be that you've got to be pretty strong and you mustn't rush the corners. That's what I've noticed, and chatting to a lot of the skiers, is you can't rush, you can't force that ski around. So she's pulling out nice and wide, very early. Nice gait, but lean forwards a little bit of slack, going around 3, hanging in, what a fighter, and around 4. Oh my word, and fell on 5. So it looks to me like 4 1/4. Let's wait and see what the judges have to say.
Just trying to confirm actually what that, did you see what that line length was? Because there seems to be some confusion as to, or at
Well,
least
if she started on 14, that would have been 12.
just looking, I'm just waiting for the scores to update. Yeah. I think might have just lost a bit of power or our connection with the scoring system, but
My guess is that was 4 1/4 on 12, but let's wait and see what the...
Anyway, while we're waiting for the score to be confirmed for Ioannina Thompson, we can at least confirm that Ioannina Thompson is through to the final. Natasha Anderberg, Angeliki Andriopoulou, Angeliki Papadimitriou, and there will be a runoff for the final spot in the final between Mariana Conti of Greece and Claudia Langrock of Germany, who both scored 2 at 13 metres. So exciting, Jan.
So I think they'll be coming back on on 14 meters.
I believe so.
So runoffs are always quite exciting and often very different for the skier. Often the skiers start on 16, for example, as both of them did, and now they're starting on 14, so it's quite a rush to get in on a shorter speed, but at the end of the day it's going to be a bit of a sudden death.
I suppose they haven't had too long. It's not like you've got 20 people in and they skied at the beginning and they need warming up. But I guess the rules are that if you score a few buoys at 13 metres for a runoff, you have to start one line length before that. So it has to be 14. They can't choose to go out at anything else.
Correct. And in fact, they can't get a better score recorded for the finals. So, for example, if they did do 2 on 13, and let's say they run their 13 and do 2 on 12, that's not going to be their score.
It's just the score to get them.
Yeah, which of those two goes through to the finals with the original score.
Yeah, so their official score that will be registered will be the score that they already have in the prelims 2 at 13. Which would also mean if we had another runoff situation in a final, that would still be their backup score, I guess.
Correct, and usually in the final you would then go back to your qualifying score, and so a runoff isn't necessary because your score in the qualifying would count.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the qualifying score would be the score that they've already got.
Correct.
So they wouldn't take into account the tie-break.
And not a breath of wind. Absolutely perfect day, and I think we're probably going to see temperatures soaring at about 40. Big respect to you, Jane, sitting here in this cooking heat. Others can come and go, both of you. No air conditioning over here. We think we have it tough on the water.
Yeah, I'd like to be in the water, but not actually competing. So the boat is just doing another simulation pass up and down, just so that the conditions are identical and just right for both the skiers in this runoff. Setting down at the end of the lake for 50 seconds, coming back, and then the first skier in this runoff will be Claudia Langrock of Germany. And as we said, she will have to go out on 14.
So I think a slight advantage for the second skier, because all they have to do is beat, well, all they have to do, but they have to beat the score of the first. There's no point in doing more than a half a buoy more.
No, exactly. So you would just, if you knew what the score was and you then equaled it, you would just do enough to get that extra half or quarter or whatever. Well, people don't generally go for a quarter because that's a bit of a risky strategy, but go for the extra half.
So Claudia is going to have to do her very, very best to create a broader margin as she can for Mariana.
Το live έχει σταματήσει. Από το water media παίρνω. Από το water media παίρνω, με το water media θα συνδεθεί. Δεν κοιτάξω, περιορισμένο λέει. Κινείται επάνω. Α, γι' αυτό. Μάλιστα. Ναι, κατάλαβα. Ναι, έχουν συνδεθεί πολύ προφανώς. Ακόμα το καφέ περιμένεις? Πλάκα κάνεις, δεν ήρθαν από τότε? Α, καλά. Αφού αυτήν ήρθε ρε, πώς το δικός δεν ήρθε? Τα έχει μέσα καλέ. Βέβαια, αφού ήρθε αυτήν εδώ και πώς.
Okay, so here we go with Claudia Langrock, the first skier in this tie break.
Starting on 14 meters, a few ducks still swimming around the water, kamikaze ducks. Let's see how quickly they'll get out the way. And around buoy 1, so she really needs to clear this pass. A little bit of a wiggle and a bit of movement in her upper body. Is she going to make it? No. No,
so that's
she
4.
missed 5.
So 4 at 14 in this tie break for Claudia Langrock. So Mariana Conti knows what she has to do. She has to get more than 4.
That's it. Which means that she really needs to go around 5. That's the problem with a full buoy score, is you actually need to get around the next buoy. A half buoy score is a lot easier. You get around the buoy, hang on, and make a full buoy. So that was confirmed 4 buoys on 14 meters for Claudia of Germany. In the tiebreaker, Mariana coming out, also starting on 14 meters. Can she get past buoy 4, which means can she get around buoy 5? And if she does, there'll be 3 Greek skiers in the finals.
Amazing.
So only 5 skiers going through, 3 of them Greeks. Impressive.
Well, we don't know that yet, of course. It depends on Mariana.
Yeah.
Of course, there could always be a tie now as well, and then there'd be another runoff. That does happen occasionally.
It won't be the first time. And especially if you've got 3 people in a tie break, that often happens where 2 of them then have another tie break.
So here we go, Mariana Conti of Greece. As you say, she has to get around by buoy 5 to win this tie break. So let's see what she can do, starting on 14.
Let's check to see what her PB is. She's pulled
It's 1
out
at 12.
1 at 12, so she can clear 13. She's gone round 1. Whoa, a little bit of it.
No.
She's missed 3. Well, congratulations then. Not yet official, but to Claudia Langrock of Germany. who beat the tiebreak.
Yeah.
She won the tiebreak.
As you say, I mean, it's one of those things where both of them cleared that line and, but when you come down to it and actually go out at 14, it's no simple matter to do what you did just a few minutes ago, rather.
Looking at Mariana, she literally came in to me as though she was running maybe a 16. She just didn't have the power and the angle to really get much beyond 2.
So disappointing for Mariana, but great skiing from all these women. A couple of personal bests in that. I mean, that's a really strong set of results in the over 45 women's slalom preliminary.
2 in 11. Big respect to all the ladies, and they'll be participating in the finals on Sunday. Great, nice to see you.
Thank you very much, Jan, for talking us through the over 45 women's slalom preliminary. We'll be moving on next to the over 35 women. Hopefully we're going to get either Stuart Scott Ely or one of... Stuart's here, is he? Yes, he's going to come back and having had a little break, got out of the sun for a bit and the heat, to come back and talk us through the next series, which is the over 35 women's slalom preliminary. We're just having a change of officials again, so we'll be back with you very shortly.
Τελείωσε και η κατηγορία των γυναικών άνω των 45, προκριματικός γύρος σλάλομ, πανευρωπαϊκό πρωτάθλημα άνω των 35, εδώ στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας. Η επόμενη κατηγορία που θα ξεκινήσει είναι οι γυναίκες άνω των 35 ετών. Εδώ έχουμε 8 αθλήτριες. Από τις οποίες οι 3 είναι Ελληνίδες.
So there you are, just confirming the finalists in the over 45 women. Top seed, Natasha Anderberg of Sweden with 1 at 11. Angeliki Andriopoulou also 1 at 11. Then Elena Thompson, 4 at 12. Angeliki Papadimitriou, 1 at 12. And that final spot going to Claudia Langrock of Germany, who scored 2 at 13 and then 4 at 14 in the tiebreak, beating Mariana Conti to that last spot in the final. But very exciting to have our first tiebreak of the competition. May not be the last, and I'm pleased to say that thanks again to Jan Johnson of South Africa for talking us through that, and we're joined again by Stuart Scott Ely, who I hope has got some water, got out of the sun for a bit, ready for your next stint on the mic.
Yes, no, thanks, Jane. That was super exciting. I think that was fantastic run off the two ladies there, having to go out on a 14-metre line, which obviously isn't easy if that's not what you're used to, and then have to deliver it on the spot. So, yeah, fantastic run off. Let's see how we get on with the men's now. We're starting with, we're starting ladies first, of course. Over 35s. How many skiers do we have in this category?
8. If they're all starting, there should be 8 skiers in this. So again, I believe that will be, 5 will go through from this, so out of the 8.
So I'm just looking at the list there. I think all of them, bar one, are skiing for their team as well. So we have the 2 Swedish first, then Samantha for South Africa, Greek, British, and Greek and Swiss to finish up. So yeah, all to play for. They're all playing for points. I don't know where we are in the overall standing list at the moment in terms of which country is leading. When I looked last night, we had France in first position, followed by GB in second, and Belgium in third. But I'm sure that's changed now after these first 2 events.
Yeah, so just to confirm while we're waiting, first up the over 35 women slalom preliminary, then we've got the over 35 men slalom preliminary. Looks like there'll be 14 in that category. And then we're moving on to the jump, and this will be the older categories go in the jump today. So that's over 70 men, right down to over 55 men, not the over 55 women by the looks of things, and then some more tricks for the younger ones, the over 35s and the over 45s we've got today as well. So obviously no finals today. We have some finals tomorrow and the finals on Sunday, but we're getting a lot of action today, really exciting.
We are, yeah, and I do think that the over 70s category should earn themselves a platinum medal, because you've got to be bonkers to go over that jump when you're young, let alone when you're 70 plus years old. I think we do only have one Norwegian who is bonkers enough to go over that ramp, but that's fantastic. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, that's good, and he's going over a 1.5 metre ramp, so they all look, whenever I haven't been over a jump for years, and I think they just look like a vertical brick wall to me when you approach it, so yep.
Respect to them all.
Respect, absolutely respect to them.
So I think we're just preparing the course. The judges are now having a changeover. We'll switch judges. I think they'll refuel that Nautique 200 6 litre and make sure that everything is spot on and perfect. We've got Nigel Talamo from the UK who's in charge of homologation. He's done a fantastic job of making sure that this course is millimetre perfect. The conditions here, the Greek organisers have laid on a superb event with all the boys in perfect order, the lake in perfect order. And yeah, looking forward to this 35 ladies first slalom event. How many go through to the final, Jane? I think
this will be 5 again. So that means 3 of them won't make it.
Yeah.
But yeah, top 5 go through when there are 8 skiers on the start list. So that's why it's different. I mean, yesterday, obviously in the very competitive category you skied in, the over 55 men, there were in excess of 20 skiers, so that means that 12 go through. So it all depends on how many skiers actually start or are on the starting list.
Yes.
I think the day before the competition or 48 hours before the competition. So here we have 8 skiers in the over 35 women. Anything from 6 to 10, 5 go through.
Yep.
So there we go. So if there were 11, it would be 6.
Okay.
So, yep, it's all in the rule book.
Yeah, I think half the number and add 1 was the way I used to work it out, but I think it depends, as you say, if it's below 5, which we did see in one of the categories, the over 55 ladies, they all go through. Although interesting on the rules, I'm not clear myself whether they count all the competitors on the start list as opposed to all that actually turn up and ski.
Well, it certainly the rules used to be by all of those on the start list, so who hadn't withdrawn, by midday, the day before competition starts. But I think one of the judges said to me it might have actually changed, maybe in Europe, maybe in the world, I don't know, to 48 hours before. So that will only become an issue if we have one of those extra numbers.
Yes.
I'll have to try to establish that if that is the case, but at the moment it doesn't look like we've had that. We clearly have 8 on the start list here, so 5 will go through.
I'm thinking the over 55 ladies, are we clear at this stage if all 5 go through?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes, I think that was, I've forgotten now what happened, but were there 5?
There were 6 on the list and 5 skied. So that it either comes under the under 5 rule that all go through, or 6 to 10, which would be 4 on my maths, but we shall wait and see. So we're just waiting for the judges to get everything in perfect order for the event. We've got the Nautique 196 going down there to move the judges into position before we get underway.
Yeah, just confirming that the 5 skiers in the over 55 women slalom are in the final. So
fantastic.
I thought that was the case, but I always like to so many things happen during this competition that I thought that was the case, but I thought I'd better double check.
Yeah. So just to remind people, tomorrow, Saturday, we have the finals for the older age categories. We'll be looking at, I know, the over 55 men, 65 men, 70 and 75s in slalom. Do we also have trick in that category?
Yeah, tomorrow, Saturday, slalom finals, as you say, men and women in the age groups 55 plus and upwards. We have the jump prelims for the younger categories, the over 35s, over 45s, women and men, and then we have all the tricks finals. So that will be exciting. We'll have the slalom and tricks finals, or some slalom finals tomorrow, all the trick finals, and then of course Sunday we have all the remaining finals and all the jump. So good couple of days of finals and a little bit of prelim tomorrow as well. But it's nice to that we get to see some jump today as well. First time we'll have seen jump, apart from in practice when we had some pretty sketchy conditions, to say the least. Glad to see that the weather gods decided that as soon as the competition started, the wind would drop, and fingers crossed it stays that way.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't underestimate the wind conditions that we had in practice a few days ago. I'm not sure that many even decided to go off the ramp. They just practiced their cuts and things because the wind was so strong. But today in Ioannina we have perfect conditions.
Of course, though, in the jump, most jumpers actually like a little bit of a headwind. But I don't think the ones going out today are likely to get that unless conditions change considerably before then, although we have still got several hours of competition left.
And what we've learned here is that the conditions can change at a whim. Like you, I think these conditions will last for the rest of the day, but certainly in some of those earlier competition days, the weather changed by the second or a minute. So we'll wait and see what happens later on this afternoon. Don't forget, there's food and refreshments down on the island. Get yourselves your Ioannina t-shirts down there. Get them signed, get a souvenir for the event. All down on that island.
Thank you, Stuart.
And his brother Richard? He's in the US. Still in the US.
So here we've got the boat starting its simulation pass again. Just a reminder, they have to go up and down the lake twice, or up the lake once, down the lake once, with a 50-second stop at the end. We now have Phil Ingle of Great Britain at the controls. He will be the driver for this next category.
Jane, what do you know about this shore path system that we're using? I mean, I'm looking at the camera now and seeing that Phil is driving that boat millimetre accurate down the inside of those guide buoys.
Yeah, it's remarkable, the skill level of these drivers. As you could see there's a sort of camera down the line of the boat lane buoys. But shore path, as I say, I said this yesterday, I have to declare an interest because my partner James Timothy was actually the developer of shore path. But what it is a GPS-based boat path tracking system. So it uses GPS satellite to determine whether the driver is going in a straight line down the slalom course. There is a certain level of tolerance that the driver is allowed, and if you go outside that and you are either against or in favour of the skier, then there are rules that determine what should happen. We saw 3 re-rides yesterday, which is not very many when you consider how many passes there were. And this just means that something happened at one stage, maybe on one buoy. The boat was just slightly out of tolerance. So, as I say, it depends what the situation is as to whether that skier has a mandatory re-ride, an optional re-ride, whether they have a protected score, whether they can improve on their score. It's all down to the rules. But basically, ShorePath and other systems like it show the driver in the boat a breadcrumb trail, so they can actually see the path that they've taken at the end, so they will know whether they've done the path right, but also that then goes through to the judges' tower, so the judges can call whether there is a re-ride or not. Now, James Timothy, as I say, who happens to be my partner and developed it, will, I'm sure, tell me if I've got any of that wrong. But I hope, Stuart, you know a bit about it. I hope that was a fairly straightforward explanation of it.
Yeah, no, I would say I'm a supporter. As a skier, there's always been that discrepancy or fear factor. Well, was the other skier helped in any shape or form in that slalom course? And we're trying to rule out any advantage or disadvantage that one skier can get to the next. So I'm a huge fan of this development. It's new for this year. I believe we piloted it last year across the various federations. But as you say, the drivers are now under pressure, somewhat pressure, because they cannot allow that boat to deviate by more than 20 centimetres. If you are a heavy skier like me, you're going to put some weight on that steering wheel for the driver, and he's got to know when that power is going to come on and react accordingly. If the boat deviates towards the skier, or the buoy the skier is turning around, that's considered an advantage. And of course, if it's away from the buoy that the skier is trying to reach, that's considered a disadvantage. So, as you say, Jane, the rules in terms of whether you get a rerun and which buoy is a protected score depends on where the boat path is when it flags up an error.
And that's all down to the judges, who have to know the rules and how to interpret them. So it's tough for them when new technology comes in and they have to get used to it. It's been used an awful lot in America. It's very widely used there, less so, or for less of a long time in Europe. So still getting used to the system. Next up, I think, will be auto tracking of the boat, but that's a story for another day. So anyway, it looks like we're just about ready to start the over 35 women's slalom preliminary, and our first skier on the water will be Ioannina Canal of Sweden. She has a personal best from the year 2017 of 1:11. Her hobbies are water skiing, gym and family. Here we go, opening pass for Ioannina Canal of Sweden.
Lilio, I think, was national champion in 2017 and maybe again in 2019. She's definitely got the skills and the ability to get some good scores here today. Safely down her opening pass. I missed a line length there. Was that 16?
I think that was 16, yeah. Ioannina, a member of another strong and numerous team here, the Swedes. And I guess she's competing in overall, I don't know, but she's certainly a team member for the Swedes. And she was national overall champion for Sweden in 2019, so a pretty strong trick score of over 3,000 points. Not so far in jump, but if she's a team member, then anything will help.
It all counts, yeah, absolutely. So if we're not mistaken, the boat will be dropping at that far end. She'll have her 50 seconds drop downtime, and then will return into the course, I believe, on 14 metres, 1-4, the yellow line. So for those of you at home that don't know, the lines are coloured. We can tell by, as the boat goes past, what colour of line is attached to the pylon, and that tells us the predetermined length of the rope. So Ioannina nice and early on this pass, relaxing now. She's past halfway, lots of time. A very relaxed pass, that was excellent. 14 metres under her belt. She's going to come back on the 13-metre line. Worth pointing out, Jane, I mean, the rules allow a skier to opt up, which means they can miss out a line length if they choose. We've not seen anybody do that so far in this competition, but if the conditions were windier, you may find that the athletes want to take their most difficult pass into the wind, and you'll see some of them, skip a whole line length and move down the colour of lines on the rope.
Yeah, as you say, looking at the flags opposite us, they're not moving at all. So there would be presumably no advantage to miss a line length unless you knew that you'd get that one and wanted to give yourself a rest.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Excuse Christina, she's hurting a little bit.
She's skiing?
Yeah, she's skiing a
So Linnea coming back in on 13 metres.
That was a lovely start, lovely one ball. Okay, she gave a bit back there to the boat in 2 and 4.
Somebody's obviously just ringing Stuart to congratulate him on his commentary skills. Either that or it's work.
No, that somebody should know who was told, don't call me, I'm doing the commentary. What do you get?
There you go.
So she was safely down that pass, made it look very easy, gave a little bit back on 2 and 4 ball, just looking at the replay here. But a strong left foot skier getting stuck in on 3 and 5 and comfortably down 13 metres. Now, if I'm not mistaken, one of the ladies in the older age category just ran 12 metres, didn't she? We got a score of 11 on the previous group.
More than
was
one.
it?
Yeah,
1 or 2 at 11. Really impressive skiing, so, you know, fantastic.
Yep, 2. In fact, another Swede, Natasha Anderberg, 1 at 11 in the over 45s. And Angeliki Andriopoulou.
Okay, this is returning on the 12-metre line. She needs to get right up on the boat for this. There's literally not much room at all. She's drifted back a little bit.
Oh.
Hold it. Oh, she couldn't hold that line. So I don't think she got the best of gates there. We'll watch the review. But that's certainly a really good score of, I think, 2.5. We'll see what the judges post. So watching on the replay, she got up nicely alongside the boat but drifted back a bit before she was able to get that ski engaged, which meant she was late arriving at 1, had to get the hammer down and pull long to 2, and too much speed to be able to turn at 2. The ski pitches up and super fast into 3 and couldn't hold that line, had to ping the handle. I think she'll get the half. 2.5 is what I would predict on the 12-metre line.
And you are right. That appears to be what the judges have called 2.5 for Linnea. Final score. Next up, we have Linnea's teammate, Christina Hansen, who we gather is has a bit of an ankle injury or a foot injury, so not sure how she's going to go. Hopefully she's feeling okay. Team captain Magnus Jonsson just said she's hurting a bit, so hopefully not too much. So this is Christina starting on 16.
Yeah, it's a tough sport. If you're protecting an injury out there, you're conflicted with this desire to do well, but your body's screaming at you not to injure yourself. Oh, she got stuck in there, so she won't be happy with that, but she looked in pain as she started through those gates and was definitely protecting that ankle.
Yeah, real shame there, but as you say, Magnus said she was hurting. She obviously decided she wanted to go out and give it a go. Just unfortunate she couldn't manage to get through that pass. Hopefully she's not hurting too much and won't have done any more damage.
Yeah, huge amount of congratulations and respect for having the courage to go through there, go out there when you've got a bad ankle. I'm not sure I could do that. So who have we got next? We are coming through. Have we got Samantha?
Yes, Samantha Bloomsma.
So Sam, as we call her, is based in the UK. We've adopted her. She is skiing for South Africa. She's married to a Dutchman that we've also adopted, Jamie, and they are here to compete for their respective countries. So Sam, I skied with Sam out in Poros last year, and she's definitely good for somewhere down 12 meters. I don't know what her best in practice is this year, but Sam will be looking to run her 13, I'm sure. I know that Dad has come out to support her all the way from Cape Town, and the two boys are here, so they'll be cheering on the dock, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's right. Logan and Daniel, I think, family here, and Sam's dad, who gather has been over actually with them in the UK for a while, doing a bit of work for Jamie and Sam. They run Four Lakes Ski School in the Cotswolds. Jamie, actually, I think he may even speak Greek because he was working out here for a while. I skied with him many years ago at Poros at Sotiris Kyprios' place. It was called was it called Poros Ski School then?
Drepani.
No, but it wasn't called that then. I can't. But anyway,
Yep.
yeah, it's Drepani. I think it's the other side of the.
Passage.
Yeah, Passage. Thank you, Passage Ski School. That's and Jamie was there, and I think he might have even been Greek.
Yeah.
You know, got some Greek record, or he was wakeboarder as well. But anyway, that's Jamie who's skiing later on, who is Sam's husband, and here we've got Sam Bloomsma.
Yeah. No, lovely family. If you want to go and ski in the UK, look up Four Lakes, the number 4 followed by Lakes, Four Lakes. They're down in the Cotswolds on a fantastic purpose-built lake. And you can get some awesome
Four
coaching.
Lakes, actually.
Four Lakes, what did I say?
You said a lake. I said it's
Did
Four
I?
Lakes.
Four Lakes, yeah.
No, you said Four Lakes, but you said it was a purpose-built lake. I'm just being
Right.
facetious by saying.
I think there's only one with a slalom course.
Oh,
How
well,
about
there you
that?
go. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. So nice opening pass from Sam.
Yeah, safely down her opener. Was that 16 or 14?
I think that was 16.
Okay.
Let's just confirm that.
55, I think.
Can I go?
So yes, Jamie speaks all sorts of languages. He was based in Greece. I know his family had a property in Poros. So he speaks Greek. He's Dutch nationality. He speaks Dutch. He speaks British, English, and he speaks bad language when he's angry.
Sorry, just moving the furniture here a bit. If you hear a bit of clattering around.
I have to say, this is the nicest office you could wish for. I can think of better places or worse places to work. Okay, here comes Sam. Back on 14.
Yep.
Or a little bit back-footed out of 1. She's got to work to get to 6. Oh, very good skiing. She was patient there. She didn't get the best of starts. Pitched up a bit on the ski out of 1 ball. The boat moves away from you. Remember I was saying earlier, every second that ski stops or you're out of position, that boat is moving 15 meters down that course on you. So you've got to stay in time with the boat.
I think it's worth pointing out here, Stuart, now we're in the over 35s category. They ski at a faster speed, don't they, than it used to be. I think it used to be the over 55 women who shortened at 52. It's now down to the over 45s, but the over 35 women still shorten at 55. So they're going at the maximum speed,
Absolutely.
as I understand
Yep,
it.
absolutely. She's skiing at my speed here. And 13. Come on, Sam.
Whoa.
That
Wow,
was
that's
superb.
spectacular.
That was superb. So she'll be super pleased with that. She got a good start. She wasn't in the best position out of 2, but she stayed patient. We'll just watch the replay. Nicely up on the boat. Really gets her shoulder down behind the boat. And finishes one turn with a nice tight line. Lovely skiing.
So that her qualifying score for this competition was 5 at 13.
Yeah.
And her best is 2 at 12 in the open years, she says.
Okay.
So this seems to be absolutely superb for her. I'm sure she'll be delighted with that.
Yeah, I think both she and Jamie are, the dark horses in this event. They've definitely been putting in some work at home and in the gym and the exercise and so forth. And I'd love to see her get deep down 12. Let's see.
She was clearly absolutely delighted with that, and so it's probably unexpected for her, but absolutely wonderful. She showed real grit, actually, running that.
Yep, she was patient. She didn't get the best of starts, but she ran the pass. As we say, there's no points for style.
So here we go, 12 metres. What could she do?
Nice and wide. Drifted back a little bit. Come on, Sam. She's hooked up beautifully on one.
No.
Okay, so she was a little bit now on that gate. She just pitched up. She tried to hook up and get going, and there wasn't quite the line there. I think they'll score that as a half at 12-metre line.
But absolutely fantastic skiing there from Sam to get into the 12-metre line.
Yeah, she'll be pleased with that for sure. And we're saying 5 go through to the final from this category?
That's right. So we can't be clear yet, but we'll know soon enough whether she'll make it. But at the moment, the lead score still is 2.5 at 12 with Linnea Sederqvist. So I think she's in a pretty strong position. But we'll have to see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, half at 12, correct, Stuart. You called that right. If you were judging, you would have agreed with the other judges.
Excellent. That's not always the case, by the way. No, you have 3 judges, 1 in the boat and 2 on the tower. The one in the boat arguably has the best view, but I've learned myself the hard way that what you see is a skier going around a buoy isn't always what they do, and the judges in the tower have the ability of replay, and they're able to look back and see whether that ski actually went outside of the turn buoy or not. Who is our next skier? This is Alexia Anastasopoulou of Greece.
Yes.
I wonder if that boat speed was 55. That looked super slow. That was nice and steady. No, we think that's 52. Okay, maybe that's a 52 start speed on the 16-meter line. 52 kilometers an hour. This is a case, another skier choosing to stick to the shorter line of 16 meters, but opt for a slower speed, just so they can feel the water, get their body in condition and feel the sight. She'll now be staying on that same line length of 16 and coming back at the required speed of 55. So it's a skier's choice on the speed they choose to start, but they won't score points unless they run all 12 buoys, and they're not supposed to be able to shorten the line until they're at 55. So if the skier was not able to run that opening pass at the slower speed, they wouldn't score a score on the 16 meters, they would score it on the 18, as if it were the 18-meter pass. So
absolutely correct, yeah. 52, but now 55, 16 meters for Alexia.
Well, that was lovely. She just seemed so comfortable out there. She was patient. She let that ski come round before she engaged the handle and the boat. Very smooth pass. It's interesting, Jane. A few of these skiers are using this technique whereby you lift the arm that you're releasing with above your shoulder and swing over the top. You see our own Rob Hazelwood do that as a technique. She was adopting that same technique, and I think the idea is that it slows your ability to get back on the handle and forces you to be patient. I was always taught you just move your elbow back off the handle, get the ski round so that you've got less distance to reach to get back on the handle. But some of these skiers are adopting this Rob Hazelwood type style where you raise the arm up. Oh, she's got pulled out of shape on one. She's going to have to fight now. She's still going. She's at 3 ball. She's getting back in it. She's getting back in it. Oh, what a fantastic recovery. Oh, wow. 6 boys scored on the 14.25 meter line at 34 miles per hour, 55 kph. You watch this replay, that's incredible. So her start was good. She got through the gates, but she got pulled out of shape at 1. Let me just watch this again. So the arm extends forward. She gets buckled. She's broken completely from 1 to 2. Skis narrow into 2, throws a huge 2, gets back and stuck in at 3, gets into good posture and starts fighting from 3. Massive 4 turn. She's not giving up. She's still buckled over at 4 into 5, turns 5 and safely home for 6.
She has no right to run that pass with her bum that far back. I mean, that is remarkable. That is absolutely remarkable. I am just so envious.
That was superb. Yeah.
What a recovery, fantastic.
Yeah. Luckily, we don't score for style or technique. We only count the boys. We don't care how you get down on them. And that may not have been the prettiest pass, but she's done it. Coming back on 13.
Yeah, good job it's not wakeboarding where you get score for execution.
Yeah.
So here we go, 13 metres for Alexia.
Big one. She's connected up well on 2. She's running a bit late. She's going to have to work. She's just squeaking around there. Hold the handle. Yes, she holds. So she scores a full 4 on my gauge of that. She was a little bit behind the boat at the start. Maybe not as high up on the boat as she needed to be for that entry gate. Nice steady pull up. Yeah, she's behind the boat there, quite far back for a 13-meter gate, and then has to work.
I think that means that we've got our first confirmed finalist, which is Linnea Cederqvist of Sweden, who has the highest score so far of 2.5 at 12. It's possible that Sam Bloomsma could make it. Rather depends on the next four skiers.
Yeah. So going back from the 2.5 at 12, Sam has a score of half at 12. The last skier, Alexia, has 4 at 13. And the Christina, unfortunately with a very bad ankle, managed 3.5 at start speed.
So here we go. This is Aspasia Standiti, known as Celia. And she is one of the many Greek skiers here. Very, very strong skier, Celia.
So keeping that ski moving all the way through that pass, that was nice, a very nice pass to see. 16 meters, she's gone out at the full 55 kph or 34 miles per hour. But you didn't see that ski stop at any point. She just let it come round and load and work behind the boat. Nice skiing.
Yeah, she's got a best this year of 2 at 12 at this speed. She's got many titles as Celia, including All-American champion in tricks at collegiate skiing in 2000 for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, one of 2 Louisiana universities that have water ski scholarships, and many of the pro skiers go there. And juniors go there to do their studies and get in the water ski team. And I know that those who compete in collegiate skiing in the US think it's an absolutely amazing experience, and one of their ambitions is usually to win a collegiate title in the US, because the standard is generally so very high. But she also was a junior silver medalist in European in overall. So yeah, strong overall skier. So here is Celia Standiti coming back on 14 metres.
Nicely hooked up out of 1. Oh, a bit deep in 2. She's got to settle down. 3's good. Patient round 4. Oh, there's a superb recovery. She was broken over out of 2. I've got to watch that on the replay, but yeah, fantastic recovery. So nicely through the gates, a little bit shoulder heavy down on 1. Something happened here on 2. The arm comes forward. Yeah, she just overturned, pulled herself back upright on 2 ball. Was then late to 3 and had to get settled again. 4 was a little bit late, but she was, what is she, a right foot skier? So that's her onside turn. She was back for 5 and then home for 6. That's fine.
Yeah, so coming out of 2, I mean, you would have expected that to be on the other side, that sort of...
That should be her good side turn, but I think she turned too tight and it broke and pulled her back upright. She's coming back now on 13 metres, 1-3. Nicely up on the boat. Oh, taking a lot of slack. So she puts that handle down. She doesn't seem happy with that. That's a 2 at 13 on my scoring. She went into 1 and put the handle down, which set her posture low across the 2, and she took too much speed to 2. So I think she was, a little bit narrow on the gate.
Well, by my reckoning then, if that score on a 13-metre line means that both Linnea Cederqvist of Sweden and Sam Bloomsma of South Africa make it to the final.
Fantastic.
With just 3 skiers left to go.
Yeah, anything can happen. Who have we got next?
So, next up, we have one of your teammates, Stuart.
Oh, is that Kelly?
Kelly Atkins.
Fantastic. I love Kelly. She's going to deliver. She did really well, I believe, last time here. But got unlucky in the finals, is that right?
I think, not actually here, but in the Europeans last year. She got a couple of medals in overall and I think tricks and maybe jump, but yeah, unexpectedly in the slalom didn't actually get a medal, I believe.
Yeah, I think she got unlucky on the final, but was seeded best or something. So Kelly's skiing for the team. We needed to get a good score. We needed to make the finals. She's a super fit athlete. She's here with Ed and her son and daughter, so a lot of support.
Yeah, one of another son, Noah, is back at home training, because I think he will be competing in the, I believe, in the European juniors here on this site in a couple of weeks, as I understand it. But yeah, Kelly and Ed are here with little Joel, who's I think probably going to be a superstar skier when he grows up, and Summer. Kelly's daughter Summer is here, so they made a bit of a trip of it. As you say, very strong skier, very tall, fitness instructor and personal trainer.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, they operate a lake in sort of middle north east of the UK, up at a place called Pentney, Pentney, Pentney Lakes. So if ever you're in the UK, in around the King's Lynn area, then look up Kelly Atkins and get a tow up at that lake.
But do be aware she might drag you into a really nasty boot camp class or something while you're there. So here we go, Kelly Atkins. Let's see what she's starting on. Looks like 16 metres.
And 55 kph, 34 miles per hour. Bit of a bobble on her start there. But nice high handle, patient. Yeah, that was a good pass, safely down that. She looked a bit tentative to me at the start. I know she gets nervous. She was saying to me earlier that the wash machine stomach was going and the legs were jelly. But she's got a bit of a bobble pulling out. Had to straighten up again, so a bit of a double take on that gate. But nice and committed, nice handle high on the turn. Left foot forward skier. So what's Kelly's best now? What do we get for her? She's 4 at 12. Okay, and of course she's a 3-event skier, so even harder when you've got to train in 2 other disciplines. I only stick to my slalom, but this lady is all-rounder. And we'll see her jump tomorrow, will we? Or trick today?
I'll just have a look at the programme again, but she is doing all 3 events. Yeah, you were talking about her last year at the Europeans. Didn't get on the podium in slalom, but she was 3rd in tricks, and she was 2nd in jump. And I think she got, and 2nd overall. So very strong potential here, but let's see what she can do at 14.
Oh, that was nicely done. Come on, Kelly, she's down this. That was nicer than the opening pass. Yeah, she got stuck in there and was very settled. I think she liked that pass. That was superb.
I don't know if you know, but I mean, does she usually start at 16, or are you aware?
I think she does. I think she has a routine. I know you've got Greg Perry as coach up at Pentley Lakes, and they'll have been working out the routine. I know she also skis at Hazelwoods in the UK, so she'll have a dialed-in routine. I don't think she needs to change it. But
presumably team captain Mark Beard will have something to say about how people go out, or at least make some suggestions if there's any doubt at all.
Yeah, no, Mark's been super supportive for many years. You'll have seen Mark supporting all of the British team, and it's about making sure that we're as comfortable as we can be, and that everything's in the right place at the right time, and we're all on the dock, and we're fed and rested. And that showed in Kelly's skiing there. She'll be coming back on 13 metres.
I think she just has to get more than 4 on this to be sure of a place in the final. Let me just check.
I don't know whether she'll know that, and I don't know whether that will affect her skiing, but if she gets another good gate, this will be no problems for her at all. Get up on that boat. That looks good. Oh, handle slap at 1. She's still in it. 2's good. Safely round 3. Hooks up nicely at 4. Oh, superb. She'll be pleased with that. Safely down the 13-metre pass.
Yeah, that was again a case of not panicking. I mean, after that, handle down a bit low. Let's have a look at the replay here.
I was panicking. She's my teammate.
You were panicking. I don't think she was panicking, which is good.
She did a full handle slap in the water on 1, I'm sure.
Let's have a look at this.
Turns in nicely. Maybe a little too much speed. Goes there, look, handle down.
Oh, yes.
Handle slap. Back up on the handle. Patient for 2. Comes round nicely on 2.
And that's a good side one as well. So I don't know quite what happened there, but
handle goes down. Maybe she's training this way. Maybe I'm missing something. I know some of the Scandinavians.
Maybe you should do that.
Maybe that. Well, I do, but it's not on purpose. That's the point. Yeah, she did it again. Look. Okay, maybe that's a technique thing. We'll see.
Maybe it's going back to the old slam dunk, but with the hand. Yeah.
Was it Mike Shalander?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, very famous for that.
Yeah, well,
I'm old enough to remember that. So, great skiing from Kelly. See what she can do on 12 metres.
But she's made it through anyway,
She's
right?
made it through anyway. If she gets more than 2.5, she goes into the lead.
Okay.
But excellent skiing from Kelly.
So as a lefty, it's a hard turn-in for us. We get up here, and the ski doesn't want to turn in too well on your offside. She's got to get those hips round, which she does there. 1, 2, come on,
yes.
Kelly.
Whoa.
Double slap. 3.
That is spectacular skiing from Kelly Atkins. Congratulations.
Yeah, really good.
Goes into the lead and more importantly, of course, into the final.
Yeah.
From her point of view, and as you say, a team skier for Great Britain. I'm sure you and the rest of the team will be pleased with that.
Yeah, it's good points for Team GB. Fantastic. How many more skiers after Kelly? We've only got 2 more, so the way I see that, she's scored a lot of points for us as a team, so that's really good. So we have 2 more skiers to follow. We have Maria Vimpanetiosova. I apologise for my Greek, it's not too hot. And we're followed after her by Camille Thoren of Switzerland. So if we worked out our cut-off now, we think it looks like these ladies are going to have to get into 12 to knock out some of the 13-metre skiers, I think.
Yep. The last spot, assuming that the next 2 skiers get into the final, is half at 12, and that's Sam Bloomsma at the moment. That's the half. That's the 5th. 1, 2. Okay, so this, I believe, is Marie Vimpranyetsova of Greece, starting on 14 metres. Is that right, Stuart? Can you see? Was that 14?
I think that's 14,
yeah.
I think that's 14. I'm just looking at the sock. She's got a sock on her front leg, and the posture I was impressed with there. She's like a prowling tigress. She's up over that front foot, patient, attacking that turn. Yeah, really good skiing. Nice and wide. Yeah, she lets that ski come up underneath her on the turn. Yeah, very easy opening pass.
Yeah, so just to confirm, my scores have just disappeared from me. As Marie is the penultimate skier, the 3 who are at the top at the moment are guaranteed a place in the final. That's Kelly Atkins of Great Britain, leading score of 3 at 12. Then Linnea Cederqvist of Sweden, 2.5 at 12, and Sam, excuse me,
Bloomsma, yeah.
Sam Bloomsma of South Africa, half at 12. So it's all down now to these last 2. Here comes Marie on 13 metres.
Okay, we've got a nice wide gate. Let's drop back a little bit. Oh, did a double pump at 1. She's a bit narrow, but she's still going. She compresses her legs really well, gets that La Pointe ski round and underneath her, and fantastic recovery. We'll watch it on replay, but 1 wasn't the best. I think she was narrow into 1 and had to pull twice to get there. So she was out wide. She started nice and wide. Let her arms come up maybe a bit too high. Turned and then had to, completely buckled at 1. So it's fantastic recovery. And then had to fight from 2. No, excellent skiing. So safely down 13 metres. She'll be coming back for a chance to make the finals. If she gets more than a few at 12, she should be in there.
Well, I think she's. I think she will be. I mean, we've got, as I say, at the moment, Sam Bloomsma is guaranteed a spot with half at 12.
Okay.
So let's see.
So she should be in anyway.
Yeah,
even with 6
exactly.
13, right.
Yes, in fact, there is nobody else. Yeah, the next one is 4 at 13. So she's in anyway, but let's see what sort of seeding she can get.
Yep. That was a lovely start to 12. I wish I could get a 12 start like that.
Oh.
She just pulled long into 2 ball, so she'll score 2.5. She did get her ski round 3, but she wasn't able to S-turn and get the ski back before the next set of boat guide boys. So I think the judges will score that as 2.5. But it was almost too good a one. She got the ski round pulled long into 2. And we'll finish with a score, I think, of about 2.5 on the 12 meter.
Yeah, the score's not coming in quite as quickly as it usually does, so they're probably just confirming that. But if that's 2.5, that will give her joint second place so far with Linnea Cederqvist of Sweden. 2.5 at 12. Let's just see what the judges say, and then we'll move on to our final skier in this 35 plus women's prelim, Camille Thoron of Switzerland.
So I think after this next lady, there will be a short break until... I'm not sure she should be doing that. Should she be doing that? What do the rules say about weaving behind the boat?
No, I thought, I thought you had to go behind the boat, but what do I know?
Yeah. So it could be tactics. I don't know my rules that well. I know that I've been told off when I was learning water skiing on your final pass when the boat is returned to the dock that you're supposed to stay behind the wake. The boat itself, you'll notice, doesn't run back down the middle of the boat guide course. That's to prevent the skier from having a practice set on the way back. But the view is that by doing a little slalom behind the boat on your way back, you create wash for the next skier. So it'll be interesting to see how they view that.
Yeah, just say that was a confirmed score of 2.5 boys at 12 metres for Marie. So now it's all down to the final skier, Camille Thoron of Switzerland. Interestingly, I mean, she's top seed here, but she's got a personal best from last year of 3 at 13. So it'll be interesting to see what she does here, because we've already got 4 people into 12 metres in this prelim. So here comes Camille Thoron on 16 metres at 52, we are told.
Okay. So I'm not sure how the seeding works, whether this is an overall seeding. I thought you were seeded based on your score last year, your best score in comp last year. But she's safely down an opening pass. 16 metres at 52 kph. Was her opening line length and speed. So I'm going to predict that she will come back at the same line length of 16 and that the speed will just increase to the mandatory 55 kph or 34 miles per hour. But we'll wait and see.
Camille will clearly be looking for a very good championships this year. She last year she was European champion in tricks, jump and overall. So clearly maybe slalom is the weakest of her 3 disciplines, but you know, that's no mean feat to win 2 individual events and the overall. I mean, clearly winning the 2 individual events will help towards the overall, but I'm not sure. Maybe she got into the final in the slalom as well. But here we go, coming in, as you correctly predicted, it seems 55 kph, 16 metres.
Nice tight line out of 1. Very patient at 2. Yeah, I think she's all over this. Yeah. That was a nice, easy pass. Lovely. She's got a fair way to go, though, if you're thinking that was 16. You know, some of the girls started at 14 metres, so she's got to run 14, she's got to run 13, and got a poster score somewhere above what's lowest ranked at the moment, we think. She's got to get into 12, right? Or 13.
Sorry. She's got to get more than 4 at 13.
Okay. So she's still got to run this next pass. She's not home and dry yet. The other thing to factor in for these skiers, on the 3rd or 4th pass, this lake starts to get a little bit movie. Well, I wouldn't call it washy, but on a glassy day you look out at the lake now and there's a few ripples around 2-ball especially. And the more passes you have, the more difficult that's going to get to deal with. This is 14 metres. She's nice and wide. Oh, she's running a bit late. Oh, she's wobbled her way inside there. She got out of shape somewhere there at 2-ball, so I think they're going to score that as 3 boys at 14, which means she won't make the slalom final.
Yeah, so that opens it up now to another skier to get in, and it looks like that will be Alexia Anastasopoulou. Apologies for my Greek pronunciation. I think that means that she will get in with 4. What was that score you just said?
This was 1, 2, 3. 3 at 14.
Yes, okay, so Alexia has 4 at 13. So it looks now as if the 5 finalists in the over 35 women are Kelly Atkins, Linnea Sederqvist, Marie Vimpranietsova, Sam Bloomsma and Alexia Anastasopoulou. So there you go.
Well, congratulations, ladies. That was fantastic. We're now moving into the 35 men. So I'm not sure if there's a change of driver and judges, but we might take a short break. So just while we're waiting, remind you all that you can see the duel that's taking place. I think it's this weekend, even in Cirencester in the UK. We've got some prize money coming forward for the best skiers. I think there are 6 men and maybe 4 women or pros that are taking part in that competition down in Cirencester. Don't quote me on all the pros. I think we've got T-Gas from the UK, we've got Will Asher, we've got Rob Hazelwood, we've got Freddie Winter, and there are a couple of others I think that are taking place. Aaron Davis, of course, yeah, British Aaron Davis is down there. Who else have we got? There's another few pro skiers, but that'll be broadcast.
Callum Heath.
Callum Heath, Tom Poole, yeah, it'll be broadcast on TWBC, won't it?
No,
No.
that's actually, I can't remember if it's World Water Skiers, but it's not TWBC, but it will be streamed live for a couple of hours, I think, on Saturday and Sunday. But of course, everybody will be watching this.
Yeah,
so
of
they
course.
won't be watching the duel.
No, but they can probably get on catch up, I don't know.
Exactly, yeah.
But it's an interesting one because it's a new competition that they're pioneering over there in Cirencester. It's a 4-buoy course. The 2 boats run parallel. So you have 2 courses parallel with one another. Both boats leave the dock at identical times. And when I did it, it was a handicapped competition, so you count back from your handicapped score, but you are skiing alongside another skier. Theoretically, you're all pointing in the same direction, so you're never skiing towards each other.
Should be spectacular.
But it is impressive, and now that we've got the pros involved, it should be, good
I mean,
to see.
there's an amateur competition as well, which will be handicapped, as I understand it, but obviously the pros competition, it will be pro against pro. And they'll be going out at the same, I guess, the same line length, same speed.
Yeah.
And it is part of the Water Ski Pro Tour, so it will count towards the points of the Water Ski Pro Tour. And the current leader in that, by quite a long way, is Will Esher of Great Britain, and he will be competing in this competition.
Yeah, and Will is a granddad at the sport, isn't it? There's him and T-Gas out there showing these young pups how it should be done.
Yep, T-Gas, I gather, is I think he's 41. Will Asher will be 40 next month, probably in a couple of weeks' time. So these are skiers who qualify to compete at this tournament.
Yeah, no.
Imagine
absolutely.
that.
Yeah.
Imagine if Oh well, I mean, just imagine the 35 plus category here that we're about to see. In fact, if they were in that.
Exactly. Yeah, no, superb.
But yeah, still competing at the top level, and it just amazes me how they can still, run or nearly run 10.25, occasionally even go beyond that. The forces on the body, phenomenal.
Yeah, well, as I say, this is a different format. The 2 boats leave the course. There's 2 slalom courses. I think the skiers get pulled out of a hat who you have to duel against, and then the others.
Really? It's not.
I think so.
It's not seeded.
And then the skiers, I think, get to choose which boat they prefer, and that sort of thing, which driver. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, well, I think it's the first time it's been done on the professional circuit. So interesting. Here we go. It looks like we're getting the simulation pass ready for the over 35 men.
So I think we've got a change of crew and a change of driver. That looks like British driver Phil Ingalls is in the helm seat for that Nautique 200. I don't recognise the judge, but we've got a judge beside him that will be judging for the men's over 35 slalom prelim rounds. Looking at the sheet here, we have, I think, 14 competitors that are putting themselves forward in this category. And only 1, 2, 3 of those are not skiing for a team score. The rest are all skiing for a team score. And only 8 of those will go through to the final that will take place on Sunday.
So when's your final then, Stuart? You're in the final, aren't you? And yours is...
I got lucky, so I think the others were being kind to me and let me go. Or maybe it was a Greek salad that got me down that opening pass. But
that's that extra bit of feta cheese.
Yeah, delicious food, lots of rest. I'm enjoying the weather and the hospitality. But I'm sort of midway out of 12 skiers, biggest category. There's a few legends in there that are way better than me, but it's what you do on the day.
Yeah, so I take it you won't be having a beer tonight then?
No beer, no. We're going to get early to bed, lots of rest, and we're going to give the other boys a run for their money tomorrow.
That's the attitude. That's what we like to hear. Competitive spirit. I think, was it last year, Stuart, you didn't actually make the Europeans?
Oh, don't mention that. So I worked so hard last year. I was the first one in, or it was my first year in this age category, so it's okay, I've got the advantage. I'm younger, I'm healthy, I'm fit, all that stuff. Went to the gym 100 times a day, ate only lentils for a year, you know, did the whole routine. 1 week before, booked my flights, bought my uniform, bought the whole business 1 week before, got a little bit of a sore throat. And I thought, that's not good. Then I started coughing. And you know what came next? I'd better take one of these tests. And sure enough, I had full-on COVID. Luckily, I wasn't badly affected by it, so from that point of view, it was a blessing. But it meant that I couldn't go and compete in the competition last
Italy,
year. In
wasn't
Italy,
it?
it
I
was
think,
in Italy,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't there, but it was Italy. Yeah. Well, anyway, you're here. You got here. You haven't got COVID, at least.
No,
we hope not.
no,
of course, our chief judge did have it. He's
Gavin,
recovering now.
yes.
But anyway, on to more important matters. Here is the first skier, and this should be Vincent Fondo, or Vincent Fondo of France. Let's find out what he's starting at.
That looks like, to me, 14 meters, and I think that's 55 kph. And he's all over this pass. Yeah, no problems at all for Vincent. I think he's riding a radar, one of those white radars. That's the first one I've seen so far. A lot of D3s here. A lot of the Greeks are skiing on the La Pointe ski. And of course quite a few D3 skiers. Yep. So Vincent should be happy with that. He will be composing himself at the far end of the lake, just getting ready to return on the 13-meter line. I don't know what his best score was. Where did he score last year? He's got a 3.5 at 11 at some point.
Let's have a look at last year.
He's a tall skier. I can see he's strong.
3.5 at 11 is his qualifying score for this competition, and that appears to be his PB, or at least his current PB at this speed. So he may have got a different score when he was skiing at 58.
Yeah, and he's got to do it off the dock. Competition nerves. It's a nice turn in. Super patient out of 2. Waits, lets the ski come round. A little bit lazy out of 5, you know, only just makes it through the gates. Yeah. That was such a nice start. I know exactly what he did there, because Beverly was saying to me she did exactly the same thing earlier.
I've got this.
Yeah, exactly. I've got this. I just need to relax and stay calm. But he relaxed and collapsed at 5 ball.
How many times do you tell yourself, whatever you do, if you go round 5, don't say I've got this? And how many times do you actually do it in your head? I've done it so many times.
Yeah, no, it's the killer. It's a killer. You know, these pros that do it all the time, it's boy at a time. You know the position you're meant to be in, you know how you should stand on the ski, and you don't start counting that pass until you have got all 6. One boy at a time. But he definitely went to 5. He was so early on 4. He went to 5, thought, this is okay, I can relax. Turned and only just made it back through the gates at 6.
Of course, sometimes you're in such good shape you carry on skiing. Jan Johnson, who was from South Africa, who was here earlier, I remember her in Ioannina 3 years ago. I think it might have been in the final, I'm not sure, but she was so enjoying it. She said it was such lovely water. She carried on after 6 and went for a 7th. But anyway, so 12 metres for Vincent.
Yeah. And this is going to make him ski well now. He's not going to go easy on this because he knows the dangers. He's going to get stuck in, connect up, and he's going to work. He's a bit of slack out of 2. He's good at 3. Shoulders nicely down. Oh, he bobbled again. 5, come on. No, he scored the 5. I don't know how. He scored the 5. So he bobbled again at 4. which looked like he did something similar, kind of relaxed and stood over the front of his ski. We'll watch it on the slow replay. The start was good. He turned in at the same speed as the boat, shoulders nice and level, handle at hip. That was a nice start. Patient round 1, hooked up beautifully out 1. 2, patient. Again, that was a nice turn at 2. I think maybe the legs are a bit locked. Maybe he's pushing a bit on his legs there. It comes across now to 4. What happens at 4? Okay, so he's come off his back shoulder early. Yeah. He's put his arm out and he's lost his balance. I don't know how he held on to 5, but he scored the full 5 buoys on the 12-meter line. But yeah, I think his problem there was giving back. The back shoulder came up, took him off balance, ended up pointing at 4 ball, and then it was a fight to get to 5 and beyond.
Yeah, you'd think game over then, but as you say, he got round to get the extra buoy 5, count. Yeah.
But he's put a score there. The others know what they have to chase. That's kind of telling you you're going to have to get down your 12 and get into 11 to post a score that's going to give you a chance of making into the top 8.
1.
Looks like the next skier is a local Greek skier, George Hatsis. Hatsis, even, yeah, of course. So am I right in thinking the Hatsis family have a whole load of ski lakes around Greece?
I think so. I'm presuming because I think there are a couple of Hatsis skiers skiing in this tournament, actually. It's a shame Sophia's just taken a little wander. Otherwise, we could ask, because I'm sure she knows a lot about all of these skiers. And unfortunately, a couple of them haven't filled in their biog, so I can't help.
That is shocking. Skiers, why do you not do that? These poor commentators have got to make it up as we go along. I'm gonna, if I get it wrong, you can criticise me later. But I think that the family have got this lake, and there's something to do with Kaiaphos. So, and there's another lake somewhere. Well, it looks like he's opening at 13. This is a confident statement coming out on 13 meters, one-handed gate.
Well, this is actually saying it's Anastasios Hatsis, which may mean that 2 skiers.
Oh, he's pulled out of shape.
I will just double check that because I don't know that that's correct.
That was a wobbly start. I'm not sure he's going to be happy with that. He went out at 13, and if I was sitting at that end of the lake now, I would be thinking about my skiing and what I did wrong. So. But we just got to check who the skiers are, because it's possible that we haven't got everybody that's on the start list actually on the start dock, and we've got to check who we're commentating on. Okay, so we're pretty sure it is George out on the water, and he should be coming back now on the 12-meter line, the blue line, 12. So George pulling out another one-handed gate at that end. He's drifted back a bit. Big turn out of 1. Bigger turn out of 2. Whoa. Well, he's run it. As we keep saying, there are no points in this sport for style or technique. He was kind of big pull out of 1, but he wasn't going to let go. And
last couple of buoys looked better than the beginning.
Well, he settled down. That's the thing. You know, you've got to get out there. You've got to get past 1. When you get to 2, you kind of breathe a bit and settle. So watch this one buoy. 1 out, big turn, shoulders in the water, springs him back upright, you see, which makes him narrow for 2. Now got to get the hammer down 3 is a big turn again as a left foot forward skier.
Yeah, so that's his good turn. He's made up some time there.
4
Still
he's
late.
round, settled a bit. He's a strong skier, this guy is. Bang, 5 is a huge turn again. And 6. Nicely done. Okay, so that is our first skier down 12 meters. He's going to be shortening to 11.25 meters. This is going to be a high cutoff, you know, this age category. It's going to be interesting to see where the cutoff is for the top 8 skiers. Again, he's coming in. Gates are good. 1, same thing. He's pulling long to 2. Oh, wow.
Oh, he's got round 4.
Holds it to 4.
I think he just got back.
That was impressive. So he didn't get the best start out of 1. That thing I'm saying earlier about every second that ski stops, the boat moves 15 meters. That happened right here for us now. 1 ball, he hooked the turn, stopped the ski, the boat maybe moved, 7 meters or something on him. Now he's got to get the hammer down and pull long to 2. He did really well to get himself as far as 4 ball. Yeah, load of slack line at 2. Tries to throw a big 3. Well, he does throw a big 3. Shoulders down. Pulls way too long into 4. Pitches up and banks the 4 buoy. Okay, so that's the score to beat. 4 at 11 meters. And the next skier is from France, is Paul Forestier of France.
So if I was this guy now, I'd be going back for a nice massage.
Yeah, sure.
That body's taken a beating, but...
Yeah, he's stretching his shoulders out.
Oh,
now.
there you go. I must have known.
Yeah.
But what a, strong guy.
Yeah.
Very strong guy.
Well, the whole... I know he's a Greek guy, yeah. I say the French have got a very strong team as well. So.
Yeah, I haven't actually counted up how many, but I know the French have got a very big team here, and the Greeks, obviously. Swedes have got quite a few.
Yeah. I think a lot of the French are skiing to earn their place in the Worlds, which is happening in Baresh.
That's right. It's on home territory or home water, and I think everybody wants to ski at Baresh. I gather it's a great place.
Yeah.
Really potentially very good scores there, and they want to be in the team. And I don't know how many wild cards you get as the home nation, but I think that's down to the French Federation.
Yeah, but all of these scores count, you see. So I think many of them are saying, look, I want my place. If I can't make it into the team, I want to be selected as an individual.
Exactly.
To be an individual, you've got to be in the top, whatever it is, 15 or so. And as you say, as a wild card for the country, the French will be looking at who are their best 5, I think it is, wild cards.
And if you get a very good score at the Europeans, then you sort of,
Yeah, you're in.
You're in.
Yeah.
Okay, so
16.
Paul Forestier of France, opening pass.
Well, I'd give him a medal just for wearing those shorts. I mean, I think that's fantastic. To be wearing your PPE out on the lake.
I love it. I think fluorescent and really colourful shorts just look because it looks fantastic in photos.
I agree. Jen, you're as old as me, so you remember when we learnt to snow ski and we were wearing all these luminous colours, and it's all coming back in fashion. We set the benchmark. All the youngsters, these over 35s, they think they invented fashion, but we did it.
Look at that. You see how wonderful it stands out.
I've got bright pink shorts.
Oh, I know. They look very nice, Stuart. But from my point of view, actually I wear black shorts, so it doesn't really work. But ideally you want to wear something really colourful so people are looking at what you're wearing rather than your technique.
Exactly.
In my case, anyway.
Takes their eye off the fact that the ski was in the wrong place and the handle was in the water. And
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, so Paul is safely down, opening pass at 16. He's going to be coming back on the 14-metre line. He's another one of these skiers who's going to have to do a bit of work to get down to 11. He's at 14. He's got to run his 13. He's got to run his 12. And that takes a toll on the body. Nice wide pull out. Lovely turn at 1. So early at 2. He's all over this pass. I'm going to go as far as to say that is my 14-meter pass of the weekend. I've not seen anybody ski such a sweet 14 as that. That was superb.
Yeah, sadly I don't have any information about Paul, but the strange thing from my point of view is that his qualifying score from last year was just 6 at 18 metres. Clearly he's better than that, but I don't know what his personal best is.
Don't quote me on it, Jane, but I think it's possible that they can count back previous scores from previous years. I know there was something around the COVID problem that if you didn't happen to get a comp score last year or one that wasn't good enough, then I think we can go back a year or two earlier. But I'm not sure how many years.
I see. Okay.
I may be wrong on that, but I think that's how it works.
But that's why it's always it's just a guide, these things.
Yeah.
I guess.
I mean, the team will have had to put down a best score for a period, and it has to be validated. So somebody's got to be happy that if you say you can run a pass at that length, then it's auditable.
I'm just going to hand you over to Stuart because somebody very insistent is trying to ring me, and just in case it's an emergency.
Okay. It's good on 1. A lot of slack out of 2. That was a nice pass. So again, he was a bit out of shape at 1, a bit rushed into 1, settled himself down at 2, and no more dramas after that. Really good.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And 1. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I just confirmed that phone call was indeed an emergency. It was finding out what I wanted to eat for lunch, so I'm glad I took it.
Yeah, we're flailing in this heat. You've done a fantastic job, Jane, of, again, sitting here in roasting temperatures, trying to fathom out who is skiing with no bio information or little bio information. But yeah, well done.
Yeah, well, you too. I wouldn't be able to do it without you, Stuart. As I say, somebody who's actually competing in this is in a far better position to commentate on the slalom than little old me.
Not at all. Not at all.
I do my best. Anyway, so we've still got a long way to go in this over 35. I apologise. Men's slalom.
So he's getting his money's worth, this guy. He's coming back on 12 metres. He went out 16, I think he's 16, 14, 13, he's back on 12. Nice 1. 2 stretch. Oh, he's fast into 3. Just went onto his back foot. He was a bit narrow into 2, I think, so pulled long to 3, but I would score that at 3 at 12. Which may not be enough to give him what he needs. Yeah, he gets his shoulder down hard in 1. 2 is a stretch. Look, line comes up, no angle, compresses. 2 fast to 3, even more slack. Lucky to hold on to that to get back and score the 3 boys. But he's not.
Yeah, tapping his head there, yeah. 3 at 12, as you say, there's a lot of skiers to go in this. It may not be enough, but of course, I mean, even if the rest of these skiers are capable of getting into 11, at a championship, that is a really ridiculously hard pass. So there's no certainty that even if they do it usually, that they would get into 11 metres.
No, absolutely. And the usually part, remember the scores we're using are their best in competition. Doesn't always mean usual. There's a lot of missed openers and all sorts of things that you've got to consider. Who is our next skier?
Well, it looks like we've had a non-starter, and that this is Olivier Cheroux of Switzerland. I'll just double check that. I believe it is.
That looks to me like a 16-meter line and a guy in a heavy old knee brace. Oh, it's just round 6, just manages to bank 6, which is pretty good going if he's injured. So a little bit fast back on the handle out of 1. I think that's upset him there. 2 is narrow. 3, again, he puts that handle down. He doesn't keep his arm up at the turn. Very late to 5. Big turn at 5. Pulls all the way to 6. Gets round 6 with inches to spare and a lot of slack line back through the gates. See, this can work 2 ways in the head of the skier. He's either going to be even more nervous, or he's going to sort himself out and say, okay, I know what I've got to do now. And he's going to come back. On the 14-meter yellow line, let's see what he can do. Oh, big back foot out of 1. Oh, he's running late. It's going to work now. Oh, a big stretch. No. Okay, what are we going to score that? That's a half, so that's 3.5. I think we scored that at 3.5 on the 14. Or was that 13? 14.
14.
Yeah,
14.
14 we think. So we've all done it. My first competition of the year, a nice 3-round event. I managed to miss my opening pass on 2 out of 3 of the events. And the first one that you miss just messes your head. The second one, I just pulled at every buoy and wasn't going to let go, and that was shocking. And the third round, I thought, okay, I know what I'm doing now. Come on, get it dialed in, ski properly, and I didn't run it again. So. So who do we have now? Looks like a 16-meter start. Looks like Olivier Fortrompe. Isn't he a pro trick skier guy?
Yeah, Olivier Fortrompe is the most remarkable trick skier, but he's obviously a very good slalom skier as well. He's from Belgium, and it may well be he's slaloming to help out the team here, but yeah, I mean, well, Olivier Fortrompe has recently been competing with the pros. You know, we were talking earlier about slalom skiers still competing in their grand old age in pro events. Well, Olivier Charoux is doing that in tricks. His best in tricks is 11,610 points.
What?
Yeah. This year, I asked him, I saw him yesterday, he's just arrived back from the World Games in Alabama, where I think he got a bronze in tricks there, actually. So against the top people who were selected for their countries there. And I asked him what he'd done this year, and he said, I haven't made 10,000 points yet. So he's, I haven't even made 10,000 points. So yeah, this is a man who is one to watch in the tricks competition. But at the moment, we're concentrating on how good a slalom skier he is. Personal best of 1.5 at 11, apparently.
Wow.
That's not too shabby for a tricks expert, is it?
He does look a bit, I mean, it's not a massive criticism, I hope he doesn't get offended, but looks like he's standing on that ski like a trick ski.
Maybe it is trick ski.
Well,
oh, no.
Maybe he should be on a trick ski more. But he needs to get his posture up a bit taller, which he's doing there. That's a good, here we go. 14.25. Got a very compressed style. See those legs bend, look. Still. Yeah, it's quite an unusual posture that he's got, but it's working for him. He's down his 14.25 metres, no problem.
I don't think he's the tallest of slalom skiers. Not sure how tall he is, but
yeah, I'm not thinking the height. I'm thinking how he stands on the skis. So he just looks like he's ready to do a backflip coming into the wake, rather than stacked and over his feet. See, very compressed there. I mean, he's balanced, you know. His turn, shoulders nice and level, but his shoulders aren't in sync with his hips, I think so. Hey, what
I'm sure he'll
if I could trick
he'll come and criticise your trick skiing,
yeah, exactly.
Stuart.
And he'd be very, very entitled to do so.
Yeah, he won the overall in this championship last year.
Okay.
So we no doubt looking to do the same and get some good scores for the Belgians. He was second in jump.
50 metres.
50 metres. Not bad for somebody who's still probably suffering from jet lag after coming back from the USA earlier this week.
Yeah, that was superb. I don't know how he did that. He was patient, he let the ski come round. So compressed.
Yeah, so last year at the Europeans, won the tricks, not surprisingly.
Yep.
Second in jump, and first in overall.
Fantastic. When's he going to trick? I want to watch the tricks.
That will be. Is that tomorrow? Let me just. No, Sunday's only finals. Right. Well, I mean, in which case he probably will be tricking on Sunday. Yeah. Of course, you never know. Could fall, but
qualifying is today or tomorrow?
Yeah, the
maybe tomorrow.
No, tricks prelims are later on today.
Right.
So we'll
stick around and watch that.
Yeah, that will definitely be worth waiting for. So let's see what the trick specialist can do on the 12-metre line. It's silly to say that, isn't it, when somebody's coming back on 12 metres. Olivier Fortom, 12 metres.
Oh, big one ball. Or two. Yeah. Yeah, it took too much out of one ball, I think, but has banked a score there of 2 on the 12-metre line. 2 on the 12 metres.
Yeah, I'm going to have to apologise for calling him a trick specialist. What I mean is he's still he's a trick specialist at pro level at the age of 44. He's a great overall skier. 61 metres, actually, is his personal best in jump. As well as that 11,610 points.
And you say 44, so the over 45s we've got to watch out. Got another year or so to go.
Yeah, I think he said not next year, the year after he'll be in the over 45. So, yeah. We're sorry for the trick skiers in that, but
yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to repeat what his hobbies are. He told me what he was going to put down, but let's just say that it's annoying people. Yeah. But he hasn't used that word.
Well, he'll certainly annoy a few people if he tricks as well as he normally tricks. That'll be good. And jumps as well as he normally jumps. So where are we on the running order or the cut-off order?
All right, let's have a look.
We've got a few. What did he get there? He got 2 at 12. There's another with 2 at 12. Somebody else at 5 at 12. So far we've only seen 2 skiers run their 12-metre line, and the next one.
Or get into 12-metre, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, one. Get.
Who is this
on
the order now?
So this is Yannis Kokinos.
Oh no, I know Yannis. Yannis is from Cyprus. Yeah, I skied with him in Cyprus. This guy's gone through major shoulder surgery. So he is a very talented light skier that's been off the water for some time from a few years ago when he had shoulder surgery. Opening pass under his belt, 14.25 meters at 34 miles per hour, 55 kph. So there is one lake or area that you can ski nicely behind it. It's actually a Mastercraft. They may have a Nautique as well now, but Mastercraft in Cyprus, I recommend you go and check it out. It's near Limassol and superb skiing.
Is that the same? I met a chap who's not actually skiing here, but I think was originally going to ski here, called Stelios, from Cyprus, and we were talking to him. I went to watch the San Gervasio Pro-Am, and he was there. A couple of his children as well. Peter did very well. I think they're in the European Youth Championships here shortly.
Yeah.
I don't know where his place is, but he was definitely selling it well and making me really feel like I ought to go there and ski.
Yeah, no, I think you should. It's definitely worth a visit. It's nice and warm. They usually, I don't know if they're doing it this year, usually do a competition in November,
Wow.
which of course is outside of the year end. Our year ends for ranking purposes 31st of October.
Oh,
so you
does
can
it?
get your first score for next year by going to ski with them in Cyprus, which was, you're still fit from the season. The water's lovely and warm. Hospitality's good. But yeah, Stelios, I think, is chairman of the Cypriot Federation, and I sat and watched his son here get deep down 11 meters at the under 14 category. So Yannis successfully down 13. No problems at all with that. He's quite upright in that pass. It's interesting. So he's a tall skier, keeps nice level shoulders, patient around the turn. But compared to Olivier's style, it's chalk and cheese. He's standing tall on the ski and he's using his height for leverage.
I mean, we should expect him to see him run a couple more passes here, because I see that in 2019 he got one at 10.75 at 58 kilometres per hour. Now skiing obviously at 55 kilometres per hour here.
Yeah, no, he can ski. He can definitely ski, but he is coming back from surgery. I don't know how long ago, but it's quite major shoulder surgery he's had. 12 meters. Oh, there was a duck on 2-ball. He's still going. Getting later. Oh, and he's got to pull to 6, but he gets it.
Oh, is he going to?
No.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, it's such a
That's
shame.
Unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I don't know whether he's going to pick up on the duck. This is an interesting point. So that duck took off as he was turning 2-ball.
Let's have a look at it on the replay, see if we
Yeah.
can see it. I'm not sure it's clear enough, but with the sunlight
But the skier would have to protest that put him off, and the judges would have to decide, well, he kept skiing. If he saw this duck at 2, he kept skiing. See there, look. Takes off right there.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was in his eye line or what. I mean, it wasn't right on the buoy, but...
No, I think you'll see it and it's in your mind, but it's whether you can convince the judges that that's the reason I fell off round 6 was because something happened at 2.
He seems to be swimming in, so I don't think there's any concern there from his point of view. And also, I mean, it is a shame that he didn't manage to hold on and get back through the gates. But that position there, I mean, if you have just come back from a shoulder injury, you probably don't want to hang on to that unless you.
But he did. He did.
I know he did. I know. And I just think, crazy.
Yeah.
But there you go. It's a competition.
So I think he gets 5.5 for that. I don't think he held the handle through the gates, in which point he would have scored the 6. I think he released the handle before going through the exit gate. So 5.5 on the 12-meter line. So it's not a given that all of these athletes still to follow are going to get into 11. We've only got 2 so far that have run this 12 meters.
1, no?
1 here and 1 here. 3.5 and a 4.
That's
Is that 14?
That's 14.
Oh, only one.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm reading that as an 11.
Yeah, sorry, it's my writing.
So only
Just double check
one
that on the,
skier has gone through to run
Yeah.
4 at 11.
Yes, so in fact, Yannis, his 5.5 at 12 is enough for second place at the moment.
Okay.
But we still have 7 skiers to go, with 8 to go through.
Yeah.
So a lot of skiing yet. I think I need to apologise in advance for potentially butchering this person's name. I'm afraid it's one of the names that I didn't get chance to correct to check the pronunciation on. Do you know this chap, Stuart, before I attempt to say his name?
Palondian.
Onik
Palondian.
Onik Palondian. Dijon? Palondian. Okay.
That's my Greek.
Apologies. Anyway, Onik Palondian. I'm really sorry if I've got that wrong, but he's from Greece and he is your next skier on the water. Looks like he's starting at 16 metres.
Now this is another skier who has a very unusual style. I've never seen a ski like this. Somebody's obviously told him, keep your chest up. And you watch, he stands up, sticks his chest up in the air as tall as he can on every turn. It seems to work for him. Turns, gets tall.
So coming back on 14 metres, last year's best was 2 at 12 at this speed.
Big hook up at 1. Oh, he's late for 2. And he's swimming at 3. I think that all went wrong out of 1 ball. We'll have to watch on the replay. That's 14.25. That'll be an upset for him. Okay, our next skier up is Jamie Bloemsma, skiing for the Netherlands, based at Cirencester, 4 Lakes at Cirencester in the UK. And here with his wife Sam, who is skiing for South Africa. Now I saw Jamie get 4 at 11 at a couple of, even 4.5 I think he got at a couple of rounds up at Hazelwoods recently. The score he's got to beat here is 4.11. I know that if he gets down his 12, you're going to see him turn hard on 2 and hang on. Jamie going out on 14.25 meters, 55. He was telling me this morning he's got his lucky shorts on. We had to hunt the whole hotel. He had lost his lucky shorts yesterday and was in a right flap because couldn't see himself getting down the opening pass without these special lucky shorts. They're the only pair he's got, and otherwise he'd have been skiing naked.
Yeah, knowing Jamie, he probably would have done it if he had to. Not sure everybody else would have appreciated it, but yeah. No, he's been skiing very, very well. In fact, when he filled in his biog, his personal best was 3.5 at 11. And he improved that by a whole boy. 4.5 at 11 scored in the United Kingdom earlier this year, and it was a new Dutch national record.
Yeah.
So, yeah, great. And even, I think, in the practice sessions here, when the conditions were very, very difficult, he had a good one.
Yeah.
He got in, he
got into 11.
Yeah, and he says, well, we're used to it, in the UK,
He's a very
bad
strong
conditions.
skier.
Yeah.
Very strong. He's the only one I've seen riding this Evo. So there's not many people that the D3 produced the Evo and didn't get on with it. Jamie seems to make it work for him.
Half a bull more than you. And 300 points for the flip.
Yeah, and shoulder. What about the shoulder?
I feel fine now. I don't know it later.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. So here comes Jamie at 13 metres.
Back on 13. Nice and wide. Such a strong skier. He got a little bit broken there at 4, but back in the game easily at 6. He looks quite comfortable out there.
Yeah. I think I mentioned earlier that Jamie used to work out here in Greece for many years.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I heard him ordering his food in Greek the other day. I'm pretty sure he probably speaks it still. Can remember a lot of it, even if he doesn't use it as much now. Oh yes, that looked like a big turn there.
No, very strong skier, Jamie. If he can get that ski under him into position, he's not letting go of that handle. And he got that back. So he was early at 6.
He'll obviously be hoping to join his wife Sam, who made it through to the final earlier in the over 35 women.
Yep.
A few more skiers in this men's category than the women, but perfectly capable of doing this.
Yeah, there are 5 more to go after him. So even if they all score well, our cut-off will be somewhere around Yanni's score of 5.5 at 12, and maybe the 4 at 11. But I think, 5.5 at 12 gets you in. Come on, Jamie, 12 meters. Nice line out of 1. Oh, pitched up a bit. Yeah, he wasn't going to let this pass go by. Good boy. 6 boys scored on the 12-meter line for Jamie.
I think he's consistently getting into 11.
He is, yeah.
It's very, very consistent skiing.
Yeah. I think if the other skiers want a chance in the final, they should go and hide his lucky shorts. That's about the only way they're going to beat this guy.
So only the second person to actually run 12 metres in this prelim so far.
But George of Greece has got 4 at 11, so we know Jamie can do that.
Yep, his personal best, 4.5. Dutch national record. Let's see if he can improve on that.
Yep. All about the gait. If Jamie gets a good gait, left foot forward skier, and then he'll battle his way. I think he's going to get to 3. I'm going to, put it out there. I think he's going to crank 1 and get to 2. And
pretty sure he's in the final anyway with that score.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I think George Hatzis and Jamie. maybe even Ioannis. Let's have a look. At 11.25.
Still going.
Oh,
There you go.
3.
There's a 3. Good boy. So 3 at 11 puts him second from last off the start list in the finals at the moment. With the only skier better being George Hatsis at this stage. So Jamie should be pleased with that.
Yeah, so 5 more skiers to go. So that means that Jamie is in, along with George Hatsis. So
And
5,
Ioannis.
6, 7, yes, and Ioannis Kokinos. So hopefully his shoulder is okay.
Yeah. So we're going to need. Well, it doesn't matter what we need, does it? They're all in unless they miss. If they miss that, what's down from 5.5?
The
Drops down to 2.5 at 12. So, or 5. No, there's a 5 at 12.
5.
Vincent is in with a
Vincent
shot.
Fondou is on the bubble, as they say. But it depends. It depends totally on
The next
what
5
these skiers do. Yeah.
So Vincent will be sitting there hoping that the next 5 skiers do not get more than 4 at 12. And if that's the case, he is immediately bumped up to a finals position. So that's really what we're looking for now. 4 more skiers to go. Looks like 3 Norwegians.
Yep, we have
The Vikings are out.
Espen Dala.
Yeah.
Espen Dala of Norway
I
is the
skied
next
with
skier.
Espen Dahl at Jody Fisher's out in Florida. So this guy is a strong, strong skier. Looks like he started on the 16-meter line. You know what's interesting? The wind has picked up a little bit as well. So it's not bad. It's probably a benefit. It takes that glassy finish off the water, and there's just a nice little wind ripple now, which should benefit the skiing. So judges happy with that. That's 6 boys scored on his opening pass. So Espen will be shortening now to 14.25 for his second pass. 14.25, yellow.
Oh, no, it's okay. Sit. I will be there.
So just getting down that opening pass, Dale will be having a sigh of relief and breathe, filling his lungs with oxygen, ready for the second pass. Coming back on 14.25. Robbie, come over and talk to us. Where you got Robbie Alexander. Robbie, who are you going to predict for this? Come on, give me a score. For the Norwegians. Yes, so Dale safely down that pass, 14. Oh, sorry.
Espen Dala.
Espen Dahl, beg your pardon, Espen Dahl.
I made that mistake earlier.
Robbie, come and join us. How is the water feeling for you out there?
The water felt great. Stu, it was good. The score wasn't the greatest, but the water was very good.
Yeah, but you've made the final, right? So that's what it's all about. It's all you need to do.
Yep. The pressure's on Sunday for the 45s, 35 for Sunday 2, and for you tomorrow.
Absolutely.
How are you
Absolutely.
feeling?
I'm petrified. Petrified is how I'm feeling. But you know, you've got to give it all. It's the finals. We made the finals. That's the hard bit, and now it's just go for gold.
Yeah, you got to stay loose. That's the important thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. And what's the diet today? What do I have to eat today to get down my 11?
I think you need some chicken breast with a little bit of rice. You should be good.
I've done the chicken breast, so that's definitely a few at 12. Yeah. Good.
The only problem is you've given that great advice to everybody else, all your rivals, Stuart.
Yeah. That's a problem.
Okay, so Espen Dahler completed the 14-metre pass while we were chatting to Robbie there from South Africa. Let's see what he can do at 13.
So he's still going. Oh, he's buckled out of shape. He's got to work now. 5, he's got to throw a big turn, which he does. Oh, Vikings are through to another pass. That's awesome skiing. Fantastic. It wasn't pretty, but it was true Norwegian spirit. He wasn't going to let go of that line. So just speaking to Robbie earlier, his brother Ross was coaching me out in Vine Lake in Stellenbosch. If you get a chance to go out to South Africa, look up Vine Lake, Stellenbosch, and go and see Ross Alexander doing a great job out there. You get some of the best boats and fantastic lake, perfect conditions, great hospitality, and Stellenbosch is beautiful. You fly into Cape Town, it's about a 40-minute drive from Cape Town, and yeah, definitely worth a visit. And the exchange rate's good at the minute, so it's a bargain. The wine is so cheap and the food is so cheap, definitely worth a visit. Get yourself to Cape Town.
Not now though, it's winter.
Yeah, okay, but a few weeks' time. So Espen coming back on the 12-metre line. I'm thinking the cut-off here, he's got to get a piece of 5, I think, or 4, certainly 4, to make himself earn a place in the finals. Round 1. Yeah, oh, he's slow out of 2. He's going to have to work. He's not letting go. 4. I don't think 4's enough. Let me check that.
No, if
he's happy with it, but is it enough?
Obviously, it depends. I guess what happens with the others.
Sure.
But it's not guaranteed. I don't think.
But if the others run 12, it's not enough, is it?
No.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure whether that was just happy because obviously team score.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's good skiing. It's not bad. I'm just looking at where that puts him with a chance of that only 8 of these guys go through to the final, right?
Yeah, and in fact, his personal best this year is 3 at 12. So
okay,
there you go.
So he's happy.
So yeah, he's just beaten it by a boy. So. It's good to see personal best at a major championship. We saw that with some of the women earlier, and now Espen Dahler, same thing.
So we've got 2 more Norwegians. Who's up after? We've got André. Yeah.
We've got Espen Rio.
Another Espen. Okay, Espen Rio is next. He's approaching. Looks like he's going out on a line length of 14.25. The wind's picked up a tiny bit, so he's got a tiny tailwind here. I don't think that's a problem for him, but it just shows you how changeable the conditions can be. You're getting stuck in on this pass. Oh, he's pulled up out of shape. He's got to work. That was a lucky pass. He got so bent over out of 3. We'll watch it on the replay, see what happened.
Jump start here?
Yes.
So just looking at the replay now, he got completely broken out of shape at 3, had to fight to get back in the game at 4 through a huge 4 turn. Cross to 5. Yeah, fantastic skiing.
So I think Vincent Fondou. Apologies about that. Yes, Fondou of France is now pretty much guaranteed a place in the final. Obviously, Espen Dahler with his personal best of 4 at 12 is on the bubble. It's it's down to what the remaining skiers do.
Yeah, so he's coming back now on 13 metres for his second pass. One, oh, he's pulling long to 2, getting stuck in. That was a huge 2. 3, he's getting settled. Come on, he's going to have to work. 4 is huge again. 5 is in. He is fighting. There is no giving up for these Norwegians. They're not going to let go of that line under any circumstances. So I think the judges have scored it 6 and 6, so that is 6 passes. So yeah. Slack line is still working. He's going to have to earn this. Oh, he's going off the jump. No, he's not.
Gosh, that was close.
No, he's not. No, but where did he release the handle? That's going to decide whether or not they score him a quarter or a half. 3, okay, so judges are saying he released that handle before the ski was outside 4-buoy, which I think is probably the right call, but we can watch on the replay.
Okay, so just for those skiers who are jumping a little later on, I've just clarified that in fact the jump start dock will be the one in front of the grandstands, not actually the one in front of the webcast point, so not the one directly opposite the jury tower, but the one in front of the grandstand, so a little further down, almost opposite the jump itself.
So did you hear that, Team Norway? Team Norway, sitting on the jump in front of commentating. Team Norway, hello.
I think the duck heard it, but...
You're on the wrong jetty. Next jetty along for jump. Oh. Okay, so what was that score?
We'll just double check. We got a bit distracted there by trying to confirm the where the jump would be starting a bit later on. So... yep, was that 3?
3 at 12, I think that was. Which means he has allowed somebody else in.
Yep, 3 at 12.
That means a 4 at 12 gets in.
That Espen Dale is probably in with 4.
Yeah, I think so too. 3.
Just 3 more skiers left to go. Another Norwegian coming up next, so 3 in a row.
Yeah, 2 Norwegians is a crowd, but 3 is definitely a party, so we're on for some good skiing now with the third one. Andre van Niekerk. And these are warriors, these Norwegian. I mean, they're used to skiing between icebergs and whales and all sorts of things. So these warm conditions are a bit unusual for them, but let's see what he can do. He's coming out on 14.25 meters, 55 kph. Oh, and he's dropped the handle. Something slipped. I'm going to predict that line slipped. Something moved. He went to pull out, and something's gone wrong. So, okay, you've got to check my rules now. The skier did not enter the course, so the driver, Phil Ingle in this case, will go back to the skier, find out what's going on, and he should get a restart from the start dock.
Yeah, I think that's right, isn't it? If there's something wrong with equipment or whatever, you have to throw the handle. Otherwise, you don't get the re-ride, as I understand it anyway.
Well, and you have to do that before you go through the course, before you enter the course. So it looks to me as though something slipped, whether the line wasn't securely attached or he had equipment failure. He's jumping on the back of the boat. We'll try and find out from the judges what the decision is. So he's playing with his ski. No, he's not. He's taking the ski off. You hear anything? So it's unusual, but there are another number of circumstances where the skier might throw the handle. There could be debris on the course as they pull out. There could be a duck or something in the way as they pull out. They could have equipment failure. I know Robbie, that was here earlier from Stellenbosch, his binding released on him as he pulled out. In those circumstances, you're given a few minutes to repair your kit. I think it may be 3 minutes to repair your kit, and then you're expected to go again. Okay, as soon as we get some news, we'll let you know what's happening, but at the moment, they're trying to resolve whatever the issue is down at the start dock. And this is the last of 3 Norwegian competitors. They're going to be followed by the Frenchman Amo Delacour and the Swiss guy Kevin Dissern. Mr. Beard, you want to come and have a few words? Come and have a few words. Yeah, we're this way.
So just while we're waiting to try to establish what the problem was and what's going to happen, with just 3 more skiers to go, that means your guaranteed finalists are Vincent Fondo of France, George Hadsis of Greece, Paul Forastier. Nope, sorry, I'm doing that wrong. I'm reading the wrong section. Let me start again. Okay, so they are George Hadsis of Greece, Jamie Bloomsma of the Netherlands, Yannis Kokinis of Cyprus, Vincent Fondo of France, and Espen Dale of Norway. So that's the top 5 at the moment, with 3 more skiers to go. So those 3 skiers could force their way into the final, with 8 going through. But of course, we have to see how they perform. It could open up for some of the slightly lower ranked skiers to make it through. Biggest score at the moment is 4 at 11. And the lowest score for a finalist so far is 4 at 12 meters. So the remaining 3 skiers will want to get up there, well down 12 meters, to be sure of getting into the final. We're still waiting to find out what's happening. If it was equipment failure, I think the skier has about 3 minutes to repair it. Is that? I've got it, the homologator, one of the officials. 3 minutes if they're in the water. Okay.
I'm just listening to the commentary from the judging office, and it sounds like there was debris in the water, and I'm unclear if the debris hit the skier's fin or the boat propeller. I think the boat propeller, and now the boat has gone back to clear the prop, and we go again. But they may decide to send out the little rescue boat and clear any debris.
Can you put out a call for jump ropes? Can we do them over here?
Okay, in front of you, Cantley.
Okay, message from the homologator Nigel Talamo for the jumpers on site. Please, can you bring your jump ropes to the grandstand area, which is where the jump dock, start dock will be measured, please.
Remember, you do have to homologate your line before you jump. If you jump and it has not been homologated, you will not score. So go and find Nigel. He's in a yellow t-shirt with a white hat, official written on his chest, and he'll be by the start dock down by the covered awnings and the viewing area. But you need to get your lines homologated before you jump.
So Jane, if your equipment fails and you're on the dock,
Mark Beard, Team GB. Mark, how's the event going for you? For Team GB?
It's going pretty good at the moment. The weather conditions have been spectacularly good the last 2 days compared to familiarisation where they were spectacularly bad. So, yeah, we're pleased so far. Everybody skied well, exceptionally well, no disasters. So long may it continue. It's all good.
I'm not keeping up with the scores. I know you're a numbers man with this. Where were Team GB doing? We were second when I looked last night. We've done okay. Kelly's posted a great score. Are we still doing well?
We're on budget. I think we'll do well to get a medal. I think there's some strong skiers and teams ahead of us. The Greeks and the Swiss seem to have packed out the French seem to have packed out the lower age groups, and of course they weren't in the scoring overnight. Yeah. So although we were lying second overnight, there's a lot of big scores to come in from those other teams today. So we'll see how it goes. You can get a good judgment of it by the end of the prelims. You can have an idea of where you're at, and I think we're doing well. And I have to say a huge shout out to some of our skiers who skied outside of their normal age group. Rod Rowlands and Dush and Beverley have skied in plus 45 when they should be in 55. You're allowed to do that now, and that's getting us some extra team points, which we're going to need.
Yeah. No, really good. And the hospitality we've received here has been superb, hasn't it?
The beer's pretty good. We haven't had too much of it, not yet. But yeah, the Greeks put on a great show, a great event. They're well organised, with a little bit of input from the likes of Gavin and Jane. It runs really well, really well.
Yeah. No, fantastic. Thanks for joining us. Let's good luck. Let's crack on Team GB.
Thanks very much. And in the interest of balance, I should say other teams and other team captains are available. Just because I'm British and Stuart's British doesn't mean that we, of course, are supporting them. Yes, we are. But anyway, on this webcast, we are supporting everybody. We want everybody to do well. And come and have a word with us. Yeah, it's quite difficult up here. We're on a little veranda, and quite a long way from the start dock. Although we're closer to the jump dock, so maybe we'll encourage some more people to come up and have a word. Also,
I think we need a rescue boat to rescue the rescue boat that's stranded out there.
I think it's just
fishing.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe looking for more wildlife.
Yeah. So the weather's picked up a bit now, Jane. Look, it's interesting, isn't it? That's going to be a bit of a tailwind for the jump. Not a massive problem, but it's certainly different. We've had flat calm for the morning, and we've now got a mild breeze. The flags are starting to flutter, but it's going to be a tailwind for jump.
Yeah, it's the wrong timing, really. We've only got 3 more slalom skiers and then into the jump. So, yeah, ideally, if those flags can turn around the other way, I think they'll be happier.
What are your thoughts, Mark? You're a jumper.
Want me to have that one? Both. I would say that it's quite challenging actually. As a site, the wind direction can change. Even when you stood on the start dock, you can see it go from head to tail. In familiarisation, we practice in a very strong headwind. Some of us chose not to go over the ramp because of how variable it was and how strong it was. So to have a slight tailwind today is a whole new challenge, and people get a bit scared of a tailwind. I don't think, as it is at the moment, I don't think it's an issue for us.
No. Good. Well, let's see how we go. They're just recovering the rescue boat. Before we can get going, as Jane says, we've got 3 more skiers left in this men's over 35 slalom event. The cut-off line we're looking at the moment, I've worked out, is around 4 at 12 meters. So the next 3 skiers know that all they need to, I say all, what they need to do is to get 4 or more to earn their place in the final. But as we said before, the rules state that when it comes to the finals, if you tie for second place, then the judges will be looking back to your preliminary score to determine who gets silver and who gets bronze. So there's a good reason there to give it your all in the preliminaries, just in case you tie with somebody for second or third place.
I'd just like to shout out to everyone around the world who's watching us. I know there's many of you in Florida. We're getting coaching tips and all sorts of encouragement, and I'm sure that's across all the teams, not just the GB team. So thanks guys for tuning into the webcast. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, I think. I was talking about the nerves, especially that I suffer. You're standing on the dock, you're thinking about not letting your team down, and it's great to get any support you can as a skier. So yeah, fantastic. So straight back in it with a lot of slack line. Oh, and he's out of shape again.
Oh, no.
He's not going to run this, surely he's not going to run this. No. So that was definitely nervous skiing from the last of the Norwegians, I think that was Andre. In fairness to him, he's had a long time out there waiting. On his first one, there was debris around the boat, so he's had to go back, sit on the dock, think about, recompose himself, think about his opening pass again. And he didn't look comfortable from the start there. Just watching on the replay. He's pulled long across the 2-ball. Got pulled up too early, handle down at 3, buckled again at 3. Just gets his ski around 4, loads of slack, having to really push for 5. Handle hits the water, head hits the water, ski hits the water, and he's swimming around 5. So that was his opener, right?
Yeah, so I think that opens it up to Paul Ferastier of France now. He's in the final with 3 at 12. So okay. The last 2 skiers need to improve on that.
Yeah.
To get in.
To earn their place. And it just goes to show, I've missed my opener.
Oh, hang on, wait. There's a tie.
Oh.
There's a tie for that place at the moment. So there could be yet another tie break if it stays like that. So
who's the tie between?
Paul Forastier and Espendala.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry, and Espenrio. Espendala is in.
Right.
So let's see. We've got 2 more skiers left.
And at the
3,
moment,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, the 8th place at the moment
is tied. For
is tied 3 at 12. So yeah, we could yet again have another runoff.
And as you know, for for the runoff, the skiers have to go out on the line length, 1 line length longer than they fell or failed to pass on the qualifying. So in this case, they would go out on the 13-metre line.
Yeah.
And I don't think either of those 2 skiers normally started on the 13. So it's a bit of an ask for them. And bear in mind, they'll do it cold off the dock. If they're watching these numbers, they should be getting ready and having a good stretch and getting themselves warmed up. I'm not sure how we decide which skier goes first. Normally the names get pulled out of a hat, or maybe they flip a coin or something. But those skiers may well be having to ski again in 2 skiers' time.
So here comes Arnaud Delacour of France. His opening pass, 14 metres.
There's another very textbook pass from the French team. Very easy opener.
Is another very strong overall skier. The last championships, Europe and Africa championships last year, he got 3rd in tricks, and he won the jump, and was 2nd overall. What did he do in slalom? I'm just having a look. Didn't get on the podium in slalom. But,
Okay, well, he's coming back on 13 metres. See if it's as smooth as his opener. Here's another one-handed gate. Big turn out of 1. So early for 2. This is some excellent skiing from Arnaud. No problem at all there. I think he's going to get deep down 11. So I think he's left foot forward. Yeah, 1 beautiful tight line out of 1. Set him up so well for 2. Again, clean, tight line down all this pass. Nicely skied. So I don't know, what do you think, Jane? Do these guys know the cutoff? Will their teammates be telling them? But does it matter?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends whether they think the skiers need to know that or want to know that, whether that would make them more nervous, or whether they say, you know, you're capable of getting into 11.
Sure.
Just go out and do it. But
I guess that's right.
Yeah. But the thing is, it might be crucial on that final pass, whether you do a safety check or whatever, to get a buoy, knowing that you've got through, rather than try to go for it and fail to get the buoy.
Exactly. Oh, you see, he's down.
Oh,
Look.
yes.
Let's open it up now. So that's 1.5 on the 12, which means what?
Which means 1.5 at 12. is not enough, is it?
No. So our cut-offs dropped even lower. Or are both of those guys in? They're both in now on the 3 at 12, I think, are both in.
Let's have a look.
So our final skier in a moment is going to be Kevin Dizeren of Switzerland.
Yeah, and I don't think that will be enough anyway, because the next skier down, who is on the bubble, I think.
Well, the 2 at 13 get in now, don't they? The 2 that are tied.
The 3.
The 3 at 12.
No. 1, 2, 3. Yes. So there won't be a. There may not be a runoff then. Yep, that's right. So we have one more skier to go. Kevin Dizeren of Switzerland. So it's all down to what he does to determine our final 8.
Yeah. Apologies to those of you listening that we're trying to work this out. If I know Tony Lightfoot doesn't have to deal with this sort of thing, he'd normally have a crew of people helping him, but we're trying to wing it, and we're looking up the scores live on our phones because the internet's not great here, and trying to see what we've got to do. But the wind's picked up slightly, so this last skier is going to have a bit of a tailwind on his opening pass, and he may or may not know that he needs to get more than 3, I think, at 12 to earn his spot in this finals with 8 skiers.
No problem.
Well, three are in.
Yeah.
3 is in anyway, so I
more
think
than
it's
2.
more than 2.
Yeah, between 2
Because at the
and
moment, if he doesn't, Olivier Forton will
he's
be in
knocked
the final.
out. Yeah.
No, he would be in the final if Kevin Dizeren does not exceed 2 at 12.
Correct. So our cut-off is 2. You need to get more than 2 on the 12-metre line to earn your slot in this finals. Swiss have got a strong team though, right? I mean, they've been skiing really well all weekend, all week. But the wind has picked up a bit. Those flags are flapping. Let's see what he comes out at. So Kevin, 14.25 metres at 55 for the opening pass with a tailwind, one-handed gate. Turns in, nice line. I can't see what ski he's on. That's an unusual looking ski. I don't know if that's one of the wrapped ski or if that's a reflex. Oh, really? Coming back up. Okay, so quite a strong headwind now on this second pass. Some of these lighter skiers might not like that headwind as much. But
13 meters now.
Yeah, so 13 as a headwind means he's going to be taking his 12 with a bit of a tail pushing him. Yeah, very easy. Nice, easy pass. A good angle out of the boys. He was almost too early on 2, so if you watch on the replay, Jane, he stood up on 2, double turned the ski, one to slow down, another one to make the turn. Got loads of angle out of 1. Look, shoulder in the water out of 1. Watch 2, turns and eases up, then turns again. So early for 3. Keeps 2 hands on the handle a long time there into 4. Very patient. Okay, so he's going to be coming back now on 12. We've worked out that he needs a score of at least 2 1/4 to earn his place in the final. But as we say time and time again, it's about getting as far down these passes, these lines as you can to give yourself the advantage in the finals of both the position at which you start off the dock and also how it works out in terms of if you tie for 2nd or 3rd place.
So to confirm, Olivier Fortom has 2 at 12. He is in the final spot at the moment, but what can Kevin Dizeron do?
1 is good. 2 is good.
Yep.
So Olivier's out. Ooh.
So that's Kevin Dizeron is in the final with that, and it looks like he's going to run this.
Which he did. Yeah, very nice.
So that's the way to get yourself into a final, get into the 11-metre line. So bad luck, Olivier. Just missed out on a spot in the final.
So what's he pushing for now? Best skiers on this next line length of 11. We've got George was 4 at 11. And 3.
Jamie at 3.
Jamie, 3.
Jamie Bloomsma. So George Hatsis currently has the top seed position going into the final. Jamie Bloomsma 2nd and Yannis Kokinis 3rd seed at the moment.
With 5.5 at 12, for Yannis.
Yeah. So obviously Kevin Dizeron has already surpassed Yannis with completing the 12-metre line.
Το φορείο, να ρωτήσω την κοπέλα. Περίμενε. Του στενοφόρου. Το φορείο πού είναι?
So here we go, 11 metres. Can he go into the final as top seed? He's got to get more than 4.
Got a nice headwind. 1 big hook up out of 1.
Oh,
2, he's still going.
3. Oh, is he going to get 4?
4, he's still going.
Me. Oh no, not a whole 4, but wow.
Yeah, that was exciting skiing for Kevin on the Connolly ski. I'd give him 3.5.
Το ασθενοφόρο το φορείο είναι μέσα στο ασθενοφόρο.
Well, if the judges agree, that will put him 2nd seed in the final, just ahead of Jamie Bloomsma by half a boy. Let's see. Obviously, it's down to them. Yep, 3.5 scored. So there we have our finalists confirmed.
And run through those for us.
I will do so. That is top seed is George Hatsis with 4 of Greece with 4 at 11. Then we have Kevin Dizeron of Switzerland with 3.5 at 11. Jamie Bloomsma of the Netherlands, 3 at 11. Yannis Kokinos of Cyprus, 5.5 at 12. Vincent Fondo of France, 5 at 12. Espen Dale of Norway, 4 at 12. Paul Forastier of France, 3 at 12. And with the same score, Espen Rio of Norway. So those are our 8 finalists going through from this over 35 men's slalom. So congratulations to all of them. That's the I think that's the end
Concludes
of
the slalom
today.
Yeah,
We've had a pretty spectacular slalom.
It's been impressive.
Really good, and we had a tie break in the women. So all good stuff. And next we're going to be moving on to the older categories, jumping. And as you say, a little bit of a tailwind picked up, which they won't particularly like, but I'm not sure it's terribly strong. It's a bit difficult to tell for us up here, but hopefully it's not going to cause them too many difficulties.
No, I think we're going to take a short break just while we reconfigure everything. The boat has got to be changed and so forth.
And I will say thank you very much to Stuart Scott Ely, who's going to depart now because his specialism is slalom and he doesn't want to talk about jumping tricks. But thanks once again for coming and supporting the webcast with your expert analysis. And we'll see you again soon. And good luck with your final.
Yeah, thanks, Jane.
The 11.
8.
Here.
Yeah.
Έχει τελειώσει λοιπόν η κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 35 ετών στο σλάλομ προκριματικός και οι 8 που μπαίνουν τελικό είναι οι εξής. Γιώργος Χατζής από Ελλάδα με 4 στα 11 και 25, Kevin Dizerens από Ελβετία 3,5 στα 11 και 25, Jamie Bloisma από Ολλανδία με 3 στα 11 και 25, Κόκκινος Γιάννης Κύπρος 5,5 στα 12, Φόντο Βίνσεντ Γαλλία 5 στα 12, Ντέιλε Σπεν Νορβηγία 4 στα 12, Φορεστιέρ Πολ Γαλλία 3 στα 12 και Ρίο Εσπέν Νόρουεϊ με 3 στα 12. Το επόμενο αγώνισμα που θα συνεχίσει είναι το άλμα. Λίγα λεπτά ένα διάλειμμα για να δουν το βατήρα, αν είναι όλα σχετικά ok τα του βατήρα, και θα συνεχίσουμε την αναμετάδοση του αγώνα. Πανευρωπαϊκό πρωτάθλημα άνω των 35 ετών, εδώ στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας, στα πανέμορφα Γιάννενα.
Thank you, Sophia. Giving the locals here and the Greek speakers on the webcast the finalists, and as we say, we'll be back very shortly with the jump preliminaries, starting with the over 70 men, then the over 65 women and over 65 men, and then moving down to the over 55 men, and then we're into trick. So a lot more action this afternoon. We'll be back very shortly. that lovely view on the webcast of the lake here at Pambotis Water Ski in Ioannina, northwest Greece. It is very, very warm today. Probably the high 30s Celsius. We're about to get underway with the first jumping of this Europe and Africa over 35 championships. Today the jumping is for the older categories. So we have one man in the over 70 category, then one woman in the over 65 category, two men in the over 65, and 8 men will then go in the over 55 men. So that's your jump programme for today. The jump dock is in a different location, which is in front of the grandstand, where there are some family, friends, teammates, supporters, which is just opposite the jump. So in that shot you can see on the webcast where you see the jump, it's just in front of it on our side of the bank. So very shortly we'll be getting underway with Audun Lilleberg of Norway, our first and only competitor in the over 70 men's jump.
Εδώ είμαστε και πάλι στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας του ομίλου Παμβώτης των Ιωαννίνων για να συνεχίσουμε τη σημερινή μέρα με το αγώνισμα του άλματος. Έχουμε όλες τις κατηγορίες. Θα ξεκινήσει με την κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 70, συνέχεια η κατηγορία των γυναικών άνω των 65, στη συνέχεια άνδρες άνω των 65, άνδρες άνω των 55 και θα συνεχίσουμε με το αγώνισμα των φιγουρών στις κατηγορίες άνω των 35 γυναίκες, άνω των 35 άνδρες, άνω των 45 άντρες και άνω των 45 γυναίκες, και εκεί θα κλείσει η σημερινή μέρα του Πανευρωπαϊκού Πρωταθλήματος. Η δεύτερη μέρα είναι όλη προκριματική σήμερα. Στο άλμα έχουμε στην κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 70 έναν αθλητή από την Νορβηγία, στις γυναίκες άνω των 65 μία γυναίκα από την Ιρλανδία, την Diane Kirby, και στους άνδρες άνω των 65 δύο αθλητές, έναν από Ιταλία, έναν από Νορβηγία, και έπεται συνέχεια με τους 55 άνω των 55 και έχουμε 8 αθλητές και θα δούμε τον καθέναν ξεχωριστά σε λίγο.
Thanks again to Sophia and me, Jane, taking you through this very long day on day 2 of the Europe and Africa over 35 championships. Another 2 days to go. We have our first finals tomorrow. But before we get there, we have some jumping for you and then some tricks.
I will take this and go after the consola because my computer does it.
So, and we're off with the first jumper of these championships, Audun Lilleberg of Norway. He'll be jumping over a 1.5 metre ramp. Svea's just causing issues, you know.
Okay.
So here we go for the first attempt. Here we go for the first attempt by Auden Lilleberg of Norway. Doing a nice cut into the ramp. See how he copes with that little tailwind. And, just didn't manage to ski that one away. But I'm pleased to say that I'm joined once again by the British team member, Dush Lukic, who is going to be talking us through this jump competition. I think you're on the... are you on the water later yourself today, Dush?
Yes, I am, Jane. I'm going to be attempting the tricks for the second time in 35 years, so I'm looking forward to that.
So are we. Yeah, well, thank you. Even more important is that, you know, that you're able to come and talk to us here before your competition. So good preparation for you. I'm not... So unfortunately, Auden Lilleberg unable to ski away from that jump. Each of these jumpers has 3 attempts over the ramp, but there are no style points. All that matters is the distance and the fact that you land and ski away. That's right, Dush, isn't it?
Well, that's correct, Jane. It's all about just skiing away. We can see we've had an indicative score for Auden's first jump, which is 27.7. But he didn't land.
So that we're looking at that sort of distance that for the next one.
Exactly, it's an indication of the distance. So he didn't ski away. It seems to me that he stopped edging into the ramp, and if you stop edging into the ramp, the boat starts to pull you towards the boat, and the idea is when you hit the ramp and go through the ramp, you should be working all the way through so that you're skiing away from the boat when you're in flight, and indeed when you land, then you're parallel to the boat. In this instance, I think he just got dragged in and stopped edging at the last moment. So I'm sure his teammates would have already told him that and suggested that he just needs to keep the edge going throughout the process, all the way through to the top left-hand corner of the ramp.
And a double cut.
Yes, a double cut. It should give him a little bit more width here, as you can see. But on the last jump, he actually allowed himself to drift in, so lost the benefit of that. I think he's done the same again, frankly. So, you know, from where I'm sitting, he needs to just keep the edge going all the way into and through the top left-hand corner of the ramp, and I think that'll give him a better opportunity to ski away.
So just to say, Dush, that on the jury tower opposite us, we get the distance of each jump. It's Splash Eye. It's a clever way of measuring how far a jumper goes. Obviously, if he doesn't land, as I say, he doesn't score that jump. But how can you tell how far somebody has actually jumped? We're not in a great position here, but are you able to judge from the buoys that mark out the distance?
I need to adjust to those buoys, but yes, I guess so. My sense on this is that normally you'd probably have a better feeling if you're on the other side of the bank. You can see where the ski is coming from. You can see the approach to the ramp rather better, and it gives you a better indication of their form into the ramp. So from our vantage point, we still have a good idea about form, although it's not absolutely precise. Gauging the distance is a little bit trickier until we get used to it. Thank you. Ευχαριστώ.
Yeah. Is the speaker informed?
Liebe Grüße, Rupi. Okay. Auden's final jump. I suspect a bit more cautious here. Yeah, much more cautious, but has to keep that edge going all the way. Ooh, he's taking it a lot easier this time, and I don't think that's helped him.
That's a shame. That's a real shame, Dush, because Auden is the only skier in this category in the jump, but and he would have gone directly through to the final. But my understanding of the rules is you have to land a jump in order to make the final. Is that your understanding?
I believe so, Jane, and I believe that you need to score some kind of points in order to get an overall score. So I'm not an expert on this, but I have a feeling that he won't have received an overall score for this.
Well, that's a real shame for Auden. Oh, you can see the slow motion replay there. He's putting his hand up to say he's okay. He seems to be swimming back to the boat, but yes, unfortunate there, because the distances were not bad had he managed to land them and ski away, of course.
No, that's right. You know, you can tell he didn't work as hard on the last one because he understood that he needed to land a jump and get a score. So the distance on the third jump was 4 meters less than the one on the first, but it's irrelevant, frankly, because he wasn't able to ski any of them away.
Now, as he was jumping there, a couple of our papers started to blow away, and that tailwind going into the jump has picked up a little bit. Do you think the jumpers will be concerned about that?
Well, I was chatting to the British team captain, Mark Beard, a few minutes ago, and Mark seems pretty unfazed by it. He thinks you just adjust your the cut speed into the ramp a little bit and reduce it somewhat. And it depends on the skier. I think you'll get more distance, but some skiers will want the security of having a headwind because it just allows them a softer landing. The experienced skiers will, I think, relish the fact there's a little bit more speed going into the ramp.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, because it seems strange to not want a tailwind, because you think if you want the distance, you want a tailwind to help you, but it just I guess controlling it is a little tougher.
No question about that. If it were me, I'd want the headwind.
Unfortunately, that's not what we've got. So they have to live with what we have. It's still not anything like it was in practice, of course, when we had a bit of rough water as well.
No, I mean, the conditions are very good, and I don't think anybody's going to have any concerns, frankly.
So the next skier is Diane Kirby, who is the only woman in the over 65 women's jump. Diane will be looking for an overall score as well.
I mean, Di's a very experienced skier, and she was a strong jumper when she was a young lady, and I know she was jumping in the 30 meters. I think today she's probably just going to be quite happy just to secure a safe landing, to get the overall score, get a feel for the site, get a feel for the ramp, and then take a view on how far she wants to push it. And at our age, and these different age groups as we mature, it's all about safety and making sure that the quality of the jump, the safety of the jump is on point, if you like. So that's what we're looking for with Di. I guess she's going to be looking at a 15 to 20 metre jump just to ride over and get a feel for it. I may be wrong, but my sense is that's what we're looking at.
A very nice green helmet she's got on there.
I've got a pair of shorts that match those, actually. Wouldn't mind. All right, so it looks as if Di is just going to do a single cut from the back of the boat, getting herself into the sort of tuck position, bring those elbows in a little bit, and position herself for the first one. It's going to be a single cut from the boat wake, slightly on the heels in my view, but safe landing, not quite a foot to foot, but a safe landing. I'm going to say 13 to 15 meters. Let's have a look, waiting for the score. Now, my understanding is the rules are that skier has to see the score when they're coming past the splash eye. And if they can't see the score, my understanding is that you can't proceed with the next jump. At the moment, we don't have the score, so it'll be interesting to see how the judges deal with this. 12.6. 12.6 metres for Di Kirby on her opening jump. Well done, Di. She can now push it a little bit harder.
Yeah, I've seen that before, Dush, at competitions where something's gone wrong with the display or it hasn't come up in time, and they drop the skier in at the bottom usually because they're entitled to know how far they've jumped, because they want to know how to adjust if they need a bigger score. In this case, Diane is the only skier in this category. She's landed a jump, she's through to the final, so that's fine. But in other competitions, clearly that's not the case. You might need that extra half metre or metre in order to make a final or get on the podium.
I mean, that's absolutely right, Jane. I think in addition, she may be thinking she wants 15 or 18 or whatever, so it gives her an idea of how hard she needs to push this and whether she just wants to ride it. We're going to have to see. My sense is that she's not going to push too hard, but I'd expect her to go a little bit later and work the ski edges all the way through into the top left-hand corner this time, so let's see. I mean, she got away with that one. She actually folded a little bit on the ramp. She stopped working and she got to the ramp. She needs to continue to edge all the way through just to have a better landing and to get a little bit more distance. But actually, if it's a safer landing she wants, the harder she works, frankly, the better it'll be for her. It's quite a long journey back when you're single cutting. I know for the double cutters in the past, they've opened up the site at the back so that the skiers go around the back of the island there. I don't know if that's on the programme for later on today, to give the longer distance jumpers a better lineup and a better run up for their counter cut. It's not a factor for Di, frankly, so I think the speed's gone up actually. I don't know, but it feels to me as though the speed may have just gone up a touch. Okay, and I think now this time she needs to really work her edges all the way through. We're going to see how she gets on now. We'll get a bit of a sense any second now. She's a little bit later. She's working a bit harder. That's a better cut. She's still flattened off, but she's experienced enough to ride it out. Okay, let's see what the final score is. But 3 safe jumps for Di. She'll be happy with that.
.4 was her second jump.
So the second jump was 15.4. I reckon that's probably in the same sort of ballpark. Just waiting for the final score. Give her a round of applause. Everybody, give her a cheer. Di Kirby, 15.6.
There you go, you said in the same ballpark, but a little bit better, so really good jumping to improve on every jump and land every one.
No, I think she'll be pleased with that, but she definitely needs to work her edges a little bit more through the ramp, actually all the way through.
Yeah, she's talking about her personal best, but obviously she means now, 17 metres, so
yeah.
Could have gone maybe a little bit further, but as you say, I think she'll be happy with that. Pretty good, solid scores in the other 2 disciplines here. You know, slalom, she got 3.5 at 14 at 49 kph, and tricks she got just over 1,070 points.
No, I think
nice solid 3-event score.
No, she'll be happy with that. I mean, Di's been she's an experienced 3-event skier. She's been skiing for more years than she'll care to count, but she's been skiing at a fantastic standard forever, really. So it's great to see her still 3-eventing, and congratulations really on 3 excellent rounds.
So next up we've got the over 65 men, and we have 2 jumpers there.
Filippo Trivellato.
Yeah. And then Lasse Johnson.
Lasse Johnson.
Norway.
And Lasse.
Johnson.
Yeah, Lasse Johnson. Great. Oh, well, this is going to be good.
Yes, you can see Filippo sitting down there ready to go, and number 82, bib number 82 there, Lasse Johnson.
Great. Well, good luck to both Filippo and to Lasse. I'm sure we'll see some good jumping. I've not seen Filippo ski before, but I've seen Lasse ski before. I know he's capable of good distance, and he's a fearless and capable skier. Here comes Filippo.
So Dush, all these skiers are going over a ramp that's 1.5 meters. That's I believe that's the mandatory height, I think, for this age.
Yes, I should know the rules, Jane, but I probably don't know the rules well enough. I know it's 1.5 meter height for this age category, and I think it probably is for all of the over 35 age categories, I think. I'd have to check that. Certainly the 55 plus. And it's not the height of the ramp that makes the difference, it's the angle of ascent that makes the difference. Anyway, Filippo pulling out wide here, looking like he's got good form, good posture, nice turn, he's working hard all the way through, and that's a solid opening jump if he rides that out, which I think he will. That was a very good opening jump from Filippo Trivelato.
Like macaroni.
I've just had a quick look at my notes from the rules, and yeah, I think 150 is the maximum jump height for men and women age 45 and upwards. Over 35s, the men can go over a 165 jump, but they must have jumped 38 meters over a 150 jump in competition in order to do that. And I know that they do the same with the big jumps, the 180, and it's for safety reasons. Clearly, they don't want somebody going over a higher jump than they know that they're capable of doing and landing and not getting injured.
Well, that makes complete sense. And in the meanwhile, the first jump for Filippo is 28.2 meters. So that is a phenomenal opening jump, particularly in this age category. I'm astonished at just how strong that is. So I think he's going to push it a little bit harder. He's going to come out a little bit wider any second now. He possibly start edging a little bit later. He's got plenty in the tank. I think he can certainly do a lot more in terms of the edge. Nice setup here. Bring the skis round, he could bring around a bit more, that's a little bit further, but he's edged off and then double edged back into that ramp, and a solid foot-to-foot landing. I'm going to guess that's a slightly shorter distance. And I think the reason for that is because he sort of edged and then came off his edge and went again. And that sort of suggests that he probably could have started a little bit further down the lake.
And the other thing, Dush, question here, the jumpers want to try to make, it's 24.1 meters, so yeah, less than the first one, so he's got a third attempt to improve on that first jump. But what I was saying was the jumpers are sort of aiming for that left-hand top corner, aren't they? Would that be the perfect launch point?
That's correct, Jane. I think that's the ultimate objective. It depends also on the speed and the trajectory, the angle. So it's going to be harder to achieve that if you're not traveling at a certain speed and aiming for a certain distance. And hard to know what that is. But ultimately, if you're jumping in the 20s and 30s, you should be aiming for that top left corner, and that's what everybody's certainly taught. And I think, as I mentioned in this case, I thought Filippo started a bit soft. He didn't bring the skis round completely that last time. This time it looks to me like he's going further down the lake, which is what I think I was suggesting might be an idea. Okay, this is much wider and much later. Okay, he's having to bring the skis around a lot more. He's edging hard now. He's refused that one. I was starting to wonder whether that was going to be an exciting landing. So I think he did the right thing. He's trying to gauge it. That was probably a little bit too late. The previous one a little bit too early. And the first jump was probably about right, but I think he's got 30 plus meters in him in the next round. But congratulations, Filippo. 28.2 meters is a great start.
And of course he will go straight through to the final as one of only two in this category. I don't have a bio for him, so I don't know what his best current score is, but great jumping. And next up we have Lasse Jonsson of Norway. And he, in 2020, I believe, jumped in excess of 30 metres, 30.1. He was first in this competition last year, and first in jump and overall in 2020 in this category.
Yes, 2020 was a bit of a strange one for us. Of course, we weren't all around, but I do remember seeing Lasse skiing here 3 years ago, and you know, he's a great overall skier. He's a very good jumper, very good slalom skier, and if I'm honest, I can't exactly remember his best trick scores. It's on there, isn't it?
1320.
1320. So I think, you know, he's a very strong overall skier, and you can expect him to. I think he's going to take it easy, just to land the first jump and make sure that he's okay. I know I was speaking to him yesterday. He's had a few shoulder issues, rotator cuff, which I can relate to.
Me too.
And I actually sent him some video exercises to do, and he said it's already making him feel a little bit stronger, which I'm delighted about. But I think you can expect him just to go for a safe landing to begin with, test that shoulder out, make sure it's okay going for the on the cut, and then we'll see how he gets on.
Yeah, already posted a score in the tricks preliminary of 1080, and in the slalom 2 at 14. 52 kilometers per hour they ski at in his age group. So here we go. Let's see as he makes the approach for his first jump.
Thanks, Jane. So let's see if he's going for the 3/4 cut. Yes, he is. Okay. All right. He's giving it some beans here. He's going straight in. Okay. He's carrying more speed than Filippo was. He's a little bit narrower. Skis are a little bit too close together. Okay, and he's a bit flat off the ramp, but he actually widened out and it was pretty solid in the end. I would suggest he needs to get those skis a little bit further apart and bring them round a little bit more when he makes the cut for the ramp, so that he's actually edging all the way. He stopped edging when he hit the base of the ramp. I still think it's a good jump, and I would say low 20 meters, 23, 24. Let's see what he comes up with. 24.2 meters, so that's a good opening jump, solid, good foot-to-foot landing. He'll be feeling fairly safe and comfortable now. As I said, I think he needs to widen the stance a little bit and keep those skis edging all the way through to the top-hand corner, left-hand corner of the ramp. I think the wind's dropped a bit, Jane. It's actually a little bit calmer now. Well, it's undoubtedly a bit calmer now. So I think that's going to make a little bit of a difference to people's expectations of how they do the setup, what speed they travel at as they make either their cut for the ramp, their 3/4 or their counter cuts, whichever one of the three options they go for. Lasse can afford to go a little bit later and a bit further down course. And that's what he's doing. It's definitely wider this time. He's probably still gone reasonably early, but he's edging a little bit better into the ramp. He actually took off from the left-hand corner that time, and that's going to be a slightly better, longer jump. Still feel he could widen the stance with the base of his feet, just to have them a few inches further apart, but that's clearly a characteristic of his skiing. Yes.
And do you want to interview me or anything?
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it. course.
Yes, of course.
So, okay, so Lasse is just getting ready for his third jump. We've actually been joined by Di Kirby. Di can probably say a few words in between here and, I don't know, the ramp. How does it feel out there, Di? And by the way, congratulations on a very solid round of jumping.
No, it's fine out there.
Let's come a bit closer.
It's absolutely fine out there. The wind's dropped right down. It's a lovely, lovely ramp. Conditions are perfect and the driving's very good.
Di, that's great. That's good to hear. Well, here we go. Di, you probably know more about jumping than I do. I'm sure you do. I was just saying that Lasse needs to widen his stance. I think his skis are a touch too close together into the ramp. Tell me what you think when he comes around now. How does he look?
Looks good to me.
I think that's a solid jump. Okay, it's interesting because I thought his skis were a tad close together when he was approaching, but as he hit the ramp, they just spread a little bit and gave him the right base. What do you think, Di?
I think just what you said.
Just what he said. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. And how are you enjoying yourself out here, Di?
Oh, this is the second time I've been here and skied here, and me and my husband here, and we absolutely love it here. Absolutely love it.
You're not alone, and actually we've got now a new leading score, 28.8 metres from Lasse Jonsson. It deserves a round of applause when he comes in, because he's not going to hear you now. So when he comes back after the third jump, please everybody give him a good round of applause. It's great skiing. It's great skiing. Well, because sometimes it's the next birthday, it's when they have the cut-off, the calendar cut-off.
So there you go. He's just ahead of Filippo Trivelato. So 28.8, Lasse Jonsson's longest jump, and 28.2, Filippo Trivelato. So two men in the over 65s. And both will go through to the final. Next up, we're going to be moving on to the over 55 men's preliminary jump, and we have 8 skiers in this category, and 5 of them will go through to the final. So we'll have a look at who we've got here. We've got Frédéric Vigneron of France, Francois Mathieu of France, Zdeněk Coleman Senior of the Czech Republic, Simon Waldridge of Great Britain, Pascal Delage of France, Yves Sanvito of Belgium, Mark Beard of Great Britain, and Frank Schulze of Austria. So those will be your next jumpers.
Right. Okay. So Lasse Jonsson coming for his last jump. Let's see how he gets on. No, I think
he's done.
He's done. Sorry, he's done.
He's done 3. Sorry.
Don't quite know why they took him down. And that's thrown me somewhat. But... Right, give him a round of applause. Lasse Jonsson, 28.8. Oh. Sorry. 0.8 metres, great skiing. So well in the slalom earlier yesterday, and I think he got 2 at 13. I know he'll be pleased with that. He was superb skiing yesterday. Let's see how Philippe gets on now in the jump event. Sorry? Frederick. Did I? Yeah. Okay. I might have said Philippe. I meant Frederick. If I said Philippe, apologies. I do that all the time.
It's the heat. It's the heat, Dush.
Sorry.
It's the heat. What is this? It's an airplane. Oh my God!
2 airplanes.
Look!
Oh my God!
What on earth is that?
They made sex.
Oh shit!
Probably.
Frederick Vigneron of France coming in for his first jump.
Okay, Frederick, let's see how he gets on. Just going to go for a simple feel it over the ramp, single cut. Let's hope he edges all the way. Edging, 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 flattened at the top, a little bit of slack line. So I would say that Frederick needs to just keep working the edges all the way through from the bottom right to the top left of the ramp. The reason the line went slack was because he stopped edging when he hit the base of the ramp. So he needs to keep edging. It's a shame because the distance showing is 22.5. So it's a good opening score if you can just keep edging all the way through. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So, Dush, there seems to be the same sort of slight errors that you're picking up in quite a few of these jumpers about coming off the edge.
I mean, what we all get told is that we have to keep edging all the way through. So as soon as you stop edging, you're basically, or working, you're flattening off. And if you flatten off, the boat takes control of your journey. So the idea is to maintain control of your journey by continuing to work away from the boat. I call it edging. Some say that you just continue the work through from right to left. But basically you have to continue the work all the way through to the top of the ramp. And if you don't, you run the risk of having a fall. So Frederick's now coming back for round 2. It was a solid jump, the first one. He's working. He's flattened off again a little bit there, and that's making it difficult to ride away. So he has to continue to work from the bottom left to the top left-hand corner. So that was 21.1 meters, a little bit shorter than the previous one. It's not about not edging, it's about continuing it. You don't have to be as intensive, but you have to continue that process to then feel that you're going to have a secure landing. Some skiers instinctively land on their heels, some foot to foot on the balls of their feet. Preferable is in balls of feet. It gives you more control, and that's another issue as well. If you're in that position, it may well be there's a little bit of a weight adjustment that needs to be undertaken as well. If you're landing on your bottom and on your heels, then maybe there could be a bit more weight on the balls of the feet when you're going into the ramp in the first place.
You do see a lot of big jumpers at the elite level who sort of seem to land on their heels and then almost lie back on the water and stand up. But I guess that's a technique that you can manage to recover from at that level. But it must be very difficult for mere mortals.
I mean, I think it is. It's difficult for me to say. I know I always used to land on my bottom. Never actually secured a foot-to-foot landing, but so there we are. I think we should get Dimos to come and demonstrate, because he's certainly... Yeah, no, please come and tell us how it works.
No, I just say you need to have the hands near the body.
You need to have the hands near the body. That's absolutely true.
Well, let's see if that happens to Frederick here.
Okay, so Frederick's final jump. He's got to land this one, so the pressure's on a little bit. He's got a good score in the previous round, so he needs to land this jump. Here he comes. Oh, that's better, I think. I think he's going to ski this one away. Yeah. Yes, he is. Good news for Frederick. And everybody, I'll tell you what the score is in a second, but please give him a round of applause when he comes in.
Say something in Greek. Come on. Greek.
Are there? Well, you come and say something in Greek. Okay, everybody, give Frederick a round of applause. The score's not in yet, but 17.5. 17.5 metres. Give Frederick a round of applause. Come on.
Είμαστε στην κατηγορία άνω των 55 άντρες, άλμα, προκριματικός γύρος. Είδαμε τον Φρέντερικ Βιγκερόν από τη Γαλλία, 17,5 το άλμα του.
Ευχαριστώ. Okay, a little lull for a second. The next skier should be François Mathieu from France.
Don't have too much information about Francois, but I'm just looking at his qualifying score. In jump was 23.4 meters. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, but an indication, I guess, of what he got last year in competition.
Yeah, it means he can jump. Let's have a look. Okay. So the remaining skiers, obviously we've only just got going in the 55 age group, but it's then Zdenek Coleman, Simon Wooldridge, Pascal Delage, Yves Saint-Viteux, Mark Beard and Frank Schulze. So we've got a strong field, some big guns coming a little bit later as well. I think it's going to be an entertaining session. The wind has completely dropped, so there are now really no impediments to some good scores. It's all about the head. So, François Mathieu. Just going for a sensible opening jump there. He's just starting to edge very gently, just intensifying it. Worked. Oh my word! Just got too much weight on the front feet. Also stopped working with the edging. And the consequence was a front door entrance, unfortunately. Just need to check that he's okay. It'd be good to see an arm in the air. I think he might be struggling a little bit. Let's wait and see. Okay, good to see the rescue boat getting there quickly.
Yeah, special arrangements, well, always safety arrangements at these competitions for all the events, but in jump in particular, there's a rescue boat out there with two experienced swimmers who know what to do in the event of having to get an injured skier out of the water. But good news that we can see Francois getting himself onto the back of the boat. So hopefully all is well, and of course the towboat sped its way back as well in case of need of assistance there.
No, that's right. And I guess for Francois's benefit, the first jump, had he held it, was 20.2. So it gives him a bit of a sense for where he is. So whilst we're waiting, we have in the past had a well-documented rivalry between two British skiers in the jump event, Rodney Rowlands and Simon Wooldridge, and this year they have been separated by Rodney's promotion to the ranks of the over 45s, the kindergarten skiers, so they're missing out on their traditional rivalry, which is a shame because it's always very entertaining and they're always quite close and drive each other on. Number 2, Francois Mathieu. Here he comes. Okay, we need to see a little bit more work in the pre-ramp, a little bit more work through the ramp. Oh, he's going for it. Oh, he's going for the big one. He's out wide. He's not bringing the skis round quickly enough. It's quite a flat approach. He's working through it. Ooh. Ooh, my word. Can we have an arm up? Is he okay? That looked like a hard landing. It's got a death wish. It's got a proper death wish. So, for what it's worth, my observations on that, he drifted in from his three-quarter. He didn't bring the skis round. He drifted towards the ramp rather than actually bringing the skis round and attacking it with a working edge, if you like, off the right foot. And as a consequence, he basically slid into the ramp and all his weight went onto the back foot, and then he ended up as he did.
Different type of fall to the first one, though, Dush?
Yes. I mean, basically, he decided that the single cut was not worth pursuing a second time and decided to go for the three-quarter cut, and that's absolutely fine. But he didn't get the width, it didn't edge the skis, he drifted in and went over the ramp on flat skis anyway. So he needs to rework that and start working the edge of particularly the right-hand ski, so that it's edging all the way through the wakes and is working all the way through to the top left-hand corner. He's flattening off before he hits the ramp. Okay, so Francois, that was a good distance, 27 metres. But as I say, it's the technique that needs a little bit of work now, and it's the last jump. So he's under a bit of pressure. But he's certainly got no shortage of courage, that's for sure. It's very difficult, you know, Jane, when you want to make a safe jump and you just need to land it. Somewhere inside you, something on your Jiminy Cricket on your shoulder is telling you that you've got to go for it. And it's very difficult to control those emotions and manage the skiing and the technique at the same time.
I take your word for it.
Yeah, it is interesting. So he's going for it again. It's a bit of a tuck position here. Let's see how he goes. He's certainly got the carry. Those skis aren't coming round enough. Again, it's a flat approach. Okay, he's working off flat skis still into that ramp. And it was always going to be a big ask, I'm afraid. So three fails, unfortunately, for Francois Mathieu, but a very courageous effort. So please, ladies and gentlemen, give Francois Mathieu a round of applause. Come on.
So the next skier on the dock is Zdeněk Coleman Sr. of the Czech Republic. Zdeněk has... Zdeněk has been around in the sport a very long time. Zdeněk's been around in the sport a long time. Family of skiers, of course. There's Zdeněk Jr. and Martin Coleman, who is an open overall skier and former overall world champion back, I think, in 2019. And still very much up there as one of the leading pro 3-event skiers. So this is Zdeněk. I think talking to him earlier, he says he just sort of plops over the ramp, and his qualifying score was 14 metres. So I think he's just looking for a solid landing for his overall score.
Okay, well, let's see. I've not seen Zdeněk ski, so it'll be interesting to see. We'll get a sense any second now. This wind's blowing, so it's creating a bit of buffer.
Yeah, wind's just picked up a little bit again, Dush. Hopefully not too much difficulty, but we can see the flags on the other side of the lake blowing towards the approach to the ramp.
Well, it's creating a bit of noise on the mic as well, isn't it, Jane? So you can tell that it's a little bit windier.
Yeah, papers are flying everywhere. Hopefully not going to leave our commentary position and end up in the lake. That wouldn't be good.
Okay, so Zdeněk Coleman, let's see how he gets on. I'm guessing it's just going to be a pull from the back of the boat. Let's see. Okay, so he's pulling out wide here. He's going for a flat jump over the ramp. So he's going to follow it from left to right just to land. Should be okay. Yeah, safe jump. So if you don't cut, then the reverse applies when you approach the ramp. You then go from the left-hand corner and follow the line back to the boat if you're not going to cut. So it's the inverse of what you do if you're trying to generate speed.
And is that so you keep the line tight?
Correct.
Ah, good.
So partly so you keep the line tight, and partly so you follow the line of the boat. If you're resisting the line of the boat with a counter cut or some kind of cut from the wake, then obviously you have to keep the line tight that way. This way, that's the only way that you manage to do it. It's still a bit of a flap, but that's how. But it works. Okay. I mean, that's a fairly typical jump. So, and he's happy. He's fist pumping as well. So we should give him a round of applause when he comes around next time.
There you go, 13.3.
13.3, and he was happy just to have made that landing. Good for him.
That's good. I know. I was talking to him at breakfast today, and I think I said, "Are you happy with how your skiing's going so far?" He said yes and no. He was happy with the tricks, not so much with the slalom. But he's also a judge here, actually. Obviously, he's not judging himself, but
Indeed, I think he was judging me when I was slaloming.
Ah, no controversy there, though, huh?
Not this time.
Okay, let's see what Zdenek can do on his second jump.
Sophia's going to say a few words.
Το πρώτο άλμα του Zdenek Coleman ήταν 13 μέτρα και 30 εκατοστά. Αυτή είναι η δεύτερη προσπάθεια που κάνει.
Okay, he's going to take the same approach again. Okay, he's a little bit wider. He's going to follow it more aggressively back. Still a bit of a flat there, and he's in the drink. But anyway, give him a round of applause. He had 13.3 on the first, and he's doing a great job.
Zdenek just being picked up by the boat again to be taken down to the end of lake and come in for his final jump of 3.
Okay, so Zdenek on the final one. The splash I was showing is 67-meter jump.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
No wonder he had a fist pump when he went round. That would be...
World champion.
Yeah. That's close up there with Ryan Dodd and, you know, Freddie Krueger and Joel Poland and the likes of that. So,
all those dudes.
All those dudes, yeah.
Or one of the other Coleman family members.
Yeah, I'm not actually. It might even be longer than Martin's best jump. I'm not sure, but yeah, you go.
Okay.
Coleman, Zdenek Coleman, τρίτο άλμα. Το δεύτερο ήταν πτώση. 13-30 το πρώτο.
Okay, here he comes. He needs to keep his arms a bit closer in, is my view. I think the arms are out just a little bit too far. They're outstretched. You need to tuck them in the way you would on a slalom pass. You need your elbows in by your, by this, sort of just above your hips, and tuck yourself in and make sure you're strong. And I think there's a slight disconnection there. But anyway, 13.3, the best score for Zdenek. And I think he deserves a round of applause.
Yep, shame he couldn't repeat the 67, but there you go. Yeah, no, so great. He's got a score on the board, and I know distances of jump and overall are calculated in very strange ways according to the age category. I won't even ask you unless you feel the urge to try to explain that, but it is quite a complex calculation, isn't it?
Sorry, to explain?
In terms of overall scoring and or team scoring, how many points you get for certain distances. Somebody was trying to explain it. I think it was Mark Beard, your team captain, tried to explain it. It's immensely complicated. I'm not asking you to do that, but no, it is complicated.
No,
isn't
but
it?
I can give you an example. So there will be a distance between the top scorer and the lowest scorer, minus something like 15 meters or something. I think that's the score in the over 45s before you can then start scoring points. So if you score, I don't know, less than, I think a greater gap than 15 metres from the other skier, I don't think you score any points.
Yeah, I'm personally not quite clear as to why it has to be that complicated, but anyway, let's not try to explain it. We're just doing the distances here today, and
we can talk about algorithms as well if you want then, Jane. I don't mind. It's going to sound foreign to me.
No, I think that's really nice. I'm ready for a rest, actually. I'll have a lie down while you do that.
We're in Greece, and I'm sure Pythagoras isn't far away. Anyway.
Okay, next up, one of your teammates, Dush. This is Simon Wooldridge of Great Britain.
Come on, Simon. Simon Wooldridge. I don't know what Simon's PB is. I'm thinking it's about 14.3. So try not to be too biased about our dear friend Simon, but we want him to ski well. He's had a good tournament so far. He's had a good trick score. He had a good slalom score. I think he got 5 at 16, 4 at 16 in the slalom, and just under 1,000 points in the trick. So he's looking good, actually. Needs to land a half-decent jump here, and if he does, I think he's actually in a strong position in the overall, actually. Let's see how he gets on.
And a team member as well, so will he count?
His score's going to count. He's a team member in the over 55. He's not a wild card, he's a team member. So this jump matters for the British team.
No pressure then, Simon.
Yep.
Let's see what he can do.
Βλέπουμε τον Simon Wooldridge από την Μεγάλη Βρετανία για την πρώτη του προσπάθεια.
So here he comes. He's going to start edging in a second, not too hard. Okay, I would argue he should start edging a little bit later. It'll give him more control. The tips nearly went down, that was close. And that's exactly what I mean. So I think what he ought to do is start edging a little bit later, and it'll just give him more control of the skis when he hits the ramp. Anyway, I'm going to guess that's about 13 or 14 metres, and I'm glad that the ski tips stayed up. And he's got an overall score. So that's great news. 11.3. Okay. I think he's looking to the shore for a few tips. But he'll be feeling a lot better. Just getting a good jump under his belt. He can relax a little bit, settle down and crack on.
11:30 το πρώτο άλμα του Simon. Simon said.
Oh, God's sake. God's sake, I'm going to space.
Talk us through Simon's second jump here, Dush.
Okay, so he's just getting ready. I hope he waits a little bit longer this time before he starts edging. A little bit, but I think he should leave it longer still, because he's not getting the benefit of that cut really. So he's solid, he's safe, he's fine, but actually he's going to be safer if he cuts a little bit later, in my opinion. So that's something that he needs to work on when he gets back. And we will have a chat about it later.
I'm sure you will. Just to say, if anybody's actually following separately the scores on the IWWF website, then please do not be confused by the fact that Zdenek Coleman is now showing a 71-metre jump. So it's gone up from 67. So that must be pretty close to a world record. So obviously there's just a little, I think, little finger trouble there. I'm sure that will be corrected. But 233 feet for the Americans.
Technical glitch.
Technical glitch, yeah.
11 μέτρα και 70 εκατοστά το δεύτερο άλμα του Simon Wooldridge.
Just wonder if you can protest and say the original score given was 71 metres. I'm sticking with that, please.
All right, well, you go with that one, Jane, and see how we get on.
Okay, so 11.7, so pretty consistent, just a little bit further.
Right, I think the boat's going a bit faster. I think he might have put the speed up. I don't know if we can check that, Jane. Okay. marginally later cut. He could do more, actually, I think, to be safer. And there we are. So he went up the ramp slightly on his heels. Definitely needs to, in the next round, if he gets through, which I think he will, needs to start edging a little bit more and start maybe a bit later would be my view. And that will give him the distances and the safety that I'm sure he will want.
So nothing's actually showing as to the speed he went in. It didn't catch it on the radio, but I know there are certain, you can choose your speed up to a certain maximum according to your age category. So
that's correct. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, give Simon a round of applause. He's got a good overall score and he's in the game.
So next up we have Pascal Delage of France, who's got a best this year of 18 metres. So on that basis, he could go into the lead if he managed to do close to his best. The biggest score in this category so far is 17.5, I believe, and that was Frédéric Vigneron. 17.4, that's been corrected to, 17.4. This is Pascal Delage of France. So at the moment we've actually got the longest jumps that we've seen today have come in the over 65 men, not yet in the over 55 men. So the older guys are doing a little bit better so far. But let's see what Pascal Delage can do on jump number 1.
Okay, so it's time for the young guns to start stepping up. All right, Pascal looks like he's going to just go for a gentle tester on the opener. Let's see when he starts edging. I might be wrong about that. Okay, so that is a gentle edge. Weight on the heels. He skied that away, but basically he was flat all the way into that one, and that's why he got the slack line. It's the weight on the heels. He really needs to start working those edges. That right ski needs to start working harder. Needs a little bit more weight on the balls of his feet so that he's working through the ramp. And that'll actually be a safer jump for him. Anyway, just waiting for the opening score. Oh, we've lost him.
That's not a problem, is it? If someone lets go, then it's skiing away from the ramp. It's not like slalom. If you let go of the line, that you can't continue or anything.
No, I don't think there's an issue there. I just don't know why he's let go now. So he skied away. I'm pretty sure the score will count. It's 16 metres on the splash eye. I just don't know why he threw the line unless there's an obstacle in the course or he's seen something. I don't know. Boat path. So is he getting a rewrite? Okay, so we're just waiting for clarification. In any event, 16 metres the opening jump. As I've mentioned, he needs to have more weight on his front foot, particularly the bottom right, and balls of the right foot, edge the skis more into the ramp. It's going to give him a safer jump and a longer jump as well. So I think he can go a little bit later. and it's very difficult to actually make the leap, if you'll forgive the pun, but you have to really psychologically get over the hurdle of understanding that if you work a little bit later, it can be safer. Okay, this looks better as long as it keeps going. Still flattening off, still a little bit too much weight on the heels, and that's why he's falling in. And I don't think he's terribly pleased.
Power run 2 7-1-7-5.
I'm not sure, Dush, but I think that might have been a rerun because that's coming up as a fall on jump 1 and that's only just registered. So I think that possibly was jump number 1.
Okay.
We'll find out soon enough as to whether he gets 2 more or 1, but another attempt
to
land it.
Thanks for the explanation, Jane. Makes sense to me. He really does need to start working those edges more. And if he can get the weight a little bit more on the balls of his feet, particularly, as I say, the right hand side, the right foot, get the weight on the ball of your right foot, redistribute slightly, keep edging all the way through, and he'll produce a longer and safer jump.
Well, this may be his last jump because it's now come up as 2 falls. But anyway, let's see what he can do on this one, and hopefully he'll land it and ski away. And it'll be irrelevant.
You hum it, I'll play it. Right, I'm hoping now he's later. He's certainly leaving it a lot later. He's working a little bit harder. Still got weight on the back foot, and that's a shame. He also disconnected into the ramp, so his arms were out. You really need to be working the arms lowered down by that right hip. You need to be working the right leg. It's all working through the diagonal from the left shoulder across to the bottom of the right foot. And it's a shame because it was a longer jump. Okay, so...
Yeah, that was his 3rd jump, so no score.
Did he score the 16, Jane? Do you know?
No, it's saying full for 3 jumps.
Okay.
So that's very unfortunate.
Hello. Hello. The first jump.
Okay, next skier, Yves Saint-Victor of Belgium. Great overall skier, great trick skier, great slalom skier, got a great sense of humour, likes playing tricks on the slalom course, and I know he can jump. I've seen him jump before, he's a good jump skier. Jane, what's his top jump score?
34 metres, so yeah, we should expect to see something a little bit special here from Yves.
Okay, so he's one of the cheeky characters of the water ski scene. Let's see how he gets on. He's got no shortage of personality and talent. Okay, he's going for the counter cut here. He's pulling out now. He's going to come across in a second. Alrighty. Whoa, that boat picked him up then. Okay. Got a little bit of wash here. I think he's probably just feeling it out. It's a gentle pull. I think he's lost the benefit of the counter. and he's in bad shape on that one. Okay, let's just make sure he's okay. Okay, he's waving, that's good. All right, there just wasn't enough edge on those skis there. He drifted in on his positional turn from the counter cut and gradually just eased his way into the ramp, which is not the way to attack the ramp, frankly. Needs to actually bring those skis round more when he starts to turn and needs to make sure he's edging all the way through the ramp. He didn't do that this time. So that then left him disconnected also and with his weight on his heels.
Just while we're waiting for him to be picked up, with only 2 more skiers after Yves to go, I can confirm that Frédéric Vigneron of France and Zdeněk Coleman of the Czech Republic are through to the final. So
that's
top
exciting.
5 go through, and with Yves and another 2 skiers on the water, their scores are the top so far. Obviously your teammate Simon Wooldridge isn't through yet, but who knows what will happen.
Well, we know, Jane, that the other skiers have more distance in them, but you've got to land your jumps. It's
Exactly.
as simple as that.
And that's the thing about jump, really, isn't it? You just don't know.
You have to ski away. And we need some clarification on Pascal Delage's score as well, and that gives us some context as well. So there are a few moving parts, aren't there?
Yeah, it's still registering both Pascal and Francois as 0, as in no landed jumps. So
got it. Okay, here we go. So Yves Saint-Victor, he's got a bit of wash here on the counter, I have to say. Okay, so he's out nice and wide, but he's still a bit too early. I don't think he's down course enough. So it's making him go very flat. Starting to work a little bit harder. Slightly much better jump, better form, bit of a spring off the top. I think if he'd been able to actually generate more speed and keep working all the way through into the ramp, he wouldn't have had to push off as hard off the top, but it looks like a good, safe jump. Well, it clearly is.
And a jump of a distance that will get him in the final, presumably.
Absolutely,
we'll see,
no question. No question.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις είδαμε είναι ο Yves Saint-Victor από το Βέλγιο στη δεύτερη του προσπάθεια. Σε λίγο θα έχουμε και τα μέτρα. Το πρώτο άλμα ήταν πτώση. 23 και 90. 23 μέτρα και 90 εκατοστά. Το δεύτερο άλμα του Yves Saint-Victor. Sorry.
Saint-Victor. So that was 23.9. So yes, the longest distance in this category so far. So he goes up the top of the leaderboard in the over 55 men.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of a form book starting to evolve here. He's a medal contender, clearly. There are only 2 more skiers to go. He's the leading skier. And actually Belgium doing very well in the overall scores because of the quality of their skiers. They don't have many, but the people they have are good. Okay, so he's going a bit faster, a bit later. He needs to take advantage of this, and it's a lot later. He needs to bring the skis round more. That's much better, but the weight's on the heels. The weight's on the heels there. He's going to bring it forward slightly, but you can still see the skis came up in the air, and he landed on his back.
So there you are, but I mean he's got a score on the board, and he's into the final, and at the moment he's into the final as top seed, but we do have 2 more skiers to go, and they are Mark Beard of Great Britain and Frank Schulze of Austria.
Great. So please, everybody, give Yves Saint-Victor a round of applause for 23.9. Come on, everybody.
Applause. Ήταν πτώση το τρίτο άλμα του Yves, αυτή τη στιγμή κρατάει το 23 και 90, τον φέρνει μέχρι στιγμής πρώτο στην κατάταξη, αλλά έχουμε άλλους 2 αθλητές, τον Mark Beard από την Μεγάλη Βρετανία και τον Frank Schulze από την Αυστρία.
So we need to. So we've got the British team captain, Mark Beard, former European champion in the jump event. Mark's capable of 40 metres. I think he's jumped as far as about 33 this season. He's one of our top jump skiers probably in the country, regardless of age group. And here he goes.
Yeah, Mark, his lifetime best over the jump is 43.7 metres. Currently 40.6, so very strong jumper, as you say, former European jump champion. I think, when was that? Was that? Yeah, that's right. And I think he was on the podium in a British 1-2-3 in 2019 here in Ioannina in the jump with Tim Hazelwood and Paul Hammersley.
That's exactly right, Jane. Good memory.
Well, I was here. I can't remember every result, but that was quite a notable one. So here we go, Mark Beard, jump number 1. Dush, talk us through this.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mark's just going to feel it out. He knows he just needs to land. He'll do a 3/4, so here it comes. He's not going crazy, as you can see. Okay, you'll see a slightly different technique here. Now he's going to bring the skis around more. Okay, but he's not trying too hard. He's going for a gentle one. He's just going to keep working all the way through, and he does work all the way through. He's not a foot-to-foot lander, so his landing is probably, he'll tell you himself, it's the weakest part of his game. And he'll also tell himself he's got a big frame to land with. So, I mean, that's part of the issue. He's got to manage that. And I think he's done it very well. I'd say that's high 20s, low 30s. That jump's a good opener. But he's not busting a gut. You can see he's bringing the skis round, but he doesn't have to bring them round too far. The replay there, you can see he's working through. It hits the top left-hand corner pretty much. Skis are a little bit up in the air, so that's suggesting he's still on his heels. But 30.7 is a great opening jump.
So, biggest jump in this category, or biggest jump of the day so far, in fact, and straight into the final. So it's really good news for Mark Beard, who I thought yesterday you said was a tall and skinny guy.
Well, he is a tall and skinny guy sometimes, you know.
30 μέτρα και 70 εκατοστά, το πρώτο άλμα του Mark Beard, του αρχηγού της αγγλικής ομάδας. Θα επιστρέψει για τη δεύτερη προσπάθειά του.
So I don't know why he stopped at the top end. Jane, I don't know if we've got any info.
Could possibly be that Mark didn't actually see the distance as he went past the jury tower.
I'm going to speculate he needed a rest.
Is that allowed?
Okay. He's got a lot more in the tank, actually. So, like, he's working a bit harder here now. Let's see how he goes. Okay, he's later and wider. Those skis have to come round. You've come round a lot more. Still a little bit of weight on those heels there going into the ramp there. And you can see it. The skis came up in front of him. Okay, so we need to just get a signal he's okay. And he definitely needs to get the weight on the front of his feet a little bit more. There's too much weight on the heels. Not edging hard enough through the ramp is my take on it.
Looked like he was waving at the crowd, or rather on the other side, if there was a crowd there. I don't think that arm was intended to go in the air there, Dush, huh?
No, maybe not.
Here we go, here's the replay.
Yeah, he's still got, you can see as he takes off the weights on his heels. And he just needs to bring the ski around a little bit more, keep a little bit more weight on I think on the ball of the right foot, and that just gives him a bit more control going into the ramp. And that's where he slightly lost it there. You know, and I think he'd want to be a little bit, you know, taking off the ramp. He's taking off round about the middle there. He probably wants to be a bit further to the left, which is all part of the same narrative, really. Just work those skis, the right-hand ski in particular, all the way through from the sort of bottom right to the top left. Sophia, say something nice about the British.
Say something.
Say, you told me to say something.
You told me to say something nice about the British. I love you guys. You're very strong athletes. You have humor. I like you.
Yeah, it's just our food that's not very good. It's getting better.
A little bit of slightly off-mic banter between Dush and Sofia Kostulu.
I will cook for you Greek and you will cook for me English.
Okay, fantastic. I win. I win.
Yeah, I win. You will be like that.
Okay, it's all gone a little bit quiet. I suppose it's the commentator's job to liven up the story a little bit. Mark looking for a little bit of light lubrication on the back of the boat. Not the first time.
Dush, what did we say to you?
To be nice about Mark.
Sometimes you can't get the staff.
Mark is a very strong athlete.
Yeah. Come on, Mark. Let's see what you've got. .30.2 to beat. One more jump to go. Needs to edge a little bit more weight on the front foot. Work through that ramp. He knows it.
The second jump was
Full.
So he's the team captain. So who will be egging him on or telling him what he should do next, apart from you, obviously, on the mic?
Well, it's a good question, isn't it? I mean, everybody's disappeared. He knows what to do in the jump, but it's always good just to have somebody remind you what you're doing, I think, and just to observe, really. And, you know, he's been very lucky to have some great jump coaches at Hazelwood. And, you know, Tom Asher's wife, June Fladborg, has coached him. I know she's one of his favourite coaches, but he's got so many great coaches to pick from at Hazelwood's, and also Stevie Glanfield at Oxford, who occasionally gives him some help too.
So here we go. See what he can do on this final jump.
Okay. Needs to bring those skis round and then work that right foot and get his weight over that front foot. Better. But it was still quite a heavy landing, you see. But, you know, that's because he's carrying 90k, so he's got to channel it through somewhere. I think he does a great job, actually, of seeing it through.
Do you reckon that was the longest? We'll find out soon enough.
I don't think so. I might be wrong. I think the first one was the best. We'll see. Not the best, but the longest. Anyway, a round of applause for Mark Beard of GB. 30.7 on the first, 31.5. 31.5 for Mark Beard. Well done, Mark.
So that was, in fact, his longest jump by a little bit, not quite a full metre, but yeah, 30.7 before that, then the full, then 31.5. So comfortably into the final, as I said, the longest jump of the day so far. But next up we have Frank Schulze of Austria.
Okay, so with Frankie's going, Frankie Schulze. Frankie's certainly a high 30s jumper and pushing hard in the overall. I think it's going to be hard to beat in the overall because the strength of his slalom is so phenomenal. He's out of reach of most of the three eventers in slalom. I think it's a closer battle in jumps and tricks. But the combination of his jumping and his slalom makes him very difficult to beat. He's just a great overall skier. So I don't know what Frankie's best is, but I would say 36, 37. I've certainly seen him do. I don't know if he's gone into the 40s.
Yeah, he got 42.6 in 2017, though, so a little while ago. I'm not sure what his current best or season's best or last two seasons' best is.
31 μέτρα και 50 εκατοστά το τρίτο άλμα του Mark Beard από την Μεγάλη Βρετανία. Μέχρι στιγμής το μεγαλύτερο άλμα. Και τελευταίος αθλητής που βλέπουμε αυτή τη στιγμή στην κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 55 είναι ο Φρανκ Σούλτσε από την Αυστρία, ο οποίος θα έρθει για την πρώτη του προσπάθεια.
So let's have a look at Frank Schultz's first jump.
We're into tricks. I'm going to have to go. Okay, I'm guessing Frankie's going to pull out to the three-quarter cut. Yes, he is. Okay, he's got more speed and more width than any of the other skiers. I mean, a lot more. The skis have come round a lot more. But he's only just got onto that ramp, okay, and there's a spill. So he's gone for a big one early doors. So I think he could afford to go a little bit sooner and not quite as hard to begin with, just to get on the ramp. He struggled to get onto the ramp in the right place there.
Πτώση το πρώτο άλμα του Φρανκ. Ας ελπίσουμε ότι το δεύτερο και το τρίτο θα σταθεί και να κάνει και κάτι.
So hopefully he's all right. Just you talking about him being a very strong three-event skier. He is going into the slalom final as the second seed. He got 1 at 11, but he didn't have a very good tricks run, so hasn't made the final in the tricks.
Oh, didn't he? What did he score in the tricks?
Well, just 790.
Okay.
So I think I'm not sure what. Yeah, his tricks. Well, his tricks best is 1,100. Sorry, 1,100. So I would think that he would have hoped to get a bit more than that.
I think he's quite happy with that. I think he'd be happy with 700
okay.
Because as long as he gets a good jump and a good slalom, that's what he's relying on.
So it doesn't matter that you don't get into the final in one of your events.
No, there'll be a formula based on the score that he gets against the best score that whoever wins gets. That is allowed to have an overall score. And I don't know if it's taken just on the. Either on the two best scores or the best of the two rounds, or whether it's just taken on the preliminary. I'm not sure actually.
Yeah, no, I just vaguely remember him not looking as if he was very happy with something, but maybe it was a particular trick that he fell on. But yeah, as you say, I mean, second seed in the slalom, so that's pretty strong too. But let's see what he can do in the jump, because at the moment we've got a long distance, but a fail to ski away means that 35.4 will not count.
I mean, if I was Frankie, I'd dial it back, and I wouldn't go quite so far down the lake and quite so hard on the first jump. I'd actually just go for a slightly safer jump, because the form into the ramp, it all looked great, but the form into the ramp, he was just a little bit late. He wasn't in the right place when he got onto the ramp. So if it was me, I would start a little bit sooner with a cut and not try and force such a distance in the first one. I'd just go for something a little bit shorter and a little bit safer just to get moving.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely won't want to have another couple of falls, because that would seriously affect his overall.
But he's got an irrepressible temperament and always happy and smiling. Let's see how he gets on.
So at the moment we've got guaranteed finalists of Mark Beard, Yves Saint-Viteur, Frédéric Vigneron and Pascal Delage. The 5th place is up for grabs. If Frank Schulze can land one, you would put money on him being one of those.
I certainly would. It's not going to be a short jump, whatever happens.
You can hear the wind on the microphone again. So
picked up. The wind's picked up. It's not strong, but it's strong enough to make a difference to your setup. There's no question. So Frank should, in my opinion, should go earlier. He should go now. But he's not. He's going a bit late. He's still going quite late. Let's try and gauge it. Okay, he's not as far down as he was before. He's being a bit more sensible, a bit more controlled. You see, he's got much more control into that. It's a much better jump. It's a foot-to-foot landing. You know, I'm relaxed. Okay, I'm much happier with that. I think, you know, it's safe. He was edging all the way through. He was certainly probably 20, 30 meters up course from the last jump. When he made the turn, he just gave himself the time to get on the ramp. But I suspect the first jump was just he couldn't quite, you know, gauge it. He probably just went too far. not intentionally. This was much better. And you can see in the replay there, he's got plenty of time to get onto the face of the ramp. And that's good. 32 metres, great jump, and a safe one.
So that's top seed in the final, just half a metre, that one half a metre longer than Mark Beard, the next longest jump, but of course Frank could improve on that in his third and final jump.
He could indeed. I just hope he just keeps practicing and stays safe and keeps his powder dry for the final.
32 μέτρα το δεύτερο άλμα του Frank Schulze και θα έρθει για την τρίτη του προσπάθεια και την τελευταία.
Okay, let's see whether the Jiminy cricket on his shoulder makes him go further. It's always difficult to stop yourself from doing it. Okay. Well, this is a little bit further and faster. Oh yes. Okay, he's bringing the ski round. He's on the ramp though. It's okay. Whoa.
Oh.
Okay. He'll ski away. Well, I tell you what, he's certainly got some courage. There's no question about that. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, the number one seed in the number one position. The first jump was 32 metres, Frank Schulze. We're just waiting for the final outcome, 31.4. Round of applause for Frank, the best jump, 32 metres.
32 το δεύτερο άλμα, 31-40 το τρίτο, κρατάει το μεγαλύτερο βέβαια και τον βάζει στην πρώτη θέση. Frank Schulze από Αυστρία, 32 μέτρα.
So thanks very much, Dush, for joining us. I know you've got to disappear now because you have the small matter of your tricks preliminary, so good luck with that. Have a good one. I'm looking forward to the helicopter.
To the individual trick, absolutely. There's only one trick in my repertoire.
Right, okay, well let's just hope you manage to do that. So thank you very much, Dush. And before we move on to the tricks, I will just confirm the finalists in the over 55 men's jump. Top seed Frank Schulze of Austria with 32 metres. Then Mark Beard, 31.5 metres. Yves Saint-Viteur, 23.9. Frédéric Vigneron, 17.4. And Pascal Delage, 16 metres. So two Frenchmen there, a Belgian, a Briton, and an Austrian are your men's finalists in the over 55 category. So congratulations to all of them, and shortly we'll be moving on to the over 35 women's tricks preliminary. 7 skiers in that, 5 of them will go through to the final.
here, you may need to zoom in a little bit.
So welcome back to Ioannina on this second day of the Europe and Africa over 35 championships. The senior skiers get their chance to get on the podium, get a score. Individual skiers, 3 event skiers, team skiers, all looking to post their best here. We've seen some personal bests in slalom earlier today, and we've just had some jumps in the older age categories. And we are about to go into the tricks preliminary rounds for the over 35 women. We have all the tricks preliminary rounds for the over 35s and over 45 men and women this afternoon. So it's now just gone 4:30 local time here in Greece. And I think we've got around about 28 more skiers to go in the trick. So the sun may well be setting by the time we finish up here. But here we go, the first skier about to go.
Και συνεχίζουμε με τις φιγούρες στην κατηγορία γυναικών άνω των 35 ετών, προκριματικός γύρος. Έχουμε 7 αθλήτριες, πρώτη στο νερό, η Μαρία Βιμπρανιετσοβά από την Ελλάδα.
So this is Marie Vimpranetsova of Greece, first skier. She will get 2 passes. So as she passes the red buoy, she's allowed to start her run. She has a maximum of 20 seconds. And every trick must be different in order to score. There are 3 trick judges who are scoring this. They have a video in the boat, which we are seeing here. If they need to check whether a trick has been successfully completed, they can check the video, but there are 3 judges all giving their scores. So that was a stand-up pass for Marie.
Στεγνό το πρώτο πέρασμα της Μαρίας, ετοιμάζεται για το δεύτερο, 20 δεύτερα για κάθε πέρασμα.
So there we're seeing a rerun of Marie's first pass. Managed to stand that up. As I say, each skier has 20 seconds from which the first trick starts. You can start any time after a red buoy on the course, which at both ends there's a clear marker as to when you can start, and then you have a maximum of 20 seconds to complete your run. Then at the other end of the lake, there is a 45-second drop time before the skier will be brought in on the second pass. If the skier actually falls on a pass, I understand that they will take their 45 seconds where they fall before being taken in for pass number 2. But we'll see. Fortunately, Marie did not have to do that, so she'll be coming in for pass number 2 shortly. So you can see signalling to the boat there. You can choose your own speed for tricks, and here she's doing her tow run. Oh, and she's down, so that's a shame for Marie. the judges will give a score, an overall score for trick skiing, and they will also score each individual run, so the skiers and their team captains can see what scores have been given. These skiers will have an idea. They'll know what run they want to do, but they can change their mind if something's not going right. They can. It's not, as I understand it, you don't have to do a set run. I think some time ago you did have to give your trick run, but somebody who knows a lot more about that than me. In fact, I know very little about tricks. Has just joined me. Fortunately, Mark Beard, the team captain, who can help with that. Is that right, Mark, that you did used to have to put in your trick run and you had to do it?
Done away with a few years ago now. So it's you can make it up as you go along if you want to, or you can stick to your practice routine. But if it goes haywire partway through, you can carry on and still score points.
So that's a real advantage for you skiers to be able to do that now.
You've got to have a pretty sharp mind to be able to make something up as you go along. And usually the tricks follow one another naturally. So sometimes it's a little bit difficult if there's a wobble or a mistake in the run to pick it up and do something different.
But if you realise that the conditions have suddenly changed and you're worried about doing a particularly difficult couple of tricks, then at least at the last minute before you go out, you can reassess.
That's right. You can leave them out. You'd usually the toe pass. You'd usually do in a tailwind to help you stand tall, so that the skiers coming down from the far end to our left may well choose in a tailwind there to do their toe pass first. But generally, the conditions here are fabulous anyway. I don't think there'll be much change due to the conditions.
And the wind that we did have earlier seems to have dropped off completely again, dead calm.
I think that's a feature of Ioannina. I've been here three times before. You can be standing on the start dock and find that the wind direction will change while you're waiting to ski, and that's why familiarisation is so important, and you need to have that awareness, and ideally have someone with you on the start dock to keep an eye on that change as it's happening. It's almost a microclimate here in the mountains, and the wind direction can change and change back again in a set.
Yeah, that's great. I should just changing tack very shortly. I should, of course, when I introduced you, congratulated you on your jump distance. I think it was 31.5 metres was your longest jump, but more importantly than that, you're into the final as the second seed.
Yeah, I'm quite pleased about that. I'm quite pleased that I'm not far behind the first seed. I'm glad to have taken 3 jumps as well. That's something I haven't been doing recently, and as oldies tend to save the body a little bit by practicing drills, techniques that perhaps avoid going over the ramp. So when the chips are down and you have to do it, it's nice to get over and it not go too badly wrong.
Did you actually take a jump in practice in those fierce winds the other day?
No, I bet we had easily a 15-mile-an-hour headwind in the practice, but it does allow you to spot your position relative to the turn buoys, to the markers that are 500, 600 and 700 metres before the jump, and you can gauge from that where you need to go from. It's the fact that there is no wind or there's a slight tailwind today, you can adjust for that based on what you learned in familiarisation.
So just looking there, it looks like the score for Marie is 1,700. And we're going on to the second skier in this category. That is Sam Bloomsma of South Africa.
New perspective on it, a new competition, and she'll score well for South Africa.
1.700 βαθμούς δώσαν οι κριτές στη Μαρία Βερμπρανιετσοβά και η αθλήτρια που αυτή τη στιγμή βλέπουμε είναι η Σαμάνθα Μπλέζρα από Νότια Αφρική.
So a stand-up run there for Sam. Presumably be happy to have got that over with.
I'm sure it's a bit nerve-wracking to start with. I'll do my best to try and read some of the tricks for you in the next few passes, but I'm not the best at it, and I'm not a judge either. So I know that the judges will be looking for those side slides, the pause in between. They'll be looking for the full turn so that the ski isn't pre-turned before the trick's completed, and they'll be looking for air under the ski on these back-to-back wakes.
So we're getting the benefit here of the replay, but the tricks judges don't do that, do they? They only look at the video if they're unsure of their original score, or do they actually look at the video?
Sometimes I wonder whether they're watching the same video, Jane. No, joking apart, they are pretty good. I honestly don't know, not as a trained judge. I don't know, but they are able to review afterwards if they're unsure about something. But they do score it live, I believe.
I know, as you mentioned, it's a question of whether there's a significant stop between two tricks. So obviously the skiers are looking, if they've got a lot of tricks that they want to get in, they want to do them as fast as possible, but there's a balance between doing that and actually finishing a trick before moving on to the other.
Yeah, there's got to be a significant or a scene pause between the different tricks, and so they can't just run into each other. They've got to be defined as such. But when you get to the top skiers, they're doing 20 tricks in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
We're probably doing 10 if we're really good at it.
Okay, so here comes Sam on her toe run.
There's a toe 180 wake out and back, side slide, toe side reverse, 180, 180, reverse 180, toe reverse 180 back to back. If that had a pause in it, that would have lost her a few points there. Step over, step back, and wake step, and wake step back. The wake step going out, I don't know whether you noticed that, but Sam didn't quite touch the water with her trailing leg on the step over. That might cause that to be docked.
So that's the aim of the game, is it actually touch the water with the trailing leg?
A step over, the step leg has got to touch the water, yeah.
I was just saying earlier on, just as we started, that each pass is a maximum of 20 seconds, but you have, as long as you start after the marker buoy, which is a red buoy, and you've got the 20 seconds, as long as you don't run out of lake. So if you start too late and you run out of lake, then before 20 seconds is up, then that's your loss, I guess. But I don't suppose these skiers really tend to do it. Maybe you do if it's a really short lake.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm just watching the replay. That step, I don't think her leg went over the line when she was doing the actual turn. I think it was more that than the fact that her toe didn't touch the water. The timing starts from when the skier starts the first trick, and there is a timing judge in the tower, and that person is responsible for watching when the first trick is initiated, and they start the stopwatch from there. The red buoy is an indicator of where to start the run.
And I think also, I mean, I don't know if you can explain what a positional trick is, but you're allowed to get into a position before the red buoy, but you should notify the dock officials so that the judges know that that's what you're doing. What is a positional trick?
So, sometimes a skier will get into a position by performing a trick, and that might be a toe reverse 180, or it might be, for example, a step over and then into a wrap step over, and it's clear from the skier informing the dock starter that that's the case, so the judges are aware that there is a provisional trick, but it should be clear when the skier starts the run.
But that positional trick doesn't count?
No, there's no points for that.
It's just to set you up. So
Yeah.
if you were to do something else, I don't know whether this is possible, but could you potentially do that trick later in the run and score it, or is that not something you would do? Is a positional trick not something you would do in the course of a run?
The positional trick doesn't count for anything. You can start from your position that you've arrived in from performing that trick, but you can do that trick again during the run and score points for it.
Sorry, that was the point. I didn't really explain myself. So that's crucial, isn't it, that you let the judges know, because otherwise they would say you only score it once, because you only score. You have to do, every trick has to be different. Although some of them might look the same, they're reverses.
Yes, but the important point is that the timing judge doesn't start the time when you do the positional trick. That's the significant thing, that he knows that you're going into a position that you're getting ready to start your run for real.
We're just seeing the rerun of Sam's toe pass. I think these judges do an absolutely amazing job, but I think trick judging must be one of the toughest things, surely.
That's why I don't do it. I'd rather fling myself over that big red thing than try and learn to read these tricks.
Oh, that's saying something. Yeah. I know that the chief judge here, Gavin Kelly from Great Britain, is known as being one of the best trick judges, and maybe one of the toughest trick judges. But I know he actually practices. I mean, he goes away and looks at trick runs on video all the time. So I guess you've got to do that really to stay at the top of your game.
You could call them sad for doing that, but actually, Gavin is one of the best in the business. Those of his colleagues who do trick reading, trick judging, they do have to practice it, and they do have to watch hours and hours of video to be good at it. And we're very lucky to have people who've got a passion to be able to sit in a little box over the other side of the lake, sometimes not even air conditioned, and watch a telly all day to read these things. So they're great.
I don't know whether Gavin is actually judging the tricks here. As chief judge, is he?
No,
he won't be doing it.
No, he can't today. And unusually, I think we have only 3 trick judges.
Yeah.
There's normally 5 in a European Championships, but we only have 3 because of availability of judges.
And that's 3, but then an additional timer.
Yes. So there's a majority decision on the trick, and then the timer is separate, and the chief judge has overall view of all of that.
Great, thanks. Okay, skier number 3 in this over 35 women's tricks preliminary, Linnea Cederqvist of Sweden.
So she'll be starting with a helicopter. By the look of it, she's in a wrap position. So there's the 360, 180 wake, 180 wake, back to back, back to back, back to back. Wake 180, wake 180, that was a back to back. Wake back to back, step over and to the front, and wake step. And she's held it and done it. Oh, she hasn't. Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You thought you'd, yeah. Did that, I wasn't really counting, but was that far down her run? Do you think she was pretty close to the end?
I think she was probably out of time at the end.
I'm afraid one thing we're not doing here is actually starting the stopwatch.
Stopwatch. Right.
No, not yet.
Do you have the points for Simon?
Not yet. So we're still waiting for the score from the judges for Sam Bloomsma. We'll bring you that when we have it. That's the other thing about trick scoring is it's not like slalom scoring. It's or even jump scoring actually. It's not as quick. So we're often giving the score for the previous skier or even a couple of skiers behind if they have to review video. Although there is a system now, I think is it called iTrick?
Yes.
Yes. Which is, I don't know very much about it, but I know it's been used on trial at least in a couple of competitions where you actually see the tricks scored on the screen, or for the judges anyway. I don't know if it actually would on a webcast, but which I think would make it much more exciting for the spectators.
It will, because you'll be able to see scoring live and you'll be able to see the judges which tricks they've given and why they've not given them if they've decided the trick wasn't performed correctly. So yeah, iTrick could be quite revolutionary. The man who invented Splash Eye is working on iTrick. It's a fabulous bit of kit, and it predicts for the judge. It predicts what the next trick might be, because most people do a similar run, and so the following trick is not randomly different. It's likely to be one of only a few tricks.
Presumably, if they don't do it, then it will have to update it very quickly. The software.
But it offers the judge the option of picking that trick that they're most likely to do next.
Okay. Let's just give you Sam Bloomsma's score then. So she's in the lead of the two skiers that we've seen so far. 2,030 points for Sam for her run.
2.300 βαθμούς για τη Σαμάνθα Μπλόεμσα από την Νότια Αφρική. Now it's Linnea. Και η αθλήτρια που μόλις είδαμε στο πρώτο της πέρασμα είναι η Linnea Chenderust από Σουηδία.
So, here comes Linnea with her toe.
She's in a toe wrap. We're looking like a toe 360 to start. Here we go, 360. And a 180, that was probably meant to be a 5, and then she's had a wobble and straightened up. So reverse one, back to back, and back to back reverse. This is a good toe run, toe 180, reverse toe 180 and 4.
I think we're going to have to stop you saying it's a good run. Because every time you say that, then straight in the drink. But yeah. Let's have a look at this replay, Mark.
So there's the 360. That should have gone straight round into a 540, but the ski stopped midpoint, and then there's been a bit of a wobble where she's crossed the wakes. So she's now going to do the reverse 180. So pick up where she left off, which is where she should have been. There's a 360, and the 360 back in, but it looked like it had a pause in it.
So what she was trying to do there is, having failed to do what she intended to do, was to do it again.
To get back into position, to carry on, yes.
Well, we'll let you know the judges' score when that comes in for Linnea. Her teammate, Christina Hansen, is next on the list. We'll have to see whether she goes out. I know she was carrying an ankle injury and was in a lot of pain in the slalom earlier on, and she went down on her opening pass. So I'm not sure whether she is starting. We'll find out soon enough. Oh. It's looking good till then, Mark.
That was a good stand-up run, really. I think she was out of time by the time she tried the step over. Very purposeful tricks at the start, precise, taking care to do them correctly. And they look good. They look like they all count. Back to backs. Back to backs. Ski keeps moving, which is good. Bike 180 out. That's interesting. It looked flat from live, but on the television it was clear, and clear coming back in. And then that's a hand-to-hand 360 surface and the reverse. I'm sure the step over would have been out of time.
So Christina, obviously the pain she was suffering with her injured foot seems to be okay for tricking.
If the skier falls at the end of the first run, they take their set down time whilst in the water, so that once the boat picks them up again, they spin at the bottom. They don't stop and take another 45 seconds. So that the downtime is taken at the end of the first run when the skier's fallen.
At this sort of location, presumably that's okay. It doesn't create any wash, or does it depend where you fall?
No, not at all. It's a superb site from that point of view. Absolutely no issues with the wash, particularly for tricks.
Not quite as crucial as in slalom then.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Let's see what she can do on her toe run.
That was an interesting contrast to the first run, which was really purposeful and careful, and every trick was executed precisely. And this toe run, it looked like she was really shaky from the start.
If she is suffering with a foot issue, then I suppose if you're doing a toe run like that, the pressure is on you.
Yeah, absolutely. That toe reverse 180 and the side slides looked, they just didn't count. They weren't round. I'm not sure what her injury is, but that could well be the case. It could well have been trouble in her. If it's something like a hamstring or...
No, apparently it's foot. I think it might be ankle. Magnus Engelsen, who I think is the Swedish team captain, isn't he? Was saying that she was hurting a bit before her slalom today.
And again, it could be her standing foot or a toe foot. Yeah. You know, a standing foot, it's really difficult if that's giving her trouble.
Okay, I think we've just got a slight pause before we take the next skier, who will be someone you know rather well, Kelly Atkins, Great Britain.
Is this Kelly next?
I'm just waiting for Linea's trick score as well. Let's just see.
Hold the boat, don't go yet.
Since we know there's a slight hold here, well, is that the sort of thing that can unsettle a skier who's next on the dock?
I think a delay is not such a big deal. I think the most unsettling thing is if you're suddenly on the water sooner than you might have expected. If, for example, you weren't anticipating a slalomer to fall off quite so early, or a jump skier only takes 2 jumps and then comes in, and you're suddenly your time to prepare mentally is cut down, and that can catch you out a little bit. But I think if you're waiting in the water, and particularly in this environment, it's not a big deal. Kelly will deal with that. Interestingly, Kelly had a bit of a mare at the Europeans last year, where in slalom she was seeded first and missed her opener in the final, and she incredibly has set about dealing with that by taking some advice and some time with a sports psychologist, and helping her to deal with what makes her nervous and what makes her get so uptight about the situation of competing. And she's been noticeably different today.
Well,
her slalom was incredible.
Today was remarkable.
Yeah. And she was calm, and she set about it in a proper way. There was no signs of any nerves, and I think I'm hoping we'll see the same with her trick run.
Yeah, in fact, she's gone through as top seed in the slalom, I believe.
She has.
Is that right? Yeah.
She has.
Good. And of course, you say she had a bit of a mare at the Europeans last year, but that was in the slalom, not in anything else, really. I mean, she medalled, I think, in tricks and jump and overall.
Yeah, she's a solid 3-eventer and a great team member as well, and a great contributor to the team, not just on the water, but in the background as well. She's very much part and parcel of the senior setup.
Okay, so the confirmed score for Linnea Cederqvist of Sweden is 2,290, so that puts her into the lead so far. Little helicopter overhead, which looks like it's got a bucket full of water, so I don't know if there's a forest fire or mountain fire or something nearby.
Points of Linnea.
2,290.
...2.290 βαθμούς για την αθλήτρια της Σουηδίας, Λίνια Τσέντερρουστ.
It is actually saying that score's gone in, but it does say it's a video review. In the meantime, we've got the score for Christina Hansen, 1,080. So 750 on her first run and 330 on that second toe run, where you said she didn't look comfortable and clearly took a fall there. 1,080 points. So I think that means both Linnea and Sam Bloomsma are guaranteed a place in the final. 5 from these 7 will go through. So congratulations to them. Kelly, who will be going next, her personal best in tricks 2040. Does that sound right?
That sounds exactly right, and I think she'll be looking to do that today. And that will secure a place in the final as well.
Kelly Atkins, πρώτο πέρασμα, Μεγάλη Βρετανία.
So wake 360, back 180 wake, back 180 wake, 180 wake. Looks a bit shaky. There's a surface back to backs, and a wake back to back, and a wake back to back. That looked a very nervy run from Kelly.
Nervy in the sense of not actually completing what she wanted to do, or do you think, I mean, she stood up the run, which always looks good to me.
Yeah, I think some of those turns were probably not full turns. I think she didn't quite get the ski round on some of those tricks, and I'm sure the judges will pick up on that.
I'm sure when we get the individual run scores, you can have a look at that and see if you were right, and the judges agree with you.
Yeah. The replay looks a lot better, actually.
So you were watching it live, obviously, on the lake, and now you're looking at the boat camera.
I'm seeing what the judges were seeing, and actually not bad at all. So Kelly will get the 45 seconds set down at the end of the lake because she didn't fall, which is probably a better scenario if you can do that. Here we go for the second run. Going into toe hold. Toe 180, that was nice. 180 wake, clear. 180 wake, side slide. Out of toe, step over. 360, service 360 and fall.
A lot of hilarity from Kelly. Was that was near the end of her run, was it?
It was, yeah. It was.
Couldn't get my foot in, she said. I thought, it looked like that, and I thought surely it's not her trying to get her back foot in the binding, but yes, it was.
I hope you were kind.
Well, she's not slapping the water in anger, she's laughing, that's always good.
No.
Just a new score for Linnea Sederqvist. She's been downgraded a little bit. Originally it was 2290 and it's 2020. So she's actually now behind Sam Bloomsma. So at the moment we have Sam Bloomsma leading by just 10 points, followed by Linnea Sederqvist, and then we have Marie Vimpranyetsova of Greece, and then Christina Hansen, and of course we will await Kelly Atkins' score.
Oh wow, this is good. Thank you. Was it alright?
Looks far better on the telly.
Kelly just shouting up to a team captain, Mark Beard here, asking whether it was all right. So I think he's pretty pleased with that. I don't think she'll be getting a little talking to later.
It'd be great if she can make the final, because that means she can improve her score for the team in the final.
Well, we'll let you know what Kelly's score is when we get it in. At the moment we have 5 of the 7 to go through, and the guaranteed finalists are Sam Bloomsma and Linnea Sederqvist. We should also, we'll talk about that a bit more in a moment, but now we have Celia Standiti of Greece.
Η αθλήτρια που μόλις έρχεται για το πρώτο της πέρασμα είναι η Celia Standidi από Ελλάδα.
That's a nice back-to-back and back-to-back back in. Very quick tricks, the 180s, that's a 5. And another wake 5 into wrap. And these are too quick for me to read. A step wake, step wake. Yeah, that's a pretty well rehearsed run, that is.
Yeah, Celia, a really Really good three-eventer, high scorer for the Greek team. Usually, I mean, she's got a personal best this year and last, 4,280 points.
Wow.
So that's a big score.
Yeah.
And she's got a number of titles and medals in the as a junior and as an under 21 and in the over 35s. She's an architect and she's got a 10-year-old son, Nicholas. Still obviously managing to give plenty of time to her skiing in all three events.
Δυνατή τριαθλήτρια η Σίλια, με πολύ καλές επιδόσεις. Στεγνό το πρώτο της πρόγραμμα, βέβαια ελπίζουμε να είναι και έγκυρες. Θα συνεχίσει στο δεύτερο πρόγραμμα, 22 και για το δεύτερο και βλέπουμε.
Okay, the score we've got for Kelly Atkins is 1,790.
Wow, that is fantastic. That gets her in the final, I think.
I think you're right there because... Yep. 1,790. So that's 1, 2... Yeah, in fact, 90 points more than Marie Vimpranyetsova. So as long as those scores all stand, then she is in the final. We should always say that there is always a possibility of changes up to 30 minutes after the end of the trick run. Is that right? If you can challenge scores, or not scores, but timing. If you've been told that a trick run is out of time, is that how it works, Mark?
I think those are some of the finer points. I think in this competition with the seniors, it's very unusual for that sort of thing to happen. It's rare that scores get changed. Once the judges have announced and confirmed the score, they've reviewed anything they're unsure of, and usually that is the case.
So we can be pretty confident then that the scores that we
Yeah.
get once they're in as confirmed scores will stand.
Yeah, I think so. And that score is massive for Kelly, because it gives her an opportunity to improve in the overall by making the trick final, and it gives her the opportunity to improve her team score as well.
Okay, let's have a look at Celia coming back on her.
She's wrapped
toe
into
run.
toe, so this looks like a big toe run coming up. So toe 5, toe 3, toe 3, toe 180, 180, toe reverse 180, toe 180 wake, back in, toe side, toe reverse side, into wrap 3 and out. Fantastic. Oh, hard luck. That was a nice run.
So I guess obviously it's all down to the judges and what they score, but you would expect Celia to take the lead with that run?
I would think so, by some considerable margin, I would think.
Ωραία τα πήγαινες. Ωραία τα πήγες. Αυτά που έκανες ήταν ωραία. Στην 5 έπεσες. Στην 5 έπεσες.
So there's Celia just swimming into the dock just beneath the commentary point here after some strong trick skiing. I think she'll be pleased with that, because I think she just failed to get into the slalom final. So that I think we can confidently say will get her into the tricks final.
I would say so, and the significant thing of making a final is not just the opportunity of getting into the medals. It's the opportunity for an overall skier to improve their overall score individually and to improve the score that they contribute to the team.
So she'll pick up a score from her slalom, even though she doesn't make the final, but obviously she hasn't got the opportunity to improve.
To improve it, that's right. That's right.
And of course she's in the Greek team as well, so presumably anything she scores will help their score.
They're particularly strong, understandably, when it's their home turf, but yeah, and they've packed out the younger age groups as well, which is interesting.
So here we've got the final skier in this category, and that is Camille Turon of Switzerland.
Και η τελευταία αθλήτρια στην κατηγορία των γυναικών άνω των 35 ετών, φιγούρες προκριματικός, η Καμίλ Τορένς από την Ελβετία.
This is step 3 to start. A wake step 3. Step, step, wake step. Surface back to backs. Wake back to backs. Oh, something went wrong then. Into 5. Oh dear. She went down quickly then. I hope she's okay. Christina Hansen. 1080.
Yeah, that was a bit of a face slap, wasn't it? But she's on the back. She's on the back of the boat, standing up, presumably taking her time. Yep, she's stepped off the back now, so we'll be coming in for her second run. The score for Celia Standiti, as expected, she goes into the lead by some margin, 3,910 points.
3.910 βαθμούς για τη Σίλια, την φέρνει στην πρώτη θέση και φυσικά στους τελικούς.
Celia coming in for her second pass, and this will be her toe pass, and noticeably the wind's picked up a little bit, so she'll be doing a toe pass into the wind, which is quite challenging.
It's Camille. We've
Sorry.
had Celia, but
Sorry,
not
Camille.
to worry. Camille throws. It's very hot here.
That's why I'm skiing and not commentating. So this toe run's going to be quite challenging. There's a toe 3. Back to back, back to back. Toe 180 wake, toe 180 wake, back in, 180, 180 to reverse 180. Side slide, side slide. In. That was probably at the very end of her run, but so that's pretty good.
Yeah, that wind really picked up suddenly quite fiercely, and a headwind. Did you say, am I right, did you say earlier that actually if you're doing your tow run, you'd rather usually do it in a tailwind?
Yes.
So explain again why that would be the case?
So it helps stand you up, keeps you upright when you're in tow, rather than working against you and blowing you against the boat.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a tough call because a lot of skiers prefer to do their hand run first. So to switch that round and start with your tow run is a really sort of messes with your head a little bit.
And I'm not convinced that when she started her first pass that she would have realised that this wind would have happened, because it wasn't as strong. It's just really suddenly picked up, and you can see it on the water as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. My good friend Dushy, who was on earlier, in familiarisation in slalom, 4 passes, he said he didn't have a single pass the same as another one. The wind can change that dramatically here.
Yeah, no, I mean, this one looks like a pretty straightforward head and tail, whereas I think in practice it was a sort of tail cross, a head cross, and then a gust, a massive gust, and then it calmed down. So it's we're lucky that hasn't been the case so far in this competition.
And really, Soldies should have the experience and know how to deal with all of that stuff. The Youth Championships is here in 2 weeks' time, and those kids will be relying on their coaches and their team captains to help them deal with the conditions and the changing conditions. It'll be a real challenge for them.
So the score for Camille Theron, 3,050 points.
Wow.
3,050 points, so that puts her through to the final as the second seed. So I'm pretty sure we now can tell you that the finalists are Celia Standiti with 3,110 points. Then Camille Theron, whose score has just disappeared, but I didn't write it down, but it was 3,000 and something, and we'll get that back for you in a second. Then Sam Bloomsma of South Africa, Linnea Sederqvist of Sweden, Christina, no, hang on, sorry, let me just get this right. I'm looking, it's come back again, it's come back. Okay, so
3.050 δίνουν οι κριτές για την προσπάθεια της Καμίλ Τοράνς από την Ελβετία. Την φέρνει στη δεύτερη θέση, με πρώτη τη Σίλια Σταντίδη με 3.910, δεύτερη Καμίλ Τοράνς με 3.50, τρίτη η Σαμάνθα Μπλέμσα 2.300, τέταρτη Λίνια Σέντερκουιστ από Σουηδία 2.290,
George Hatsits from Greece,
Kelly Atkins 1.790, Βιμπρανιέτσοβα Μαρία 1.700 και Κριστίνα Χάνσον 1.080. Μπαίνουν οι 5. Από τις 7 μπαίνουν οι 5.
So we've just seen George Hatsis of Greece on his first pass. He's the first skier in this over 35 men tricks preliminary. I'll get you to talk about that in a second, Mark, but just wanted, sorry about the confusion there, but just to confirm the finalists in the over 35 women. Top seed Celia Standiti of Greece, 3,910. Second seed Camille Theron of Switzerland, 3,050. Then we've got Sam Bloomsma, 2,030. Linnea Sederqvist of Sweden, 2,020. And Kelly Atkins of Great Britain, 1,790. So those are your finalists. Congratulations to them. We've moved on with at fast speed with George Hatsis. Mark, you were having a quick look at his first run.
Interestingly, George started with his tow run.
So because of the
a bit of experience for you
tailwind.
and the tailwind, yeah.
Συνεχίζουμε με τη σειρά των ανδρών άνω των 35 ετών, φιγούρες προκριματικός γύρος, εδώ στο κανάλι της Αμφιθέας, Πανευρωπαϊκό Πρωτάθλημα άνω των 35 ετών και έχουμε 8 αθλητές στην κατηγορία αυτή, με πρώτο αθλητή τον Γιώργο Χατζή από Ελλάδα. Θα τον δούμε σε λίγο στο δεύτερο πέρασμα.
That was quite a tidy hand run from George as well. Some good tricks in there. He slapped the water, he wasn't quite happy, but he was well down that second run. That score's pretty good.
Συγγνώμη, δεν είναι ο Χατζής. It's not the George Hadzis.
Oh, he's not?
You are Paul?
Yeah, that's, yes, apologies, that was Paul Ferrasti. I'm just looking at his bib number 42. Yeah, he is Paul.
Yes. Συγγνώμη, δεν ήταν ο Γιώργος Χατζής, είναι ο αθλητής Paul Ferrasti από τη Γαλλία.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've got a bit of a. I mean, we're right in the sun here. It's difficult to see the screen, and live, it's difficult to see the bib numbers until they're right in front of us. But we can now see that is Paul Ferrasti of France, who was in fact the first skier in this over 35 men tricks preliminary. We'll bring you his score when we have it. So next up should be Timios Kousathanas. And no doubt Sophia will put us right if he's not the next skier, as he is from Greece, and Sophia knows everybody who is in the Greek team.
Yes, επόμενος αθλητής στο νερό, ο Θήμιος ο Κουσαθανάς από την Ελλάδα. Ελπίζουμε δηλαδή να είναι αυτός.
So we're just watching that second run by Paul there. That was where he went down. Yeah, slapping the water. We've all done that, haven't we, Mark?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I do have a friend who was well known for having a little bit of a temper. He's grown out of it in old age, but hurling his slalom ski back onto a concrete dock.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
If he'd had a bad one, but he'll if he's listening, if he's watching in, he'll know who he is. I'm not gonna let on.
I have a good friend who did that also, and I was shocked when I saw him do it. And my father came up to me and laid into me and said if he ever saw me doing that, I would never get another ski again.
Yeah, if you're not paying for it, then fair enough.
This is quite interesting for in the over 35 men's tricks because they're all team skiers bar one, so they're all looking to contribute to the team score, and the highest placed team skier scores the 1,000 points for the team, and the other skiers proportionally down the scale. So a trick skier who's going to trick, let's say for example 4,500 points, which is a fantastic score and brilliant tricking. They're in the same group as Olivier Fortom, who will probably trick close on 9,000 points. So he'll be looking to get the 1,000 points for his team with the 9,000 trick points, and somebody tricking half that will only get 500. So, you know, for some outstanding tricking, their contribution to the team score is not what you'd expect it to be. And that's the challenge with the younger age groups. It's really tough to score well.
I mean, the thing about tricks, though, even the best can go down early. I mean, you know,
Absolutely.
We've seen that with, I know, Pato Font of Mexico, who usually when you see him, he never scores less than 12,000 points. Yeah. But was it at the World Games or something I saw recently? I think he got 6,000 or 7,000, which is so rare.
For some of those guys, they can fall first trick on their first run, and their second run is worth 6,000 points. So, they've got some big tricks in their armoury. Here we go, next skier.
So this is Timios Kousathanas of Greece.
Ναι, Θήμιος Κουσαθανάς, πρώτο πέρασμα.
The first flip of the day. Four flips at the end of the hand run. That's pretty impressive.
That's worth a few points.
Yeah, and unusual to see at this event, I have to say.
Και μόλις είδαμε 4 flip από τον Θήμιο, τα πρώτα flip του αγώνα. Μπράβο Θήμιο.
Just a quick update in the women. Celia Standiti has had her score upgraded, so she's now exceeded 4,000 points. So 4,020 for the top seed in the women. So that happens in tricks, doesn't it? Where they just reassess and have a quick look, and then the initial score they may say.
Yeah. Or she may have asked to see the result sheet, and it could have been calculated wrong, or they could have reviewed the timing. That's happened before.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they have to work super quick, the judges and the scorers. You know, a slight either miscalculation or writing something down that might not be read correctly by the person who's looking at it. I don't know. It's I don't know how they do it. Frankly, it's amazing the job they do.
Me neither. I'm watching this on the telly or live, and I can't read the tricks. And so how those judges read them and write it down and make a judgment call on whether they've pre-turned or cleared air or the trick was flat, it's an incredibly difficult job.
Indeed. Scoring for Paul Forastier of France, 2,910. So that's the first score that's come in for these over 35 men's tricks, the first skier of the day. This is the second skier of the day, Timios. Will be coming in for his second run. So four flips, you're only allowed to do 6, aren't you?
Yeah.
So that was pretty impressive.
Yeah. The wind's quite strong now in his face, which will make his toe run that much more difficult. But he's wrapped ready for an outside the wake for quite a big toe trick start.
Whoa.
Oh, not quite.
I thought he was going to recover that for a minute there.
Yeah.
So Timios has a personal best of 6,690, but that first run will have scored highly.
Yes, yeah, fabulous first run. Although those 4 flips were getting towards the end of his run, you do well to get all of those in time.
Yep, that's down to the judges to work it out, and the trick timer, as you've said, there's 3 judges scoring these tricks, and another one with a stopwatch, presumably. I don't know whether they have anything. Maybe it's a digital thing. I don't know.
I think it's a digital thing these days, and also I think they mark the point at which they start on the video, so they know where the first trick was commenced.
Wind, I mean, you can probably hear it on the microphone. That wind is pretty fierce now. It's come up. I don't know whether we got that for the rest of the day, but we've still got quite a bit of skiing to be done. All tricks, fortunately not jump, because we've had that, because now it would be a little bit tricky, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. This tailwind for jump would be challenging.
I do hope we're not going to get another front in like we had for practice. Fingers crossed. It's just a little blip. This high wind.
It's not so bad when it's the same for everybody, but it's so changeable at the moment, and that makes it a little bit unfair.
Okay, so next skier on the water, Kevin Dizeron of Switzerland.
Επόμενος αθλητής στο νερό από την Ελβετία, Kevin Dizeron.
I can read these side slides, 180s, surface 360 and the reverse. That's the basics on one. 180 wake, 180 wake back in, reverse 180 wake, and the reverse and the return. And he knows that's a full run.
Yeah, it's interesting. Kevin, on his skier bio that he fills in, doesn't actually put a trick score. So I'm guessing he's tricking for the team, maybe the overall. But clearly a very good slalom skier. He got 3.5 at 11 in the prelim this morning.
That's good slaloming. And he lists his hobbies as work and time with his family. There's no wonder he hasn't got time to trick.
Yeah. Yes, I guess. Tricking is, it takes a lot of time.
And a lot of falling off.
But he does say life is better at the lake. Presumably not
slaloming.
Better than, well, maybe slaloming, but hopefully life is not better at the lake than with his family.
No.
Probably
hopefully
better than work, though.
Yeah, hopefully he takes work and family to the lake.
Let's hope so. Right, let's see if we have any more scores. I'm just... Yeah, Timios Kousathanas, 4,780 points. $4,780. So not close to his personal best, but we did see him obviously go down, and we don't know yet whether whether he would have scored all those flips. But
sorry, I keep putting my arm around that because it's easy to lean at.
So here we go. Let's have a look at this second run
so
from
that's,
Kevin.
Helicopter into toe hold. Toe 180. Toe 180 back. Toe wake 180. It looked a bit slippery over the wake and the one back in. I think he's done at that. That somersault, I don't know what it's called, but why not give it a try?
Yeah, I'm looking for. I took my eye off the ball or off the skier very briefly then, so I'm looking forward to seeing this on the replay. Not sure the landing on your back counts, but good effort there right at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And when your daughter comes and collects your ski for you, and you come out of the water with a big smile, that really sums up the sport, doesn't it?
Absolutely. There you go. His hobby is time with his family, enjoying a family moment down there on the jetty. She now gets the boot rather than the ski, which I think is fair enough, really.
Yeah. I think she should take the ski off him and get on it herself, and let him stick to slalom. Is the water yellow?
Is it what?
Can I nab some more water? Do you mind? Have they got some stowed away somewhere?
So just a corrected score for Timios Kousathanas, 4,230. So he's been docked 500 and something points, 550 points. So would that be so from 4,780 down to 4,230?
Yeah. I don't know which tricks that would be without drilling into them.
4,320.
4,230. Is it too hot?
There you go, Mark. If you want to have a little, hang on, bit of finger trouble with the phone here. Go back into it. So there you go. You've got the trick sheet for Timios. Did you see what? Yeah, one is that's one of the flips you were at.
Yeah. One of the flips was no, I think they were in time.
Oh.
One time's not credit. So unless this hasn't been updated, the toe fry front was 2 times not credit. So that one would have been disallowed. Otherwise, it was fairly clean.
When it says 2 times not credit, does that mean 2 of the 3 judges have not credited?
Yes.
And that's the majority, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
when
that
you've got a
goes-
majority of 2.
Okay, so who have we got here? Is this Panagiotis Kosmas?
Ναι, νομίζω είναι ο Παναγιώτης Κοσμάς. Πρώτο πέρασμα. Ελλάδα. Προκριματικός φιγουρών στους άντρες άνω των 35. Ναι, είναι ο Κοσμάς ο Παναγιώτης.
Starts with the weight back-to-backs and then the surface 180s, weight 180, into wrap and out of wrap 5. Step. That step sequence, wake, step, and some side slides to finish. Now you can tell why I'm not a judge. The step sequence, wake, step, 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 wake, step back in. There's the wake step, step to the back, and then wake step back in. And they all look clean, all the tricks look clean. The 5 interwraps look really good too, finishing off with the side slides. So we're on the 45-second set down at the end of the lake.
I'm glad it's 45 seconds, not 45 minutes, otherwise we'd still be here at midnight. But Kevin Dizerom of Switzerland, his score is 1,050, subject to change, of course, if it is reassessed. But that's the score at the moment for Kevin Dizerom. So at the moment we have Timios Kousathanas on 4,230, then Paul Forestier 2,910, and Kevin Dizerom 1,050. Here he comes in on his tow run. Panagiotis Kosmos of Greece. He's not actually a team member, he's just asking the boat to drop a speed a little. Mark, they can go at whatever speed they like.
Yeah,
in tricks?
choose your own speed for tricks. Yeah, that was a pause at the back, so that's a 5, but it'll be knocked back, I think, into the tow 180s. This is a tow wake back to back, tow wake into wrap 3, out of wrap 3, a 180 wake, and back to the front. He's happy with that. The fist pump.
Στεγνό και το δεύτερο πρόγραμμα του Παναγιώτη. Περιμένουμε τους βαθμούς από τους κριτές.
We're in serious danger here in this wind of the entire commentary point ending up in the lake, but hopefully we're going to manage to avoid that. Next skier on the water will be Olivier Chéroux of Switzerland.
I was just about to say I don't think John Motson ever faced these kind of challenges, but on recollection I think he did.
Yeah, probably did, but then he probably also had somebody standing there holding his paperwork for him.
Yeah.
So here we go, Olivier Chéroux. 2 more skiers after him in this category.
This is a tow run with the tailwind.
Olivier Chéroux από Σουηδία για το πρώτο του πέρασμα.
Toe 180 and back, toe reverse 180 and back. That looked like it might have been a back-to-back and back-to-back. Reverse side. Toe 180 wake, toe 180 wake. And into wrap 3 that he just sat down on. That was a shame because he'd done the trick. He just didn't stand up.
So we know one of our finalists already in this, and that is Timios Kousathanas, so 4,230 points, with only 4 skiers left, one of whom is on the water now. There are 2 more skiers left after Olivier, but we do not have the score yet for Panagiotis Kosmas. So, but no scores for Panagiotis or Olivier, who's still on the water, plus 2 others. So that means the person with the highest score that's come in so far, who is Timios, is through to the final.
This is a ski change during the fall, so you can choose to have a different ski for hand tricks and toe tricks. So the skier is just changing over from his toe trick ski onto his hand trick ski, and he'll change trick line as well, or at least the handle.
So, I mean, it's relatively new. Years ago, people used the same trick ski, didn't they? So what's the difference between a trick ski that you would want to use for a hand run and a toe run?
I've absolutely no idea, Jane. I'm guessing that on the hand run, he's going to do some flips, and you want something that perhaps a little bit more manoeuvrable than on the toe run. But I'm surmising. I honestly don't know.
I wonder if you might have a different type of binding on it, maybe?
And the position of the binding would be crucial, that's for sure.
So Panagiotis Kosmas, 3,440 points. But there's also a video review for Kevin Dizeron, so we're going to have to bring you his point score again when that is confirmed. But Panagiotis, 3,440.
3.440 βαθμούς για τον Παναγιώτη Κοσμά. Μπαίνει και ο Παναγιώτης Κοσμάς στον τελικό.
It's a fairly regular hand run, wake 180s, surface 180s, step over, surface step over back, wake step over, and wake step over back.
So we're just waiting for the penultimate skier in this category to come in, Arnaud Delacour of France.
This wind's pretty strong again. Looks like Arno will do his hand run first. A wake step, step over, wake step back in. 180s, 180, back to back, wake back to back in, surface back to backs, hand to hand 360 wake, a wake. Wow, there's some unusual tricks at the end of that run. I don't know whether it was a surface 5 or a wake 5, it was hard to tell from here.
Delacour Arnaud από Γαλλία, πρώτο πέρασμα.
Let's have a look at Arnaud Delacour, second pass, toe run.
Toe side, toe 180 and back, reverse toe 180 and back, reverse toe 180 into back to back, and then back to back again. Not quite as polished as his first run. He skis in, so it was good if you can stand up and ski in.
So I think it looks like we've got two Greeks confirmed in the final. Timios Kousathanas with 4,230 and Pangiotis Kosmos with 3,440, with 3 more scores to come in. Score for Olivier Cheroux, 1,900 points. 1,900 points. So
next year is with this number 27, 4 times Olivier from Belgium, and you have position of 6.
So next up we've got Olivier Forton. Good luck calling this one, Mark. Olivier Forton is a man with a tricks personal best of in excess of 11,000 points. He says he hasn't done more than 10,000 this year yet, so he's quite disappointed with that. He's getting a few 9,000s, 900s, that sort of thing. So, you know, clearly if he stands up his runs, he should, easily go into the final as top seed. But as we said before, you have to stand up your runs.
I would expect that he will. He's skiing fantastically well. He's just competed at the World Games in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, he didn't make the podium actually, but yeah, he's just come back from there. I spoke to him yesterday. He said he was very tired. I'm sure he's suffering from jet lag, but he got on the podium in a pro event, didn't he? I think at Botterski, the Tricks. The Tricks Pro event. I can't remember where he finished. I'll check that out. But here he comes. Let's have a look at him.
He's mixing it with the very best skiers in the world, the very best trick skiers in the world, and I believe he's 43. I think
he's 44. So 44? I think he's got another year after this in this category. Then he'll be in the over 45.
So there's his positional trick, and that's probably the only one I'm going to read.
Yeah, just enjoy.
Yeah.
Well,
wow.
Possibly enough points on the one pass, do you think?
It could well be. But the accuracy and the precision was unbelievable. You could see that he nailed every trick. There was nothing scruffy about it at all.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις είδαμε είναι ο γνωστός πια Olivier Fortamb. Μόνο το πρώτο του πέρασμα ισοδυναμεί με διπλό και εγώ δεν ξέρω τι. Ας δούμε και το δεύτερο και θα δούμε τους βαθμούς του.
Olivier clearly not concerned about doing his tow run into a quite a strong headwind.
No, that surprises me actually.
Score for Arnaud Delacour of France, 3,200. So I think that's now with only Olivier Fortomb's score and a video review, but on a lower score to come in. That means that we have Timios Kousathanas, Pangiotis Kosmas and Arnaud Delacour through to the final, and I believe Paul Forastier of France as well. And I have no idea about these trick scores, but the biggest score we have so far is 4,230, and we've just seen Olivier Fortomb do that first run. Would you say that's potentially higher than that just on run one?
I would expect that, yeah. Yeah, those flips are in the region of 500 or more each, and there were 6 of those.
And the one, I mean, the ones where they put jump the ski over the line. I mean, they must be immensely difficult.
Yeah.
I hope they score those. I hope those are scored highly. I don't mean his personally. I mean those type of tricks should surely get a very high score.
They are very high scoring tricks, and you could see that they were executed superbly.
Okay, let's see what he can do on the tow run. Look at the wind on his bib. Well, he sort of threw his hands in the air almost as if he wasn't sure whether he did what he wanted to at the end. But there was one moment there where I think normal human beings would probably have been in the drink.
Yeah,
but
the incredible core strength as well of somebody like Olivier.
It's nice to enjoy that back in slow motion. So you do really feel for everybody else in the category when you've got somebody of that quality who could compete with the best at professional level. He is quite a remarkable trick skier. Look at that. See, that's what I'm saying. How does he stay up there?
And you could see during the run that there were times when he just paused slightly to wait for the line to come tight so that he could go into the next trick correctly instead of going in on a slack line.
Do you think with, I mean, I know you say you're not a judge and just as well, but I mean, a run, particularly that first one where you say it was so clean, is that actually, that's easier sometimes probably for the judges to score than one that looks a bit messy?
Yeah, I think so. I think it is. Although these guys do the tricks that fast, that it's very difficult to pick up things like pre-turns and whether the ski is fully round to the back or whatever. They're incredibly quick. But that first run was fabulous.
Well, we'll bring you Olivier Fortom's score when we get it. We will be moving on to the over 45 men tricks. It's pretty late in the day and we've still got 14 skiers to go, so dinner will be late.
Yeah. I think it's worth mentioning that all of the officials, right from the judges to the jetty marshals, organisers and commentators, not the part-time ones I hasten to add, work incredibly long hours to put an event on like this, not just at the event but before the event, all the preparation and organisation, but the event itself, it's a 6 o'clock start in the morning and they keep working until it's finished and then the same, and it's 4 or 5 days of that kind of pattern. Incredible.
Yeah, the officials are, of course, I mean, we've said everybody in our sport really is volunteers. Nobody gets a salary for doing the job, and these officials they get some expenses, but I would probably guess that they are more likely to be out of pocket than actually getting any expenses that that give them a bit of extra, really. They do it for the love of the sport, and thank goodness they do.
Absolutely. It's impossible to think that they should or could get anywhere near proper coverage for what they spend to do these events.
Yeah, and don't talk yourself down, Mark. You say, I mean, you're helping out commentate. You're the team captain for Great Britain. You're skiing here as well. So, you've got long days, and even if you're not skiing first thing, you've got to be here to support the team. And that's the same with everybody here. Everybody is supporting each other, which is nice, egging them on.
And I can assure you, if I didn't enjoy it and it wasn't an absolute privilege, I wouldn't do it.
No, of course.
But it is great fun. They're great people to be around. You only have to see them coming off the water with a big smile on their face, and their daughters picking up the trick ski, or it's just an extension of the sport that we do at home every weekend or every holiday. This is just an extension of that, and okay, it's competitive and it's serious, but we have a great time.
Glad to hear it. And you do it in a lovely country with great food and nice climate, although I must say I could do with it being probably at least 5 degrees cooler than it is. It's pretty hot here, but...
You wouldn't be saying that if you were having a ski later on.
No, well, don't think I'd have the energy, but yes, you're right. You are right. Oh, there you go. Exactly 9,000 points for Olivier Fortom there, and we were actually correct that his first run scored 6,020, so that would have been enough on its own if he didn't take the second pass to go into this final as the top seed. Remarkable.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you talk to Olivier later, he'll still be moaning that he didn't get 10,000 points again, which he hasn't done this year. But
or about the trick that was out of time.
Yeah, there'll always be something. But so we've got our 5 finalists. They will be Olivier Fortom with 9,000. Then we have Timios Kousathanas with 4,230. Panagiotis Cosmas with 3,440. Then I believe Arnaud Delacour with 3,200. How many have I counted there? Was that 4? And then Paul Forastier with 2,910.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Με το αποτέλεσμα του Olivier Fortom 9.000 βαθμούς, τελείωσε η κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 35 ετών και η κατάταξη έχει ως εξής. Πρώτος Ολιβιέ Φορτάμ με 9.000 βαθμούς, δεύτερος Κουσαθανάς Θήμιος 4.230, τρίτος Κοσμάς Παναγιώτης 3.440, τέταρτος Ντελακούρ Αρνό από Γαλλία 3.200 και πέμπτος Φοραστιέ Πολ από Γαλλία 2.910. Αυτοί είναι οι 5 αθλητές που μπαίνουν στο τελικό. Η συνέχεια της ημέρας έχει φιγούρες προκριματικό γύρο στην κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 45 ετών. Εδώ έχουμε 9 αθλητές, εκ των οποίων οι 2 είναι Έλληνες. Στη δεύτερη και στην τρίτη θέση αντίστοιχα, του Τζιερίδης Ανδρέας και Κουσαθανάς Λευτέρης. Και θα κλείσει η μέρα με την κατηγορία γυναίκες άνω των 45 ετών, με 5 αθλήτριες, εκ των οποίων οι 2, η πρώτη και η τρίτη, Ανδριοπούλου Αγγελική και Πατημετρίου Αγγελική από Ελλάδα.
We've got a little pause here. I don't know if this is for refueling, but we will, or maybe changing of officials, or drivers. We'll be going next into the over 45 men tricks preliminary. 9 skiers in this category, 9 skiers, although I believe there may actually be 8, because I think one person on the start list is not here. We'll keep an eye on that. And then after that, we have the over 45 women, just 5 in that event. I was just saying, we're just looking on the webcast there at the flags, which shows quite clearly that head and tailwind up this lake. We're holding on to all our kit here. It's gusting up a little bit, but hopefully it doesn't get any worse.
It's more like sailing weather. Just looking at the scoring in that 35 men category, it's Olivier's score is significant to the team scoring, because at 9,000 points, that gives him 1,000 team points, and the next nearest is the Greek skier Timios with 4,200 trick points, which is worth under 500 Commonly points for his team. So whereas if Olivier hadn't scored at all, Timios would have got 1,000 points for Greece. But with Olivier's score at 9,000 trick points, which is 1,000 combine, Timios is only going to score just under 500 for Greece. And that significantly impacts on the team scoring.
Sure, and I mean, Olivier was actually quite unlucky in that he just missed out on the slalom final as well. Presumably if he'd got through that would have been significant. I mean, I think he got, what did he get, 2 at 12? But yeah, which was just not enough to get through to the top 8 and through to the final.
So Olivier making the final can obviously improve on 9,000. And he would further diminish the impact of the other scores for the other teams. Team made up of 10 skiers with 5 scores to count in each category, trick, slalom and jump. So having one of the scores knocked back from potentially 1,000 if you were the best tricker in your category to 500 is quite a significant impact.
But I guess that's it. I mean, it's who turns up on the day, isn't it? And how they compete. And when you've got somebody of the quality of Olivier Forton, the chances of him not winning in an event like this are pretty remote.
Absolutely, but his contribution to the Belgian score and pushing the other scores away is huge. Notice in the same in that same category, Greece have got 2 team skiers and 1 individual skier. One of the team skiers has not, George Hatsis has not skied, so and the other Greek skier has scored 4,000, seeded second, and yet only got 480 something combination points.
I know you team captains are very good at working all these things out as you go along, but yeah, I mean, you want to know what you need to do if you get to the final, what you need to do in the final to boost up your team score.
And that's a huge challenge, because you don't want to put pressure on your own skier before they go out. They're in the final, they're in with a chance of medaling individually, but do you tell them that they could improve the team position by doing a certain score, or do you keep that information to yourself? It's really difficult.
I don't know. Do you, Mark?
and as a team captain, you've got to know that. And the downside of being a skiing team captain is, of course, you do know it, and so it can affect your own skiing in that way.
Of course, and I guess some of these skiers who've been skiing a lot in these titled events, European and world events, will probably know themselves anyway without you having to tell them. They might not know the absolute minutiae, but it's a bit like, I've done just a few friendly sort of interclubs, and there's almost more pressure on you when you're competing in a team than individually, because individually you're just going out and you're competing to your own ability, and your score is not going to affect anybody else.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Being part of a team's huge as well, and hugely rewarding, of course. Winning the team medal when our open team got a silver medal in the Worlds last year at Jack Travers and beat the Americans into 3rd place. It was massive, absolutely huge result.
First time for something like 38 years or something.
I think so, yeah.
Best team result for 38 years, I believe it was. Anyway, we're waiting for the next series to start, so we'll just stand by, bear with us, have a look at this lovely view around Ioannina, the mountainside opposite us, where many of the skiers here are actually staying in hotels and apartments up there. Absolutely beautiful. We'll be back with you shortly with the over 45 men's tricks preliminary round. Okay, so it sounds as if we're just about ready to go with the over 45 men tricks preliminary round, and our first skier on the water will be Ralf Siegel of Germany.
Ralph will be looking for a good trick run here. He had a disappointment in his slalom early on today. Here we go, side slide, side slide. 180, 180. Reverse 180, 180. 360. 360. That looked like a surface 540 and 4.
Yeah, as you said, Ralph only scored 4.5 at start speed this morning. Very disappointed for him. Somebody who's got a PB of 2 at 11 from 2019. So, but you know, it happens. Even tournaments like this, even really good skiers can fail their first pass.
Absolutely, absolutely. He made a protest about the line jumping on the boat, and he said it was jumping on each pull across from each buoy. But the judges checked it out, and I'm sure he wasn't playing the game, but nonetheless there was nothing that could be found that was wrong with the equipment.
And the same rope that's been used throughout.
Yes,
so
yeah,
it
absolutely.
Wasn't, yeah, but I mean, he obviously must have felt something there that put him off. But sadly, no good score for him in the slalom. His hobbies are everything on water, apparently.
Really?
Yeah. He's a self-employed boat mechanic. He does boat servicing, and he's got a water ski school close to Frankfurt in Germany. So water skiing very much his life, and sponsors, he says, yes please. Yeah, like many people here. Here we go, let's see what he can do on run 2. Okay, little issue with the microphone there. I think everything okay on site, but on the webcast you may not have heard that, but this is Ralf Siegel's second run. We'll have Mark having a look at this.
I think these are the kind of tricks I can read. There we go. Side slide. Another one. 180, 180. That looked like a 540 surface and full.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, I'm not sure whether the microphone was working correctly on the webcast, but Ralph had a very disappointing slalom this morning, 4.5 at start speed. Made a protest about the rope, thinking he was sort of, I don't know, bungee-ish, but not accepted that same line that has been used throughout. So clearly he felt a little unsettled in his slalom, but we'll have to wait and see. Down there on his second run, but we'll see what the judges score him on that. So once again in this category there will be 5 progress through to the final. We believe there will be 8 starters, 9 on the list, but 1 from Norway is not actually here. The next skier will be Andreas Toutsiaridis of Greece. He's got a personal best in tricks of 1,900 from last year.
Here we go for the first run, hand run with a wrap ready for a helicopter. There's the helicopter. Side slide, side slide. 180, 180, reverse 180, reverse 180. Oh, down on a step over at the end. A lot of these senior skiers, since the rule change a few years ago, can now repeat surface tricks. So 180s added on to 360s to become 540s or 720s. There's points for all of those different kind of tricks. And whilst they're not ideal in terms of teaching the youngsters to rack up points, they're quite handy for senior skiers who perhaps not scoring quite on the complicated tricks they used to do, can do a multiple of surface turns and rack up points that way. And the last few skiers we've seen have done precisely that.
So they're actually the same tricks that they repeat?
Well, they are without the pauses, or with the pauses in the different places, but lots of surface turns. That are 540 turns or 720 turns.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That are easy to do if you can already do a 360, but they take a long time and they don't really feed into other trick development.
As you say, so you wouldn't really want to get your juniors to do that because they wouldn't be able to score them until they got to your age, or to over 35.
No, they would be able to score them, but you want them to be learning tricks that are going to lead to more
bigger
complex tricks and bigger tricks later on. So for example, a toe reverse 180 leads into a whole load of other toe tricks, back-to-backs and wake tricks and so on. You want to be learning those tricks, not spinning tricks.
So yeah, that's the fundamental in order to progress.
Yeah. Here we go, second pass.
This is Toutsiaridis, eh?
.180 wakes, 180 wakes, the other side. Here we go, 540 surface.
Andreas
And another
Toutsiaridis, δεύτερο
540
πέρασμα.
surface. Those are the tricks we talked about. And he tries it on the wake.
So Ralph Siegel, the first skier out, scores 610. That's the score we've got from the judges for Ralph Siegel. Just seeing that rerun of Andreas Toutsiaridis' second pass.
Here's the 5, surface 5, and here's the reverse surface 5 coming the other way. There we go.
So that's an example of what you were saying?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And of course it's a personal view as to what the pathway is for tricks. There's nothing written, to my knowledge, that sequences which tricks you should learn next, and to some extent it depends on the athlete and what their abilities are and so on. But basically you would expect that you would progress through the positional 180 tricks, the positional toe trick, the reverse 180 and so on, which leads you on to lots of other more complex tricks. We do have on our tournament website some links to training videos that have been produced by Brett Wing, I think, and they're quite useful in terms of learning or watching what the progression should be or can be.
Well, there you go. We'll give you that website information a bit later on, but here we have Lefteris Kousathanas of Greece starting on his tow run.
Tow run with the wind behind.
Άλλος ένας Έλληνας αθλητής στο νερό, Λευτέρης Κουσαθανάς, πρώτο πέρασμα.
Yeah. Okay, so we've just seen that tow pass, but he's gone down towards the end there. Have a look at this, Mark, and tell us what you think happened.
Lefteris does that reverse 180, which is a really difficult trick to learn, but it leads to lots of other tricks. Here it comes, I think. There it goes, reverse 180, and then it leads so he can do the back-to-back. And then he can come back the other way and into the reverse 180, which is really, really tricky stuff to do. And into wrap 3, that leads on to being able to hold it there. You can do the reverse. Those are high-scoring tricks compared to 540 surface or 720 surface.
Okay, so as you said earlier, he takes his 45 seconds where he fell off there.
That's right.
Before coming in for his second run, which will be his hand pass. Score for Andreas Toutsiaridis of Greece, 1,370. So it's just being taken down to the end of the lake. Boat will turn around and bring him back in for pass number 2.
...600 βαθμούς για τον Ραλφ Σίγκελ από Γερμανία, 1.370 για τον Ανδρέα Τουτσιαρίδη. Λευτέρης Κουσαθανάς, δεύτερο πέρασμα. Ναι, αυτή τη στιγμή ο Ανδρέας είναι στην πρώτη θέση. Of course.
So here we come. Here we go. Second pass here.
Hand pass.
This was my first trick run ever, so I'm happy with everybody.
We start with a wake step, step, wake step back in. Position of 180, back to back. Surface back to backs. Looks like he lost the sequence a little bit. Wait, 360. Oh, body over. Nice one. Oh, he threw the handle at the end. That was hard luck.
Looked nice, a double little pirouette there, but
yeah,
unfortunately without the handle.
Without the handle, yeah.
So yeah, just seeing that fall there again. So the two Greek skiers and Ralph Siegel there on the dock in front of us, but the next skier to hit the water will be Dush Lukic of Great Britain. Now Dush, not only is he skiing in a younger age category, over 45 instead of over 55, but he's rarely to be seen on a trick ski.
He's you could almost say never to be seen on a trick ski. He made the fatal mistake of sending me a video of him tricking at Nick McGarry's site a little while ago, where it was clear that he actually can't do any tricks at all. So he's the only reason I'm here helping you, Jane, because I have to get my own back on him criticising my weight and form earlier today.
Okay, so watch him carefully.
Here comes Dushy. He's not taken any advice. He will not do a side slide or a 180. This is a wrap helicopter that he hasn't done in over 30 years. And here we go. I hope it ends well. Yes! That is amazing.
So, Mark Beard, he was right to ignore you because he said he couldn't do anything else, and he was more likely to stand up the helicopter than anything else. So, and he did. I think he was probably so shocked, wasn't he, to have done that?
Yeah, I can't believe he stood up the helicopter and fallen on the 180.
Ο αθλητής που μόλις βλέπουμε, που δυστυχώς δεν πρόλαβε να τελειώσει το πρώτο του πέρασμα, είναι ο Ντούσκο Λούκιτς από την Μεγάλη Βρετανία.
Battery's gone dead completely. So, Mark, did he shout something out at you there? I had to leave the desk in an emergency suddenly.
Expletives that I couldn't repeat.
Well, hopefully you didn't say them too loud, and if they were picked up on the webcast or around this site here, we do apologise. But yeah, Dush, of course, who has been very good and spending a lot of time up here helping me out with the commentary on slalom and jump, and indeed tricks earlier as well. So let's see what he can do on run 2.
Like most countries, we pick the team that has got the best chance of winning the team medal, and so team scoring is essential. Dush is skiing outside his age group and tricking for the first time. There's a 180. Another 180. Oh, gone. Tricking for the first time in 30 some odd years to contribute to our team score. Fantastic.
I think that's really good to do, because I mean, here we are. We've got a webcast, we've got people on site, it's a Europe and Africa Championship, and yet he's been prepared to do that. I think that takes a lot of guts, and good on Dush for doing it. I don't suppose he'll score terribly highly, but as you say, he's in it for the team.
He is, and he's got a couple of 180s there. I think he's scored 4 180s. Possibly three. And he's slalomed in an age group younger than him, and he only just missed the final.
Yeah, I mean, he got 3 at 13, which I think he would be pretty happy with.
Yeah, he skied great today. It's great, and that contribution to team scoring is massive. In an ideal world, you want a team. There's 5 scores you need for each event: slalom, trick, and jump, and we only have 5 skiers tricking, so Dush's contribution is a contribution towards our team score. Hugely important.
I'm sure at some stage he'll come back to the commentary position and he'll talk us through those trick runs.
I have no doubt. And over a beer all evening.
There you go, 120 points, 60, very consistent, 60 on each run.
Fantastic.
So here comes the next skier, Jan Buchsch of Germany.
One 180, 180, 180, 180, 360, 360, a 540 surface, a wake 180 looked a bit flat, wake 180 back, reverse wake 180, and a reverse wake 180. I think he's out of time.
So toe run now for Jan Buchsch.
Toe side, it looked a bit quick. Toe 180, toe 180. Toe side again looked better that time. Toe 180 wake, a little bit of a wobble. Toe 180 wake back. Here's the step overs. Step back, step front. I think he's out of time at that. I wonder if Dushy's coming down from his high of scoring 120 points.
It's probably already in the bar. So yeah, the top score we've got so far in this category is Lefteris Kousathanas with 2,590 points. I think that secures him a place in the final because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more scores to come in. So obviously one of them being Jan Buchsch, who's just been out on the water there. So we'll have to wait for his score to come in. Next up will be Magnus Jonsson of Sweden. Here comes Magnus.
You're right, guys. How could they dock a helicopter after 35 years? I mean, what's that all about? Miserable buggers. I don't know where to go, so I'm going to put them in the pool. Hey!
Okay, let's concentrate on the real action. Magnus Johnson.
Here comes Magnus. 180s, wake 180 and back in. Wake 180 reverse and back in. Oh, we did a positional wake 180 and then the back-to-back was a fall.
Taking a dive there. Just watching it on the replay. I was going to say almost
The open category for their country at a World Championships. And then there are others like myself who are out and out amateurs who've only really come back into the sport in the senior age categories. Magnus is one of the skiers who skied for Sweden in an open world.
Yeah, I mean, his best is 2 at 10.75. He's 3,000 points in tricks, 42.7 in jump.
Yeah.
You know, lots of titles.
Yeah.
Quite a few medals in European.
Yeah, he's been
events.
very successful in the seniors, but he's also been an open skier.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's put all of his scores there as open. He's doing it for his age category now.
Yves Sanvito is another one who's skied open category for Belgium. Here we go, toe pass for Magnus, 180 to front, toe 180 wake, toe 180 wake back in. He was a bit early on that, it might have been flat. Oh dear.
Oh,
that's a classic mistake, isn't it? Falling in, taking the toe hold off.
Quite a big slap as well.
Did he?
Well, he looked to me, but let's just have a look at this.
I think they're...
Let's look at the replay here. What
It's
happened?
not the last skier. I don't know why the boat's going over there.
Must have a query or something, I'm guessing. Oh yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, taking the line off the toe and just leaning backwards and losing balance there.
Yes, 120. 180? No, 120.
So the score that's come in for Jan Buchs of Germany is 1,020. So the towboat has just gone over to the jury tower, picked up the homologator. Not sure what the delay is here, but we'll bring you Magnus Jonsson's score when we have it.
I think it's past their tea time.
So the next skier up is Rod Rowlands of Great Britain, another skier who is skiing in the over 45 category when he could ski in the over 55, and doing that for the team, as Mark was explaining earlier on. Looks like Rod's PB in tricks is around 920.
Anything near that would be huge for our contribution to the team score. And Rod's absolute diamond for skiing in this age group to be a part of the team, because it's his trick score that we are looking for. His slalom score, his PB was a few at start speed in the men 45 category, so that was always going to be a challenge for him, and not likely to contribute to the team. And likewise with the jump, because of the jump offset adjustments in the rules, 45 men get a deduction of 15 metres, and Rod barely jumps 15 metres, so his contribution in jump would not be great. Tricks is where he can help massively.
Okay, let's see what he can do then.
Side slide. Side slide. 180. 180. That's a wake 180. I think it was a little bit flat. And wake 180 and in.
What do you mean by a little bit flat?
He's not got it. It's necessary to get air under the ski on the wake tricks, and if you do the trick has to be performed over the wake, but also clear the water, and if he doesn't do that, then the judges' notation for that on their score sheets is flat. They put flat.
So does that score at all or not?
No,
Right.
It doesn't score. It's not very choice, is it?
No.
I suppose they've been told to come after 7 o'clock.
So Magnus's score, Magnus Jonsson of Sweden, 910. As we wait for Rodney to be taken down to the end of the lake to come in for his second pass.
Left Terrace is leading at the moment with 2.590, and that's huge team scoring. That's 1,000 company team points for Greece, and of course it pushes the other scores way down. Here comes Rod.
I guess that depends, does it, on what Sébastien Marois does for France?
Yes, absolutely, with one skier to go.
So here comes Rod, second pass.
That's the 360. He's pleased with that. This will be a 360 the other way. Oh.
Big bag. Shit. 900. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. That's so really is fucking down there. Don't be on the knowledgeable ones. Yeah.
Let's just have a look at those scores right now. Mark was just having a quick word with Magnus of Sweden, who scored 910. Rod Rowland's scores just come in at 490, so he got 400 points on that first run, but obviously 90 on the second one, where he just did the one pass and then fell. Yeah. So if we look, there's just one more skier to go. So that means that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so I think we've got, let's have a look. Sorry, the scores aren't actually, yes they are, in order there.
We've got 3 below Magnus.
Yeah, it looks like Magnus has made it, but let's have a look at this. This is Sebastian Marois.
Nice weight tricks there, weight 180s. Oh, into wrap 3, that's good. And that's a wrap weight 3. There's a flip. Wow. 1 flip and 2 side slides. That's good scoring. Magnus has made it. 3 below him.
So we know that through to the final in this category are Lefteris Koustanas of Greece with 2,590, Andrias Toutsiaridis also of Greece, 1,370, Jan Buksch of Germany, 1,020, and Magnus Jonsson of Sweden with 910. So those are your confirmed finalists. There's one more spot. And that was a pretty good run from Sebastian Marois, so you would expect him to take that
take
that
the
spot.
top spot this pass. He was very light on the ski, wasn't he? Very clean.
And a flip, as you say, we haven't done that many.
You could do this.
Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, you haven't. We haven't seen many flips today, have we?
No.
Most of them were in Olivier Fortom's run.
Yeah.
But a few others.
I think Olivier did more flips than all the rest put together.
Yeah, I think somebody else did about 4. I'd have to go back and remind myself who that was. But, okay, so pass number 2 for Sebastian Marois.
This looks like he's wrapped for a step over. There's a wake step coming up. Oh, frozen. Yeah, he made it. Step, step, wake step. Into toe hold. That's really time consuming. Toe side, 180, 180, wake 180, toe wake 180, toe reverse 180. Oh wow. Yeah, I think he's happy with that.
Yeah, it's unusual to put your foot in the toe loop halfway through a run, because you say it's time consuming, though he did look as if he did it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
He's practiced that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's down to whether or not you're confident with the tricks that you're going to do in toe. If you're likely to fall on your toe tricks, you want them at the end.
Yeah, here we go. It didn't take too long to stuff the foot in.
No.
Even though I know that was slow motion, so it made it look longer.
Good clearance on the wake, toe wakes.
Και με τον αθλητή της Γαλλίας, Σεμπάστιαν Μαρουά, τελείωσε η κατηγορία των ανδρών άνω των 45 ετών. Θα μάθουμε σε λίγο και το αποτέλεσμα. Για τους 2 Έλληνες αθλητές είναι σίγουρο ότι είναι στον τελικό. Σε λίγο θα έχουμε μια πλήρη εικόνα.
Okay, so we'll bring you the score of Sebastian Marois as soon as it comes in from the judges. In the meantime, we are about to go on to the final category for today, and that is the over 45 women tricks. Only 5 skiers in this preliminary round, which means all will progress to the final, assuming they start, of course, and I believe we are expecting them all to be on the dock.
Και η μέρα θα κλείσει με την κατηγορία των γυναικών άνω των 45 ετών, προκριματικός γύρος φιγουρών. Εδώ έχουμε 5 αθλήτριες, οι οποίες μπαίνουν και οι 5 στον τελικό, με πρώτη την Αγγελική Ανδριοπούλου. Σε λίγο θα δούμε το πρώτο της πέρασμα.
So on the water now, Angeliki Andriopoulou of Greece, superb 3-event skier, won many open titles, overall, jump, you name it, she's done it, and she's still doing it here at the seniors.
Like you say, a fantastic skier, showing her experience, doing her toe run first with the wind behind. Here we go.
I don't know what she was shouting something at the beginning of that run. It didn't seem totally happy. I don't know, but I guess you would, if she really didn't want to continue, she would throw the handle. Is that the same in tricks or not?
It's very difficult to throw the handle when you're wrapped in a toe hold, and in fact. So I think Angeliki's problem was that the boat was too close to the red start buoy, and it ran over it, and she couldn't see it. So she didn't know exactly where to start. That shouldn't have affected her run particularly. My understanding is, and I know it's changed recently in recent years, but my understanding is prior to the green entrance buoy, you may throw the handle if you're not happy with something. Once you have passed the green buoy, you're in the trick course, and you can't, I believe, throw the handle. I'm open to correction on that, because I know that there are certain circumstances where you can do something even in that part of the course.
Yeah, certainly we're sitting there in the middle because we understand Angeliki has protested about where the boat was as she was taken into the course. We'll have to see what the judges decide.
I don't think that's warrant saying, yeah.
So it sounds as if Angeliki is going to get a re-ride for that.
She was, in fairness. She was complaining before.
Yeah, I said it was quite clear she was unhappy from the beginning, waving her hands and shouting. I don't know if it was clear to those in the boat what she was complaining about, but whatever it was, it clearly unsettled her. She's asked for a re-ride, and she's going to be taken back down to the jetty end and will attempt her first pass again.
Η Αγγελική ζήτησε επανάληψη. Δεν μπόρεσε να δει την μπάλα γιατί ήταν το σκάφος την πήρε και θα επαναλάβει το πρώτο της πέρασμα.
Just while we're waiting for that, the final score that came in from the over 45 men's tricks result, the final skier scored 3,100 points. So indeed, as Mark said, as was expected, he goes through as the top seed to the final. So that's Sébastien Marois of France, top seed into the final in the over 45 men's tricks. So that what you were saying earlier, Mark, about team scores, then presumably that means Sebastian gets the top score.
Yes. So that's the 1,000 team points for France, unless it changes in the final.
Of course. And so let's see whether Angeliki is happier on this pass.
Interestingly, she switched to do a hand pass for... Oh, no, she hasn't. She's putting a toe hold on now. And she's well past the start buoy.
Well,
that's a great toe run.
Yeah, she'll be delighted she got that rerun, clearly.
Yeah.
And you know, in some respects, it doesn't really matter what she scores because all five of the ladies here will go through to the final. But that wouldn't satisfy Angeliki. The great competitor wants to go through with a big score. And as you pointed out, it's all about what you score and what you do for the team, what you do for the overall. See how low that sun is now.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just coming up to 7:30 in the evening here in Ioannina. 4 more skiers to go after Angeliki.
Quite interesting with the 35 ladies. You've got 2 Greek team skiers in here. And over 45 ladies. So you've got 2 Greek team skiers, and if Angeliki puts up a really big score, it could diminish the value of the other Greek skiers' score. So it actually could work against them. So in an ideal world, she only just wants to top the group and make sure that her teammates' score contributes as much as possible to the team result.
Oh, how difficult is that to do when you're a really competitive spirit? Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Is the other Angeliki a 3-event skier?
Yes, she is. Yeah, and she got a PB in the slalom earlier, one at 12. So she is indeed. And she was 3rd in tricks in 2019 here.
Wow.
At in the Europeans, 2nd in jump and overall. So wow. Yeah, she's a very strong skier. So
2 big scores for the Greek team there.
Επιστρέφει η Αγγελική, δεύτερο πρόγραμμα, φιγούρες, προκριματικός γύρος, γυναίκες άνω των 45 ετών.
Oh! Hope she's all right there. Is she okay? That was a very big slap.
Yeah. She's a tough cookie.
I've seen her compete, I think, with cracked ribs or really bad ribs. I mean, and go out and jump, and she is really one tough cookie indeed.
Very fast on those early hand tricks. She missed the back position there before the flip, and not much height on the first flip.
Ooh, take that.
Ouch.
So hopefully she is okay.
She's okay.
You say not much height on that first flip, but in tricks that doesn't matter, does it? If
No.
she lands it, I mean, it's not like wakeboarding where you get scored for height or amplitude, as they call it.
At the risk of being a bit non-PC, in wakeboarding you can get points for waving at the boat and jumping the wakes. The height is irrelevant, but you could see from the trick that she fell on, the flip that she fell on, she hadn't got height then either.
Sure.
And that was what caused her to fall the way she did.
Exactly, but she'll have scored, presumably she'll have scored that first trick.
First one,
but
yeah.
the fact that she didn't get the height and didn't on the second one is, the consequence was the fall.
The fall, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so next up we have Natasha Anderberg of Sweden.
Επόμενη αθλήτρια στο νερό από Σουηδία, Νατάσα Anderberg, πρώτο πέρασμα.
Series of 180s and back-to-backs and the wake back and the wake back-to-back. That didn't look like it counted.
So a score for Angeliki, 5,130 points. So what did you make of that first run from Natasha?
I think some of those tricks were not fully round, but not a bad run. She stood up. Got the 180 wakes there. Very difficult to read with the sun on the camera now. The sun's getting quite low. Must be a challenge for the judges as well as for us. It's a stand-up first run, that's good.
So here we go, second run. Toe pass for Natasha.
Better picture now, 180, 180. Toe side. Toe 180 wake, out and back. They were nice and clean. Wake step, step, step to the back, wake step back in. Side slides. I think she's done at that.
Yeah, much easier to see from that direction, of course, because the camera is pointing away from the setting sun. Don't think we're going to need floodlights tonight, Mark.
No. We're getting there, aren't we?
Yeah.
Many to go?
No, three more. I'm beginning to wish I had more than that Greek salad for lunch, though. Seems a long time ago.
Yeah. I'm getting messages about I'm starving. It's dinner time.
You're doing your wonderful duty here in helping us.
And that's just from my stomach.
Poor old Cheryl, you've ignored her today then.
No change there then. She's been doing her job as well, releasing for the guys in the boat, and yeah.
Yep, that's true. Yep, she's not just here on a jolly, is she?
And providing the stats for who's beating who and when we've got to score better and so on. So she's keeping tabs on all of that for us.
So next up is the other Greek skier we were talking about, the other Angeliki, and the other great overall skier. So
what's her PB?
Well, in tricks this year, 3,190.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's not up there with the other Angeliki, Andriopoulou, who's just scored 5,130.
No.
But clearly, her wins, her podiums have been in tricks and overall. So, yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see what she can do.
Angeliki, how many points?
5,130. So here comes Angeliki Papadimitriou. She's going in on her toe pass, first run. Wind's dropped a bit, but there is still a little bit of a tailwind in this direction.
Παπαδημητρίου Αγγελική, πρώτο πέρασμα.
So fall there, but right near the end of the run. Natasha Anderberg scored 1,880 points. So both of the Angelikis have made it through to the slalom final as well.
Wow.
So yeah, in second and fourth places, respectively. Andriopoulou in second and Papadimitriou in fourth. So this is looking potentially like good set of results in the preliminaries for them. Let's see what Angeliki can do here on her hand pass.
Oh, that's hard luck. That's not a bad run. She just slipped a little bit at the very end. I would think that's close to a PB.
So just looking at that, we'll wait for the score to come in. The next skier is Claudia Langrock of Germany. She's got a PB of 4,000 points. She secured the last place in the final of the slalom earlier today on a tie break, the only tie break we've had in this competition so far. Both of the skiers had to go out on the 14-metre line. Neither of them cleared it, but Claudia came out with the biggest score. So she's already in the slalom final. She'll be looking to make the tricks final as well.
She's a great tricker. Would I be right in thinking she's a current world champion?
I think you could well be right. If I can find
in this
my
age category.
Yeah, I think so. And I remember her being on the podium. I think overall in 2019.
Yeah.
Just going to check my notes. And I can tell you exactly what she got then. So in 2021, so last year. Where are we? 45. Yeah, nothing in slalom. But where are we?
Here we go. The wind's dropped, really just dropped in the last 3 minutes. Claudia's doing her toe run first, but I don't think the wind's going to help. It won't hinder either, so it's all good. She's wrapped for a 3, toe 3, into wrap 3, out of wrap 3, toe reverse, 180s, back to backs. I think she improvised a little bit at the end there, but it was a good scoring run.
I've just consulted the Oracle, which is my scrawled notes in a notebook, and I don't think she actually competed last year because she doesn't appear on the European.
No, our last Worlds were Chile 2018.
Oh no, sorry, I thought you were talking about Europeans.
No.
Sorry.
I think she's
apologies.
the current world champion in this age group.
Yes, she did. Yeah, I think in the Worlds, that's right. Sorry, I was thinking you were talking about the European champion. Apologies, as I've said, it's getting late. Getting a little bit weary.
I only know that because it was quite a memorable trip for me. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to formally and officially thank Tim Hazelwood and Adrian Asher for carrying my bags all the way back from Chile to Orlando.
Hurt yourself, did you?
I'm still bearing the scars. Mostly mental at the moment.
Yeah, we've just got the score for Angeliki Papadimitriou, 2,260.
So here's Claudia with her hand pass. Back to back. Step 3, step, into wrap. Step 3. It's a hand-to-hand 3. Another hand-to-hand 3.
going down right in front of us there. Looks okay. Seemed to wave up to the tower there. I know her husband Ulf is the scorer, the official calculator for this competition.
He is. He's another one of the people here who were in Birmingham, Alabama last week for the World Games, and then he flew back home to Germany and straight back out here. And I know from communications with him that he's been working on this event since Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday, where we've been getting requests for information or checking information or providing information and so on, as Ulf is putting the event together, which skiers are skiing in which age group, because a lot of the skiers are skiing not in their regular age category. So he's had all the challenge of all that, and he would normally have an assistant scorer, but Ulf's taken that on all himself this time.
Yeah, big task. So thanks to Ulf for doing that. Of course, I'd actually forgotten when I was trying to look up mistakenly what Claudia did at the Europeans last year, that she ruptured her Achilles. So of course she wasn't there. That's no wonder she wasn't there on the podium. Injury. Yeah, really big injury. So good to see her back. And as I say, she got through just on a tie break to the slalom final, and we'll see what she can score for those trick runs. So we only have one more skier left, and that is Ioannina Thompson of Switzerland, final skier in this category and the final action of the day. So apart from seedings, the actual scores in this are really irrelevant in terms of getting through to the final. Because there are 5 women and 5 go through, all go through.
Some big team scoring gone on though, particularly for Greece and for Germany. There'll be some big scores there for their team.
Yeah, so currently in I think first and second place of the scores that have come in. Oh, except what is that? No, that's right. There's two different scores there. One, I'm not sure which one is absolutely correct. Let's just check for Angeliki. Papadimitriou.
Τελευταία αθλήτρια της κατηγορίας, η Ioannina Thompson από Ελβετία, πρώτο πέρασμα.
So here we go, our final skier of the day, Ioannina Thompson of Switzerland.
She's wrapped for a toe run, toe 7 I think, and a 5 and a 3 and a 3, into wrap 3, wow. Those tricks are well beyond me. Or
Yeah.
reading them anyway.
Yeah, well, she does actually have a PB of 7,980, but that was quite a long. That was 21 years ago.
Right. Okay.
So I'm not quite sure what she would be expecting to score here today. She was also second in tricks at the Worlds in 2001. World jump and overall record 2000 to 2009.
Yeah. Yeah.
And ski flying world record.
Yeah.
Really, 69.4 metres. Are you kidding me?
No. You wait until you see her jump.
Yeah, well, I see her PB from 2002 in normal jumping, if anything could be considered normal jumping, as 56.6.
Yeah.
But ski flying is something else.
No.
This is much more sedate. Beautiful, like ballet on water. Trick skiing when it's done nicely.
That's what makes the three event sport, no question about it. The different attributes required for each of the three disciplines is massive, and you rarely get a talent who can perform in each of the three events.
Yeah, I mean, usually you have 1 week event, but the very best are really good in all three. That is a rare thing indeed. So let's look at the final pass of the day. Ioannina Thompson.
Is she back in on toe?
Looks like it.
So we've got some more toe tricks to come. Wow, was that a 5? And that's a 3 out of toe. Here we go. That's a 5, wake 5, wake 5, another one, body over, another body over. Wow, wow, fantastic. And she skis in.
Look at that, lovely. We can have another look at that again. While we're looking at that, Claudia Langrock